DeSantis is an even greater threat to democracy than Trump.
Make no mistake, Ron DeSantis is an unrepentant vote suppressor and election denier. You know, if anyone out there thinks that somehow he is any better than Donald Trump, then they don't know Ron DeSantis.
If you thought Donald Trump was bad, you got another thing coming, because DeSantis actually knows the system.
But the real reason this man is so terrifying is because he's managed to succeed in areas where Trump has failed.
Ron DeSantis is far more dangerous than Donald Trump. Far more dangerous than Donald Trump.
But he's also more competent. I think he's more cunning. He would be more able to get things done.
He's smarter than Donald Trump. He's far more strategic.
I say this with conviction. I think Ron DeSantis is far more dangerous than Donald Trump.
He's running more to the extreme than Trump on several issues.
He's a threat to our democracy and he's a threat.
If Donald Trump becomes president again, he'll be less dangerous than Ron DeSantis.
If Trump was the original Terminator, DeSantis is like the T-1000.
People need to realize this, and I'm trying to talk about it as much as possible because it's really scary. It's really scary.
My fellow Americans, these MAGA extremists are now using sandbags to attack us. And these are not regular sandbags. These are racist sandbags. Donald Trump is now using ultra-MAGA extremist sandbags against us. So I'm directing the FBI to arrest him before the 2024 election. Thank you.
When the Ron DeSanctimonious facts come out, you will see that he's better than most Democrat governors, but very average at best compared to Republican governors who have done a fantastic job. How about the fact that he had the third most deaths of any state having to do with the China virus or COVID? Even Cuomo did better. He was number 4. He shut down everything, including the beaches. Other Republican governors didn't do that. They kept it open. It was their choice. I gave them all their choice.
For instance, if a governor issued a stay-at-home order...
When you say my authority, the president's authority, not mine, because it's not me. This is when somebody's the president of the United States, the authority is total. And that's the way it's got to be.
Your authority is total.
It's total. It's total. And the governors know that.
So there's states that have closed, ordered schools closed. It's been states that have ordered businesses like restaurants.
That's because
and
I let
bars
that
closed.
happen. Because I would have preferred that. I let that happen. But if I wanted to, I could have closed it up. But I let that happen. And I like the way they've done it.
So you talked about changing your tone a little bit with former President Trump. I don't believe you mentioned him here by name tonight, but does this mean you're going to be a bit more aggressive with campaigning against him?
So look, I'm going to respond to attacks. I mean, if you say Cuomo did a better job with COVID than Florida did, first of all, that's not what he used to say. This is like new. Like 6 months ago, he would have never said that, right? He used to say how great Florida was. Hell, his whole family moved to Florida under my governorship.
Do you see how that's incredibly offensive?
Yes, I do. That's why I said it.
Now do it again.
I'll fucking do it again.
From the totally real country of Australia, I bid you all good evening, good morning, or good day, as the case may be, across these many, many time zones. This is the pre-stream. My name is Thermo, and we're here to talk about the newsy stuff from this week, from Lawtube to Lolcows, from Fortune to Forbes. We'll have a look back at some of the news in the past week and see how long it takes for Tem to fall asleep. Welcome back, Tem.
Hello. Hour or less. That's what I'm going with.
Hour or less.
Yep. I'm pretty toasted.
How is everyone this week?
Yeah, doing well.
Yeah.
Doing
How's
well.
it? How's everybody in the chat doing? How you doing, chat?
Chat?
Put your hand up if you've been banned recently.
No.
No one gets banned from my chat.
I'm talking about in general.
Oh, just in general. No. Let's
Haven't
get
been
started. Sorry, Tim, I cut you off with that horrible.
No, I haven't been banned from anything recently. There's a bit of lag there. No, we're good.
Because I hit the button and then 1.5 seconds later the clip plays.
Oh.
Let's get this started. I need to. So Russia has put U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham on its wanted list.
I'm excited.
So if we put him on a plane, is that good enough?
All we have to do is stand him near a window, and he'll get pushed out of it.
Defenestrated.
Yeah,
they love that shit over there. They fucking love it.
Yes.
You should be more careful.
You should watch out for windows.
Don't stand so close to the window.
Oh yes. We should share the edge tab instead of screen. This was fuck. This made my week.
I saw this guy.
Got him.
Oh, let's see it again.
Props to the dance. Show must go on.
You should have done equal representation there, though. You know.
Appreciate the talent of the camera operator.
To just swing the boom arm, bam.
No, he turns the camera away so it hits him with the hard part.
Oh,
it doesn't damage the camera.
I didn't notice that. Yeah.
What a legend. So yes, that was great. Dianne Feinstein expresses confusion over Kamala Harris presiding over the Senate.
It's her job. She's the vice president.
Yeah, but Dianne Feinstein doesn't realize that.
No, because Dianne Feinstein is
She's
90 and she has
White
dementia.
I don't think she's 90. She's 80. She's almost 90.
Yes, I said almost 90. Yeah.
Fuck.
Just a walking corpse.
A literal corpse.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Just like Crypt Keeper.
Tales of the Crypt Keeper.
I think this is one from Ryu.
Mm-hmm.
Who seems to just disappear now.
It's not from the Post. So.
Oh yes, yeah.
Wow.
Dear Jane, I revealed my secret fetish to my husband after years of hiding it. Now he thinks I'm disgusting and says he can never look at me in the same way again. I haven't read this.
What was it though?
I have no idea, so we're going to find out together. Dear Jane, I've been married for 3 years and have been with my husband for 5 years. We have a wonderful relationship, or so I thought. I've always been a bit shy about expressing myself in the bedroom, and my husband has always been really understanding about it, helping me be more about my desires and wants. Welcome, Dave. Hang on, I've got to adjust the thing because there's too many of us here. So that is until last week when we started talking about our deepest desires and fantasies, and I opened up to him about a very private fetish that I've kept hidden from everyone in my life for years. I won't go into too much detail. God damn it!
No,
because quite frankly,
lays it out.
What she does? Okay. I'm too ashamed to hear my husband's reaction. I don't think it's particularly disgusting or weird. It basically involves pleasuring myself with vegetables.
Oh.
Wait, what? That's
kind of tame.
Gotta be more to it.
Pornhub is full of that shit. What are you talking about?
I'm too ashamed, but basically it's vegetables. What are you doing with the vegetables?
What?
You're sticking cucumbers into a
What is it? A pumpkin? What is it? How big is it? Like what's going on here?
Yeah, I mean,
fucking record-breaking cucumber. Yeah, I'd be a little put off too. Sorry.
Okay, I don't care about this unless this is Nigella.
Oh my god,
I don't care. Maybe Basil, maybe it's eggplant. Could be pineapple. Yeah. Oh, sweet Jesus.
Durian, poker. Oh, you're terrible. Man. You're
Wait,
terrible.
what the hell's durian?
Jackfruit.
Oh, right.
The smelly stuff.
Would it be jack off fruit, wouldn't it?
Mm.
Maybe,
I think this one's from RC. 18 shocking OnlyFans statistics to show how big it is. So apparently OnlyFans has 190 million users and 2.1 million creators. They get 500,000 new users a day, and they're growing at the rate of 70% a month. Are they listed, or is it a private company?
Jackfruit.
They pay $5 billion to its creators, $5 billion just from fucking simps,
Jesus
man.
Christ.
The simp economy is fucking huge. Bella Thorne made over $1 million in her first 24 hours. The average age of members with a paid subscription is between 35 and 44.
Goddamn coos.
God, yes. These simps.
I don't think jackfruit and durian are the same thing.
They're not the same
They're
thing.
not?
They're not. Sorry, I did get that wrong. But
Fake news. I'm sorry, no, you
they
fake
look very
news.
similar.
No, Tim, no. You are fake news.
I know. I am fake news.
OnlyFans takes 20% commission.
I know.
20% commission from their creators.
Oh God, never mind. Okay, sorry.
The average OnlyFans creator only has 21 subscribers and earns $180 monthly. Oof. Over 300
Is it really
OnlyFans
worth it?
creators. Yeah.
That's the average.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the average. Yeah. Well, and that means I wonder what the median is, but it's probably way less than that. If the average is 180 a month, if you take out people like Bella Thorne making $1 million and
you got 300
all the
creators,
what is it,
that
Doja
more than
Cat
1 million.
and like all the porn stars who
Basically, it's only the actual porn stars that make money.
Yeah.
I don't understand why people pay for this shit. Like half of it's
Yeah,
just
Tim.
garbage.
Why do people pay for this shit?
Half of it is garbage. Yeah. The thing is, there's stuff that you just can't get anywhere else, and even the leak sites don't have them. So simps will pay for it.
Yeah.
So plus there's special, and the stuff that you only get through OnlyFans DMs and is not downloadable from their page directly. So that's something that happens. So
that's where the rort goes. Rort comes. It's like, oh yeah, sign up to my page. There's no content here. You get it through DMs.
Oh, there'll be yeah, like there might maybe they have very little content.
They'll
Or
copy
it
their
might
Instagram
just be
photos
photos or 10-second preview clips. But the actual full videos, that shit ends up being DM'd for you, and you pay for that shit separately. Or they have a separate account. So a lot of creators have a free account and a VIP/paid account. So on the free account is where you see like just random photos.
God,
and
you're like a
then
professional.
go to the VIP.
I was just about to say, Tim is like our resident OnlyFans expert.
He's
Pretty
a
much,
scholar.
yeah. Pretty much.
You put that on your resume.
Well, I mean, there's probably going to be an industry for something like this in the future.
One of the reasons why I posted that.
Look, Bazar, maybe. It may be cheaper than an X.
Probably is.
Maybe.
Depends how big of a simp you are.
Yeah.
From what I hear about the same quality too. So.
Iowa Governor Reynolds has signed a bill banning teachers from raising gender identity and sexual orientation issues with students.
She's
through
literally
grade
worse
6.
than Trump. She's literally more dangerous than Trump.
No. Trump was in Iowa the other day saying, well, she wouldn't have won without me.
I know.
It's like, fucking Christ, Trump. Not everybody owes their goddamn career to you.
Mm. But she's doing basically what DeSantis did in Florida. And Florida expanded it to grade 8. They started K through 3, but Florida expanded it to grade 8. So, yeah.
Yes, the Texas legislature has passed Senate Bill 17, which bans DEI officers and mandatory DEI training and statements at Texas public universities.
Beast. Public, note public universities.
Well, that's the only places they have jurisdiction over.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm just saying it's still going to go on in the private places. But I mean, Texas A&M, isn't that the biggest university in the country?
It's pretty fucking big.
Yeah, Texas A&M.
Is it public?
I don't know that it's public though.
Is it?
I
thought I could be wrong.
I think Texas A&M is the one that has the like the water park.
Texas A&M University is a public land grant research university in College Station, Texas. Yeah, it's a public university, so they banned that.
Is that the one with the fucking water park?
Probably.
It's purple.
Texas.
It's got an A and an M in it. And a T.
It's the only Texas university I know of.
There's also Texas.
Yeah, there's Texas Tech.
Okay.
And
Texas.
UT. And
Oh,
UT,
University
yeah.
of Texas. Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought UT and A&M were the same thing for some stupid
No.
reason. No, but Texas A&M is.
Oh, sorry, it's Texas Tech has the water park.
Yeah. Since 2021,
over in Lubbock.
Texas A&M has enrolled the largest student body in the United States. So Texas A&M has the most students out of any university.
Fancy. The IRS wants your donations. So January 6th rioters are raking in thousands of dollars. Now the US is coming for their haul. So the Justice Department is making it so that they're encouraging judges to fine the January 6ers at amounts equivalent to the money they're raising for their legal defense.
That seems so crazy.
All right, so we're just going to take literally all of your crowdfunding.
Not to simp for the government, but some of these people are raising money for their defense and then using government-funded lawyers. So
public defenders,
public defenders. Yeah,
I don't give a single fuck.
Still, I think
everyone has the right.
I think it's a fucking shit move. Look, this whole fucking thing is
I think
shit.
the government is fucking them in the ass.
Hey,
and I
Crystal,
don't care
how
what
you
they
going,
do.
Yep.
I hope they get rich.
To be fair, like as long as they're not filing as a pauper, whatever the term for that is, I'm fine with getting public defender. Obviously, if they have this money, they can afford it, and they shouldn't be filing in pauperous.
There's also an issue of this.
But they have a right to.
It takes time to get in. Like
Yes.
you can't. It's not just like, oh, I've got this money now. No,
Yeah,
you don't have that money yet for a while.
There. No, it's not even in Gifts and Go's case. I don't even think it's in Gifts and Go's account.
Yeah,
I think they don't take it until the actual thing's closed.
Yeah. They're like
I think
Kickstarter.
Gifts and Go would
like
shut that
Kickstarter,
shit
they don't
down.
take the money until the campaign's actually over. Yeah, you have the right to an you have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, you'll be appointed a public defender. But you always have the right to seek out a public defender, as I understand it. Like you don't have to hire a private attorney, but you can always seek out a public defender if you want.
Ryu's here, everyone. Say hello to Ryu.
Where is he?
Hi.
That's not Mau Wow. So.
Where is
Mau?
What is the problem?
What is so problem?
No, he's actually tired.
So I do want to point out how the AP is like, oh yeah, most of it's on Gifts and Go because the January 6th defendants have been barred from using mainstream sites, including GoFundMe, to raise money. Yeah, no shit. Thank you for pointing it out. Thank you for pointing it out, AP. That they're a bunch of cunts. Yes. Yeah, but Crystal, see, if you haven't actually received the money yet, like if the money's if it's in escrow at Gifts and Go or it is just pledged.
Yeah, there's a differentiation.
There's a difference. I think,
there's a difference, and there's a difference. What I'm talking about when you're filing your. Oh no,
informal pauperis.
That's it. Yeah, like that's one where that's where you say you can't afford it, and I
pauper.
need a public defender, but you can always just seek one out. I think I'm obviously not a lawyer. Maybe we need Nick or someone on to tell us this. Or Sean.
Look,
Criminal?
I think a lot of this is for the criminal stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happens. But if you're doing civil and all that, you have to pay for that out of your pocket.
Yeah.
Yes, so 9 people were injured
I'm not
in a
sure
shooting.
if you do if it's on defense though. If it's civil and defending and
No, if it's a civil case,
nope. Civil cases, you do not have that.
It's only a government provided attorney if the government is suing you. So if the government is arresting you, or can the government engage in civil litigation?
Sure.
They can
do whatever the fuck they want.
No, they can because that's how the SEC does shit. The SEC sues you,
and the IRS.
So 9 people were injured in a shooting near the beach in Hollywood, Florida, police say. 1 person has been detained and another suspect is still being sought. 9 people were wounded, 3 gunmen, no one killed. So
black.
Thank you. Yes, they are black. So who wrote the rule? It's like one of those rules.
Was it the Ann Coulter rule?
Wrote it.
No, it's not the Ann Coulter rule. It's another pundit. But yeah, it's a guy.
Okay.
The name.
This could be a guidelines book now. I mean, it's getting longer.
yeah.
It's
true. Yeah. So
this was the. Is this the one I'm thinking of? This was the.
I think it was a gang shooting. Yeah.
This was two. I think it was 2 gangs. Yeah, a group of people fought in a Brisbane.
Yeah.
Yeah. This was.
And of course, everybody immediately said, "Oh, this is because Florida's open carry law." Blah blah blah.
It's because 2 gangs got together and people got caught in the fucking crossfire.
Well, the open carry law didn't come into effect until the 1st of June. No, 1st of July. It doesn't come into effect for. So
yeah, it has nothing to do with open carry. But yeah, this was not this was not a mass shooting. This was a gang fight, and innocent people got caught in the
Sorry, I'm
crossfire.
stupid. Not open carry, permitless concealed carry.
Yeah, constitutional carry.
Constitutional carry. Maybe it's like Vietnam, and they didn't really want to shoot each other, so they were just kind of like shooting over and around.
Yeah, they were just turning the gun sideways and just shooting blindly, and then they hit innocent people, and a heap of people got hurt as a result.
Well, you know,
innocent
at
people.
least their bros didn't get hurt, though. Like
They didn't get hurt. They just hit kids and everything.
John Kerry says farmers must stop growing food to meet net zero goals for emissions.
Wef Puppet tries to take all of our shit. Fuck off.
Well, no, he's Biden's climate czar.
Yeah, Wef Puppet.
Yeah. So he's the
You don't need any
special
literally in front of a
presidential
Wef banner right there behind.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Stop eating pores so we can fix the climate.
So
bring on the famine then.
Yes,
I wish he wore a saddle so we could ride him around like a fucking horse he is. Look at his face. God.
There you go. Crystal did a quick search. Legal aid is tied to income. Everywhere I looked, Egypt, Florida, income cannot exceed.
I think I got it wrong again.
Exceed the 125% of the federal poverty level.
I think I got it wrong again. Yeah, if you have money, you can't just seek out a public defender. No.
Another reason not to make money.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
So if you cannot afford one, you will be given one. It's your right to public counsel if you can't afford an attorney. Otherwise,
you level like 26 grand or 24 grand or something like that.
Yeah.
So like 60 grand, you still can get a free fucking attorney.
Yeah.
The Irish Creamery and Milk Association, Milk Suppliers Association, has said that Ireland doesn't need to cull 200,000 cows to meet their climate targets. So,
yeah, don't kill the animals.
Well, given Ireland's government, I think it's British
cows. Why not just give it to us? We'll take them.
Well, yeah,
no,
just
then
butcher
we'll
them.
kill them.
Just butcher them.
Oh, you need them for the butter.
So yes, Stormy Daniels posted this in reply to a 5-follower account, and Mark Hamill decided to be a cuck. Like
Decided?
Complete and utter simp. So she said,
"Less natural state of being."
So the rando said, "You'll never be anything. You'll never be anything except remembered as a gold digging
Choda
gaffler. I don't know what the fuck that means.
Gaffler, what the fuck?
Yeah. So Stormy, of course, replied, quote tweeted, "Let's test your theory. What do you think I'll be remembered for?" And Mark Hamill said, "Speaking truth to power with grace, dignity, and a stylish wit."
What the fuck is that? That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
But he did it twice because he's a fucking boomer.
He's trying to get laid.
No, what he's doing is
there are a few people who are like, she's not gonna fuck you, man.
She might.
Well, that's what I said. I said, well, she might. She probably would.
That's moving up for her.
Paid it.
She wants Luke's lightsaber.
He just wants more blue milk.
He wants to feel his force from
Trump has hit that. So do you think Mark Hamill would touch it?
Yes.
Yeah. I realized
Simp would touch it.
I realized it when I said it. Yeah.
He'd watch it from the corner.
I would. 100% would.
Well, there's also
Trump.
a benefit.
No, I wouldn't watch Trump, but
I doubt he can get impregnated by her.
Triple wrap it up.
No, I'm pretty sure that ship has sailed.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah, babe. No thanks.
Yeah, Mark Hamill seems desperate enough. Yes. I guess the Supreme Court has rejected a lawsuit that sought to hold Reddit responsible for hosting child pornography. So they didn't take it up. So it looks like the SCOTUS will not be touching Section 230.
Nope.
At all. So
that's a can of worms that they do not want to even touch right
now. Yes.
Yeah.
Look, I understand. Congress really needs to fix it.
Yeah, that's fair. I was about to say, was that a good or bad thing? But no.
Look, it's Reddit and child porn, so they probably should have done it, but
but it's up to Congress.
But it's Section 230, so it's a fucking.
Congress
it's like up to the DOJ to enforce what's already there.
Half of them are customers of the child porn.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fallen Pritchard, yes, the can does need to be opened. I wish they would. Thomas has been begging for it. Thomas has been like, "Yeah, give me a 230 case, give me 230 case," but the majority has to approve. So has to want to take it. So
I think they do.
How the mighty have fallen.
Just not that.
Yes,
not
so
the case.
that 70 star Danny Masterson has been found guilty on 2 counts of rape. Wednesday.
That rapey show.
Yeah, that rapey.
It's a very rapey mask he's wearing.
Oh yes, it looks like the fucking
like the mask.
You can see his downturned face.
He looks like he's wearing panties over his face.
God. Masterson was handcuffed and taken into custody. His wife, Bijou.
Bijou? Okay.
Yeah, I think that's Bijou, like the snacks.
Yep.
Reportedly cried out as the 2 guilty verdicts were read.
Is his wife at least hot?
Oh, this is his wife. Let's have a look.
Yeah, his wife is hot. Yeah.
Is it Bayou? Or is it Bijou?
Bijou. Yeah, that's Bijou.
Bijou Phillips.
Bijou.
Damn you, LA Times. Not enough photos. So yes, what's it? It's not Fez. Fez is Will de Valderrama.
He's Hyde.
Hyde's going to jail. Hyde's going to jail. Maybe for 30 years. It's not going to be 30 years. No way. White House slammed. Well, he's a Republican, is he? No.
I don't know, but is he?
I severely doubt it.
I cannot imagine it.
I sincerely doubt that.
I cannot.
He's being prosecuted for rape, so
I cannot imagine it.
He's a famous actor.
I don't know if I don't think it's regret rape. Like I don't think it's oh well, look, he touched me. Let's have a look.
He was convicted of forcible rape. Not just rape. It's
47-year-old.
Forcible rape.
It was hidden in the Scientology community.
It was a cult thing.
Yeah, right.
This is rape. This is rape.
Yeah, each of the victims they argued waited years to report the rapes because they feared excommunication from Scientology for reporting Masterson.
Yep.
Yeah.
They were pulling hide the bishop. Where's the bishop? This bishop's not here. They were playing.
After watching like 3 trials, I can't even believe anything anymore unless it's been fucking televised. Like I just don't. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't. I have no idea. Can't have a strong opinion about it.
All you can say is that the jury agreed. That's all you'd say.
Yeah. But yeah, rape, forcible rape. Not he touched me, but this is actual rape.
Not E. Jean Carroll level,
actual rape.
In one of these years in the 90s at this place, Trump may have touched me.
Oh God!
Ridiculous fucking.
I really wanted that to be televised.
Like it now.
That was never getting televised.
I know, but if it was, can you imagine?
God. Well, Trump didn't even show up.
I know, but her flipping interviews are so fucking bad.
Yeah. White House slams Biden's sex assault accuser Tara Reade's baseless claim. This fucking title, seriously. Baseless claims that she fled to Russia for safety because corrupt Democrats put her life in danger. So yes, Tara Reade, who is this rather large woman.
She was small in the day.
She was small. She was small back in the day. Yes.
Before the assault.
Before the assault, she was. Before time made a fool of her.
Like that woman on the right.
Yes.
Before she ate all the Russian goulash.
Well, this is typical Russian woman, and this is typical American woman.
Yeah.
So this is this is Maria Butina. This is is Maria Butina the NRA one? I think that's the one who, yeah, she worked for the she was a lobbyist for the NRA, but she was actually working for the FSB as well. So she's a Russian spy. But yeah, so she's back she was interviewing Tara Reade for Sputnik.
I wish I could get honeypotted by the Russians.
Tara Reade, yes, famously accused Biden of sexually assaulting her in the 90s. Now she's defected to Russia, I guess. So
whatever happened to believe all women?
No,
Don't
well,
you know if
it depends.
if they
If
have
they've
a
got
D?
a D next to their name, it means they're innocent.
Yep.
I
always has.
don't think that was a lie. I think she
Or
is actually
rainbow
besties
colors.
with Tara Reid. Yes.
Who
But
is?
I don't think it was a lie. So
Oh, fair. Yeah.
Yeah. So Farron is apparently friends with Tara Reid. So I guess that means we're
I mean, if there's anyone,
1 degree of separation from someone who's
There's
defected to Russia.
There's another exception to it too.
I mean,
If
I
you're-
might soon.
If you
so.
fly the rainbow colors, you're totally fine too.
Oh yes, yeah, of course, yeah.
Like
I mean, let's
Eliza
be honest
Miller.
though. Like, if anybody in the world, like literally anybody, like if somebody's like, "Oh yeah, Joe Biden raped me," I'll be like, "Yeah, might have done it, definitely."
We definitely sniffed her.
Yeah, maybe bad.
That would
snifter.
be considered sexual assault nowadays.
If you sniff someone, yeah.
Yeah, with your nose in her.
Let's
vagina.
not forget that Trump was literally civilly convicted of sexually assaulting E. Jean Carroll, and her accusation was sometime in the 90s. I don't remember the particular year. I don't remember a particular day. I don't remember the particular fucking year. Trump grabbed me by the pussy in
just like he said.
in Bergdorf's. And what was the reason he was convicted? Oh, well, Trump's on tape saying that you can do anything. I just walk up to women and start kissing them. They let you do it. You could do anything. Grab them by the pussy.
He can kiss a woman from like 3 feet away, though. I mean, do remember that. It's pretty impressive.
So does everybody remember City Bike Karen?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't. Who's not actually a Karen.
No, she's a racist.
or a racist or not. But yes, you know how everybody was like, "What the? I don't understand this e-bike thing." Well, this guy explained it. So it's a way to get in. So the city bikes in New York, they're not all electric bikes. So there's a couple of electric bikes, and then the rest are all pedal bikes. You know, what we used to call bicycles.
Yeah.
So this guy goes through it. So normally e-bikes are 17 cents a minute. For reduced fare customers, it's 6 cents a minute. So the reduced fare customers are people who are on benefits, for want of a better term. Non-e-bikes are free for members up to 45 minutes. Over 45 minutes for all bikes are 17 cents per minute additional. However, if a station only has e-bikes, they are free, just like any non-e-bike would be. This is not a public feature of City Bike. So if you look for empty stations in the app, you can redock and immediately take out and get another free 45 minutes on your e-bike. That's smart if you want to bike aimlessly or have lots of free time. However, if you go to a mostly empty station, you can still get another free 45 minutes, but it can get dicey. Dock, stay seated on the bike like moths to a flame. This will attract potential riders to walk there when they see an available e-bike on the app. When these potential riders arrive, they find the e-bike, but it's being guarded. They're not going to be happy. It's totally against City Bike's etiquette to guard a bike. It might have caused someone to walk several blocks in the wrong direction at a time when they're in a rush. Anyway, most riders will just take a regular bike, and soon as regular bikes are gone, you can undock the e-bike you're on for a free 45 minutes. But some people are going to have words with you because they all feel deceived. Depending on the situation, this can invite confrontation, especially if multiple e-bikes are being guarded. So yes, we all wondered why a 6-month pregnant woman would confront a group of teenagers about a bike, and well, it turns out they were just guarding it. They were trying to get free 45 minutes. So the bike was docked. She had every right to get on it. She did undock it, at which point it became hers.
Bought it.
And then they forced redocked the bike and then started filming. So fuck those people.
Yeah.
Like, is a bike not like $20 anymore? Like, I get a used bike anywhere for like $20.
Yeah, but we're
then
going to
it's
put it
your
in New
fucking
York.
bike.
But this is an electric
Anywhere.
bike, Tim. So they don't have to do any pedaling.
Even the regular ones. What was it?
Actually, no. The cheapest electric bike.
No, not electric. I mean regular.
Well, a regular is probably about for a new one. It's about
used piece of shit bike that will work for a year or two.
That's right, but they were on an e-bike, which the cheapest that you can find is about $1,000 to $1,200 a bike, and they don't sell used ones really. If you do,
when I were a lad, I walked up and down 2 miles in the snow.
But were you?
My missus bought a bike for $5 on Facebook Marketplace. So
yeah, they're cheap as fuck. I got like 20 of them.
Yeah, regular bikes you can find all over the place, but this is an e-bike, which you can't just find cheap as fuck.
Yeah, no, but City Bike has regular bikes as well. That's the whole distinction. That like the stands that they have, one will be an e-bike, and there'll be a couple of regular bikes. So I think Tim's point is wanting people just buy a fucking bike.
Yeah,
but I think somewhere like New York, where like you walk away from your bike, it's going to get stolen.
Yeah.
So at least if it belongs to City Bike, it'll probably end up back in one of the docks, and
maybe in the river.
But apparently, it's like a $1,200 charge. Like if you don't redock your bike, it's like a $1,200 charge.
Good luck if you don't have $1,200.
Well,
yeah, that's what I was saying. Most of the high end stuff, like.
I think those youths had $1,200 in their bank account to pay
Two
for
Utes. Hey, cool fuck man, there you go.
Nothing.
Yes, they didn't do nothing. So yes, rejoice everyone. A female-led Office remake is in development.
God, no. Why? No, stop.
No, yes. See, I knew this was coming. I should have actually had that clip. Too few slots.
Mm-hmm.
Too few slots on Restream.
Look. Ricky Gervais is behind this.
Is
he's
he?
He's on board with this. I think. I don't know if he's involved with it.
This is an Australian remake.
This is an Australian remake. Yes, with a female lead, a new character, obviously.
Oh shit! I called it. It's a female lead.
Yeah, it's Felicity Ward. Yeah,
Felicity Ward will play Hannah Howard.
Who's that?
Will awkwardly be leading the branch of packaging company Findlay Craddock.
I don't actually know who Felicity Ward is. But the same when Michael Scott is not actually David Brent. They're separate characters. Yeah, they're not. Yeah, I don't know who this
person is. Comedian.
I've never heard of her, Ward. But I don't follow Australian comedy. But she looked crazy enough to be an Australian office manager. Okay, I can see where they're going with this.
That's going to be interesting because
we got you guys to blame for this bullshit.
Yeah,
he looks like a crazy cat lady.
Yeah, she does look like a crazy cat lady.
Yeah, to be fair, Ricky Gervais as David Brent is a fucking creepy son of a as David Brent is a creepy son of a bitch. Like,
oh, it was so cringe.
Yeah,
English Office was. This is why this could actually work because it could be even more cringe than that.
Oh, I'm with you.
English Office was like.
I'm with you 100%. I hate the English Office.
It hurt me. I love the English Office. The English Office is great.
I guess I'm not a fan of English comedy.
I liked it, but it wasn't.
Generally.
It was like it was so fucking uncomfortable. Like.
Yes, but that's the funny part.
I know, that's the point.
The funny part is it's so uncomfortable.
I wasn't able to, I guess it might just be my working experience. I wasn't able to really connect or relate to the British version of The Office. I related more to the American Office because that was a little bit more like what my working experience was like. A bit more lighthearted and comedic and shitposty and didn't have as many David Brents as I had more Michael Scotts and
I think
and Dwights and stuff.
Because I think the entire first season, like the US Office,
first season
is shot for shot remake.
Yeah, that was always the intent. But then they realized, hey, this isn't going to do well if we just do shot for shot. So let's just do our own thing.
Yeah,
and Gervais was all behind that too, and they even had a couple of cameos with David Brent and Michael Scott together.
Yeah,
these are separate.
It's the same.
Shows.
It's the same company. Yeah.
It's the same. Same.
It's
universe.
Dunder Mifflin. Yeah.
Is it Dunder Mifflin in the UK?
Yeah.
I love the in-story reason why the cameras are in the office.
It's a
documentary. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a documentary. I love how they pulled that off.
Yeah. Anyway, so yes, on the 12th of June, there will be a number of. So for those of you who don't use Reddit, this won't affect you at all. But I use Reddit. I think it's interesting. But yes, on the 12th of June, many subreddits will be going dark.
Please don't tell me you're on their
hours.
furry. You're on their furry pages, aren't you?
No, I'm not. So I'm on like the Australia subreddit and the Australian finance subreddit.
And those furry subreddits, huh?
No, one must not suffer a furry to live.
Burmo.
Furries get the bullet.
Persona.
Furries get the wall. But anyway, yes, on June 12th, a whole bunch of subreddits will be going dark for 48 hours. So they'll just be gone for 48 hours. You'll get a page that says, "Oh, hey, Reddit sucks," because and this is to protest Reddit's change to their API, which I think I talked about a couple of weeks back. They're raising the prices for the APIs, and it'll basically kill all the third-party apps.
Kill.
Which sucks because Reddit as it is, like this alone. I'm using an add-in called Res, which is Reddit Enhancement Suite. Reddit does not look like this. Reddit looks like fucking Instagram now, which is horrible. So,
well, you have to get all the teenagers in there.
Yeah, this is the problem. This is actually really common. I don't know if anybody remembers Dig. Back in the day, Dig used to be the place to go, but there was another place before Dig that I can't remember. I know I used to spend a lot of time on Slashdot, and then we went to Dig, and then Dig fucking made a change like this.
Dig used to be a really
yeah. Who's this we?
Nerds.
We Reddit boys. We
the nerds.
The only Dig I remember is
4K.
Autists.
Dig Dug's the only Dig app that I used.
Yeah, but yeah, Dig made a change. I can't remember what it was. I think I'd stopped using Dig when, like, before that actually happened, and then everybody left Dig, and it was over. Like, I think Dig barely exists today, and Reddit just ended up being the next place everybody went to, and Reddit has slowly gotten worse over time. This is just like the cycle of the internet now. Like, website draws crowd, everybody goes into their separate sections, and it becomes popular, and company buys it, becomes more and more corporatized, and then gets strangled to death by attempts to monetize it, and eventually everybody ends up on another platform. So yes, I hope it works. I hope they back down and just fucking stop it, get some help. But yes. Your favorite takeout joint is actually a catfishing scam, and it's totally legal.
Okay.
Share your screen.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry. My bad. Yes, so your favorite takeout joint is actually a catfishing scam, and it's totally legal. Fucking post.
Don't you love the post though?
I don't mind the post. I hate how they handle their videos. The whole pop up in the corner when you scroll down, and it won't
That's
go
why I
to
have
full
an ad
screen.
blocker.
I do have an ad blocker. Like, it's just the way they handle their videos properly. So.
Oh, that sounds so good.
So, what is this?
Sandwich slut.
That's like egg slut. Yeah, whatever.
So it's a deli that operates as multiple restaurants. So instead of having multiple restaurants, you have the one location, and it's all multiple restaurants. So they
yeah, we have that. That's
yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's pretty fucking common nowadays.
That's how
Is it?
Especially
Yeah.
especially when it comes to Uber Eats. It's more for the delivery
food
services, but you will have multiple brands operating from the same location.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All you need is one,
Mr. Beast
all you
burgers.
need is one.
Wow, I
oven.
did not know this.
Yeah, all
my
you need
local
is one
fish and chip
oven.
shop's got soup on the Uber apps.
Wow.
Yeah, like
okay.
I have a burger joint and a Korean fried chicken place and an American fried quote Korean and a quote American fried chicken place, all operating from the same location, and they actually have the 3 different banners and logos outside, like at the when you actually go to the place, like you can actually just go there and order from any of the 3. Like this is so the deli located at 1741 First is advertised as no less than 27
restaurants. Yeah,
different. Okay, like that might be excessive.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Quite excessive.
That might
First
be a bit
Avenue
excessive.
Gourmet Deli, Hero Sandwich Shop, Boss Cat Cheesesteaks. That sounds fucking great. I'd love a cheesesteak. Right now. The Pancake Snob, Wraps on Tap, Insomnia Buffalo Wings, Panini Fantasy, Jasmine's Coffee Bar, Jen's Burger Blaze, New York Smoothie Joint, Nomad's Bagels, Tina's Tea Shop, Aldo's Wrap Spot, Wonderland Wraps, Sam's Sandwich Spot, Smoothie and Dessert Spot, Princess Panini. There's multiple Panini places.
Yep.
Like in the same fuck. Tessa's Fruity Treats, Empire State Panini, the Sandwich Slut. That's fucking great. The Sandwich Slut.
Here's the biggest problem they run into with each of those different names. They have to have a different registration, a different business license.
Only if you're doing it legally.
Well, I'm surely you can have the First Avenue Gourmet Deli Incorporated trading as Hero Sandwich Shop, Boston, like all these other, that could just be trading names.
Yeah, just names.
But you don't actually have to have a business license under all of them. You'd have the one
you have to
business
set it up
license.
that way.
No, yeah, but you'd have the one business license under First Avenue Gourmet Deli, and then you'd have trading names of all the other ones underneath.
Yep, pretty much.
Sorry, I am not a business lawyer, but I'm pretty sure that's how you would
usually
organize
goes.
No. That but you have to have to be on board with it, right? So, because I had a friend that opened a shop like this, but he went in it with like a couple of friends, and it breaks down. Like you have to be on board with it. You can't want to be like the owner of said, the Sandwich Slut, and not want it to be pulled in with the other places, or you would have to separate it out.
Yes, Costi, I'm not Coomer enough to be an internet lawyer. And yes, Eric, that is right. Reddit went downhill after they banned Fat People Hate. Yes. And the kill shot was when they banned the Donald.
17, 18, 19.
Yeah, the Donald.
When they banned the Donald, that was it. Like once they started going, like when they went, oh look, the Donald's getting to the front page too often, so we're going to make it so that the Donald can't get to the front page anymore.
And then they just forked.
And then they
Reddit
just fucking
made
that's
Patriot
right,
win.
Yeah. Which has got a total fed up.
Of course,
it's full of so many fucking glowies. Yes. So, health shocker. Jamie Foxx left paralyzed and blind from blood clot in his brain after receiving a certain shot. Source claims.
Now, I was of the understanding that we don't know about Jamie Foxx's actual medical condition, but has it been brought to light?
I was looking into this story because I thought, so that she did get the shot, and he did have a stroke.
Yeah.
I was looking into it, and I found articles referring to a statement his people released on Instagram, but you go to the statement and it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna trust the very reputable people over at OK Magazine to be telling the truth.
It's not just OK Magazine; they're all over, even Fox.
I know. Yeah, there's a ton of.
A source claims this, but
yeah,
his family hasn't actually come out and said anything. So
would you really want to come out, even if I think one of his doesn't he have a kid? If I'm not mistaken.
I don't know.
I'm sure he's got kids. Yeah.
I've never noticed how oddly shaped his head is.
Wow.
But would you want to?
That's the connection I just now made. Poor guy. He's under the curse of having played a blind man on a.
He played Stevie Wonder, didn't he?
Yeah, he played Ray Charles.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Ray Charles. Yeah.
So it's like the Superman curse.
You play a blind man, you die.
No, you play a blind man, you go blind.
Henry Cavill's been doing all right, so I think the Superman curse is broken. Hang on.
I'm just saying.
Touch wood.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is only a true fan can bypass the curse.
Yeah, only a true fan of something can bypass the Superman curse. So
it sounds legit.
Yeah, he has a daughter that works in Hollywood. I wouldn't.
Yeah, Corinne.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
They even say that it was the vaccine.
Yeah,
or
that gets you cancelled faster than saying you voted for Trump.
So true.
So let's watch Joe fall over. For those of you who missed the intro,
Don't you know it was the sandbag?
it was the racist sandbag.
The sandbag that participated in January 6th. Get this man out of office. No,
I do want to point out. Listen to the crowd go wild when he falls over.
Are they cheering for the dude or are they cheering for him falling? That's right.
It's all the same.
Yeah, for him falling.
It picks up after he falls, so yeah.
You don't stop seeing the fucking president. Like, it's the president, right?
Did he trip over Hunter's laptop?
It's right there.
Props on the military graduates for not bursting out in laughter. They're smiling, but they're not bursting out in laughter.
There's a few. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
they're not allowed to laugh at the president.
That's what I mean. Props on them for remaining somewhat disciplined.
There goes the commander in chief.
Yeah.
So, he really is just such a fucking hot mess. Like, seriously.
You should start wearing brown pants.
Surely.
No, because then the GOP will just be like, oh my God, can you imagine he wore a brown suit?
They don't have the balls to do that. Like some members do, but
not after the Tanzan scandal. No. But
this is the best.
Can someone just 25th amendment that guy? For fuck's sake!
Yeah.
Surely.
No. Do you
we
want?
live in a
do you want
oligarchy?
Do you want President Kamala? No.
Yeah, it'd be funny.
It would be funny.
I'll probably do it for the laughs. But
I do want to see it for a couple of weeks.
Female president.
If he dies tomorrow, if he falls again tomorrow and dies, then you're going to get President Kamala anyway. So.
I think she would be such a fucking disaster that
there isn't one already.
Would fucking get her out.
Time to rip the band-aid off and just get it done.
Well, she'd also be the first female black president.
Yeah.
At this point,
and South Asian
black,
president,
lesbian, Indian president,
and she
gets to tick a whole bunch of boxes. First, she's the first black,
is she the
South Asian
prostitute.
The first president with well-worn knee pads.
Yes.
But here's the best: she'd have that border wide open.
No, Eric.
Kamala's mixed
Kamala
race.
is black. She's not African American.
Yeah. She's Jamaican.
She's Jamaican. Yes.
And we consider that
if you look
black
on
here in America.
if you look on the map,
she's black. She's not African.
Jamaica, wrong side of the world.
Yeah. She's not African American, but she is part
Jamaican
black.
American.
Yeah, she's Jamaican American. Jamaican Indian American.
Yes.
Jamaica, she's crazy.
And not Native Indian.
No.
Sorry, for context, people. God damn it.
Can I say something real quick?
You can.
These people voted for what they're getting. I don't feel fucking bad for them.
So this was Oakland, California.
You get what you fucking deserve.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So Oakland in LA. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, I fucking hate how woke Oakland's gotten.
Wokeland.
Like carpet bomb.
It always has been.
So what are they complaining about?
Well,
Sorry,
let's watch while I get a drink.
I just want to turn to the audience and ask them who here has been assaulted, held up, or beat up. Just raise your hand. That's pretty sad. Okay. I have been held up in front of my house. I'm a fighter. I'm Irish. I don't put up with no BS. And I know that cop right there, I did Citizens Police Academy, and I did a ride-along one night, and I was appalled at how these cops were treated. You couldn't pay, I'm a public school teacher. That's hard enough. But your job, you couldn't pay me enough to do that. I wrote you and your colleagues on May 20th about a shooting, don't look confused, on May 20th, about a shooting that happened, that bullet went through my neighbor's house. Not one of you responded. Not one.
Steady cam.
I'm gonna send that email again to you tonight, okay? Oakland is out of control with the crime. I'm fed up. I'm absolutely fed up. We're all fed up because of you and your policies and you call these criminals.
Hang on, has someone got some maracas or something shaking them in the fucking thing? It sounds like someone's like shh.
It's the cold, bony hands of a leftist.
It's the mic. It's reverberating off the walls.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I worked in Richmond for 10 years, and I see that cycle over and over again. You need to start telling people to stop having kids or have them if they're ready for them.
God damn.
I see kids.
Based leftist.
What does that have anything to do with anything?
Well, there's a lot of kids running around with no fucking parental figures whatsoever by the sounds of it.
Sure.
Getting involved in the game. Yeah. I think that's
you
what
mean
she
the
means.
free condoms aren't helping? Weird.
Yeah.
And the free abortions.
That are not being taken care of. They're not
That's
loved
when
by
they
their
have money
own
for the kids when
parents.
they're alive.
There you go.
You know?
Now, I'm asking you to let the cops start off giving tickets to low-level offenses, starting with license plates. Because I have it right here. There's a California vehicle code, and I'm going to cite it for you. Write it down.
Eric. That's harsh.
That's harsh.
Oh, you mean the journalist?
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what the best thing
Not
is?
the hot Megan Fox, the other.
No,
Megan.
she's not.
I'll
She looks like a
bet
fucking
you
corpse.
10-1. It's going to be if they put let's arrest all these little misdemeanors and all that again. It's going to all be black people, and she's going to be on that picket line saying that Black Lives Matter.
yeah, absolutely.
Find different targets.
Yeah,
No,
rest
they're
the
ones
white
doing
people.
Write it down. 5201. Let the cops pull these people over. No license plate and tinted windows. You're not supposed to have. That's why
Look at this
all
filthy
stuff
white
is happening.
woman.
We didn't start by citing people for these low
I love that
crimes
table.
and don't tell me
Shitty ass
profiling,
plastic table.
because you can't even
This
see
man
who's
wearing
inside the
fucking
car now.
My biggest thing is,
It gets worse. There's
doing
more
this
down
stuff,
below.
Like back in the 80s and 90s.
Oh my god.
Wait a minute, what about this one?
Oh, I have to hear what this person sounds like.
They complained about how we dealt with these problems, but
Weird.
now they understand what we were doing back then is actually
No, they don't.
They don't understand.
Well, no, they don't. But they're upset that the consequences of the policies they were pushing forward leads to this fucking stuff. It's like we tried to warn you.
That's not Katie Sackhoff.
No, that is not Katie Sackhoff, but that's fucking gold.
She looks like a chubbier Starbuck. I got to be fair.
No, that looks like someone had a sex change to look like Starbucks.
Yeah, I know.
As an aside,
a chubbier, ugly Starbuck. But you leave my wife alone.
I can't figure out why is Katie
Sackhoff
Sackhoff attractive. I don't know why. I think she's attractive. She's clearly not, but I still would absolutely. She's clearly not. She's just not.
She's got the childbearing here.
There's something about her that's like, yep. Even though, like, if you just saw a
And
picture,
you know
like,
who's
nope.
all this is?
Yeah.
All they're going to complain about is it's all the Republicans' fault.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Republicans, but again, Republicans in power in California. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
not again. They avoid consequences.
Even at the local and city levels, Republicans in power? No.
Yeah.
Donald Trump did this.
No, he didn't.
Oh, there is seriously people that actually flip and do say that in one of these.
It's the default. It's the default response.
They're idiots.
Who are they going to blame?
Don't know what's
Can't blame
going on.
themselves.
Place of hurt, generally when people are being violent.
That's a man.
That's a man.
That's a man.
See, Katie Sackhoff.
Yeah, you're right. This is why she's an uglier Katie Sackhoff.
On
Yes.
some level, in some form, it's coming from a place of hurt, sure. But if they're doing hundreds of gunpoint robberies, mostly to women, to people of all races, where I have lived in poverty my whole life, it makes it hard for us to keep jobs, to find jobs, to live life, to fight through mental health issues.
And to get a boob
fight
job.
through our poverty. And it's not just one demographic of women, it's all kinds of women being targeted. This is systemic violence as well.
Not just one demographic of women being targeted. I wonder what other demographic he's talking about.
Well,
Uh-huh.
and I understand.
Just give him a gun.
Oh, dude, there's fucking people. Like, oh my god.
You just hit a gold mine.
So California is one of the worst for gun.
One of the worst for gun
laws.
ownership.
Of course.
Like, carrying all that shit.
So if you go to a therapist, you can't have fucking.
Yeah.
It's like that fucking bad.
Well, Eric, you see, there's women, and then there's men who pretend to be women.
And
They're the
there's
two
women.
demographics.
Oh, there's also the lady.
Happy
boys.
Pride
Now,
Month,
okay,
everyone.
Yes.
Look, in
Our current
fairness,
stage, I will
in
welcome
fairness,
base
like
training.
everybody's
Okay.
in fairness, everybody's getting fucking held up in California by the looks of it.
Oh,
So,
question: man or woman?
woman,
Old.
Man.
yeah, old woman.
Old woman.
Old leftist,
man.
feminist women.
Jane Fonda.
I'm the owner of Studio Naga, a small martial arts school at 59th and San Pablo. I email you in your office every week. I email homeless, I email macro, I email everyone. And you know the situation. I have a person who's mentally deranged, who's living 10 feet from the door of my business, who has threatened me multiple times, who has threatened other people, who defecates on our property, on our business. And I'm being told by macro that they can't do anything. I'm being told by the police that there's got to be something in the middle. Because as women have said, I don't want to have to get threatened with sexual violence when I go to work.
Who's
I
doing
want
that?
my
Desperate.
children to see this as a
Clean up
normal.
these streets.
So Macro is the mobile assistance
Oh,
community
is there a way we can
responders of
do the full
Oakland.
screen
Yeah.
so
Oh, they
people
sound
can read
helpful.
the
Preacher, I looked it up. Looks like it's an Indonesian martial arts place, so it's
sorry.
not kickboxing or anything. It's like silat and stuff.
Yeah.
So, but it's a small little place by the looks of it. And
Look,
she's got fucking deadbeats and druggies literally living 10 feet outside the door of her
Bet she's a
business.
master.
Look, I don't want
Well,
my kids to see this as normal
there's kids and
behavior.
everybody, but I'm just looking at the website. There's women and kids training there. You know,
Salat is a they teach knife fighting.
yeah, it's Indonesian martial arts. But at the end of the day, you know, it caters to women and children and families, and you've just got these people exposed to deadbeats and people and just druggies living 10 feet outside her door. The nature of
Yeah.
her business isn't really relevant here. It's just, you know, she's just another person in California having to just live among a sea of homeless drug users.
It's really a shame that she or someone that's involved could not just go out there and regulate on their own without the police coming to fucking arrest them. The police are completely useless to me. I will solve all my own problems.
All right.
I'll solve their problems.
I'll play it now so you can see the subs.
I'm Louise. I'm the owner of Studio Naga, a small martial arts school at 59th and San Pablo. I email you in your office every week. I email homeless, I email macro, I email everyone. And you know the situation. I have a person who's mentally deranged, who's living 10 feet from the door of my business, who has threatened me multiple times, who has threatened other people, who defecates on our property, on our business. And I'm being told by macro that they can't do anything. I'm being told by the police that there's got to be something in the middle. Because as women have said, I don't want to have to get threatened with sexual violence when I go to work. I don't want my children to see this as a normal behavior from an individual on the street.
How old
that
are
they
your
get.
children?
He's been naked, he's masturbated in front of
Jesus
them, he's
fucking
urinated in
Christ.
front of them. And there's
Gotta be like
nothing
30.
I'm told the police can do. So your policy of not enforcing some of this 150 feet from a school, 50 feet from a residence or business, that policy has a direct effect on people's lives and on the safety of the
Her children probably have children because that's just
Yeah,
how
she
it
probably actually she says my children, but
They're
I don't know
probably
if she's.
so
I don't.
sheltered.
I
When
don't.
she- I think when she's talking about her children, I think she's talking about the children who come to train at her
Yeah, I think
dojo
that's-
or
I
whatever.
think
Yeah,
she's
that's
talking
probably
students.
right.
She's probably talking about her
But
cats,
she's-
let's be honest.
But she's
The cat's
fine with
yeah.
drag and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is
Yeah.
California. She's probably talking about her students.
Well, that's the solution. Just go through the streets of Los Angeles and Oakland, and just hand out wigs.
And makeup.
Wigs and makeup, and that's
Drag
fine.
story hour for the homeless. I like this idea.
Yeah. Drag story hour.
Let's fucking do it.
So I did this meeting at Oakland Tech, a school with less than 25% white, managed to draw an almost exclusively white people.
No.
Fuck off. Fuck off. I tried to get a good clip of what's it called? Brian Cox from what's the show? Succession, saying "fuck off" like one of the many times, but I couldn't find the episode. Like I found a whole compilation of him saying "fuck off," but
I found it weird. I do find this weird as well because Oakland's only 30% white as a whole.
Those are all white women.
I just quickly
I'll
looked it
add
up,
that.
like, Oakland's
White
only
women.
30% white, and yet, like everyone.
I guess the black people don't own any businesses in Oakland. Maybe.
No,
Like,
they do.
It's a minority majority city.
Oakland are used to this behavior. They're used to it.
Yeah.
That's what their culture was for the longest time.
Yeah, they're confused that white culture isn't like that.
I don't
Seriously.
think the black culture was, parading around naked in front of businesses and jerking off in public.
White people.
But
No, they got to regulate
they
themselves
were
too back in the day.
Yeah.
They were used to the gang violence.
Yeah.
This is to them. It's just another version of quote unquote gang violence.
Thermo.
They know what to look out for.
What's this link?
Just fucking regulate out there. Just fuck the police. Just go take care of it.
Come straight.
Oh, I saw this story this morning and I was going to cover it, but I thought, no one cares about this. But yes, Baywatch star ex-wife, one-time model Lonnie Wilson, 40, is seen covered in dirt, smoking from a crack pipe and dumpster diving after fall
Which
from
Baywatch
grace.
star is this?
No,
the-
she was married.
She'd look pretty.
She
fucking
was
good, though.
married to a Baywatch
That's
star.
what I meant.
She
Who
wasn't
was
a
the Baywatch star that is being referred
Jeremy
to?
Jackson. So he played one of the Hobies.
Yeah, just hose her down. She'll look pretty
In
good.
what Baywatch? The 80s Baywatch?
The Baywatch, 80s Baywatch. So throughout all the seasons of Baywatch,
God,
Mitch Buchanan, played by Germany's favorite actor, David Hasselhoff.
Mm-hmm.
He had a son.
Yeah.
That son's name was Hobie.
Oh,
Hobie was played by 3 different actors.
Gotcha.
The first actor who played him, I think, for 3 seasons was Jeremy Jackson.
Gotcha.
She was married to him. So it is a very tacit connection. I think the second Hobie died of an overdose.
Ew, fuck.
I think Jeremy Jackson came back for like Baywatch Hawaii or something. One of them.
Baywatch Nights?
No, I don't. I think only the only crossovers in Baywatch Nights were
I'm looking it
obviously
up.
Mitch.
Yeah, I'm looking it up. Jeremy Jackson was the main
The cop,
Hobie.
I can't remember his name.
Yeah.
And I think Donna DeErico's character had a cameo episode.
Yeah, I'm quickly looking it up on the side. You are not quite right. Jeremy Jackson was the main Hobie from seasons 2 to 10.
Okay, yeah. So
but you're right. But he is Hobie.
Scroll down
he's one of the Hobies. Yeah.
Yeah, there was one other Hobie in season
A lot
1.
of
I think.
pictures.
Yeah.
And then from season 2,
And I think
Jeremy
the first
Jackson.
Hobie actually died.
Yeah. No.
I'm sure one of them died.
One of them, maybe one. Maybe there was one that died.
Just scroll for more crack smoking. Just keep.
Yeah.
Keep scrolling.
You're
for
all
crack
wrong.
smoking.
You're just all
Keep
wrong.
going. Keep going down. There's some good shots in here.
And there's the
Oh, nice.
there's the before. Ladies, crack, not even once.
Maybe a little.
You be You'd be digging in
if you want to
dumpsters.
crack and smoke crack.
Appears to eat a hot dog while wearing socks. The
Implants
40-year-old is
still
now
holding up
homeless.
very well.
So,
Yeah, she's fine.
Give her a hose down. I'll be all right with it.
Dust her
Yeah,
off.
exactly. Dust her off.
So,
I mean, she's stacked as shit. I mean, still.
well, they're fake, so she
Don't
can't
care.
sell them. So,
Well, you'd be
I mean,
surprised.
she can. I mean, she really
so yeah,
can.
there's Jeremy Jackson as Hobie Buchanan.
Who was it that
Joe
sold their
Baywatch.
implants years ago?
No,
I have
probably
no idea.
Pamela
That does
Anderson,
sound
probably.
familiar,
Who
though.
knows?
I think it's
It's
Pamela
sold-
Anderson, wasn't it?
She probably just got new
maybe.
ones.
Or was
Maybe.
it Hollywood?
Hollywood.
That,
Who's that? Is that a
Hollywood
porn star?
was a Kim Basinger.
No,
She doesn't have implant, does she?
Holly.
Dental implants for sale.
Hollywood, if you could, from Cool World was Kim Basinger.
Oh,
It's Basinger. It's Kim Basinger.
Playboy.
bassinet.
Anyway.
Holly Madison. That's what it was.
Oh, yes. She was a playmate, yeah.
Did she? I don't think she did.
Yeah. She sold hers.
Who bought them? Why?
Fucking somebody did.
Ryu bought them. They're on his shelf.
Because they were owned
He
by
brings them out at
famous
Christmas.
celebrities.
They're like elves on a shelf, but they're boobs on a shelf.
Who the fuck cares about that chick? She's just some random fucking thought.
I just remember reading it in Playboy years ago.
Every thought has a simp.
Yeah, no, every thought has
Rule of
10,000
the world.
It sounds like the start of a song.
God, I wanna
Every
just
thought has a simp. Anyway,
God, I'd pay
Sonic
money for that
co-creator
AI.
Yuji Naka has reportedly been sentenced to 2.5 years in prison and fined over $1.2 million for his part in an insider trading scheme at Square Enix.
You know, that's a handsome
yeah.
top hat, but a really sloppy tie /
Yes,
scarf.
I think it's more. I don't think it's a tie. I think it's meant to be an ascot.
Yeah, it's an ascot.
Either way, it's really poor. Yeah, it's not good.
So I saw this. This was quite interesting. This was it's a piece about how the Russians are actually still selling their oil without too much issue, and
shocking.
Tankers are faking their locations.
Well, Japan got caught buying like 4.
Yeah, there's a this is very very esoteric YouTuber named Sal Mercogliano. He has a channel called What's Going On in Shipping. Like I said, this is very esoteric. He's fucking great. Like he's a PhD in history, maritime history. He covers everything. Like the name of the channel is what it does, is What's Going On in Shipping, and he's very entertaining, and he talks about this stuff. It's like I said, it's very interesting, but very very eclectic. But yeah, you could see here the ship that doesn't appear, like appears on satellite but doesn't appear on the actual tracking. So this is all fucking ridiculous. So none of this shit's actually enforced. It's all like, oh well, we just find cheating ways around it. So it's complete not a waste of time.
It's meant to be
Like,
that way.
seize the fucking oil, man. Like, if these guys can track this shit, then sure as shit the navies of the world can. So go and seize the fucking tanker. Like, if you can prove it's illegal, we did it in the Middle East.
Iran does it all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Sounds like too much effort.
So yeah, well, that's exactly right. They don't give a fuck. Anyway, Hunter Biden's lawyers have told the DOJ that if he's charged with owning a gun as a drug user, which is illegal, they will argue the ban is unconstitutional under the Second Amendment.
The savior we didn't deserve. He's not the man we needed, but he's the one we deserve.
That's right. He's not the man. He's not the hero you needed. He's the hero you deserve. I really
love
hope
this so much.
How fucking amazing would it be if the reason nationwide gun laws get rolled back is because fucking Hunter Biden
Oh, I'd love it.
That will
that'd be so
guarantee
good.
That'd be
Biden
amazing.
loses 2024 as well.
Yeah.
This won't end up in front of SCOTUS before 2026 if it ever does. But yeah,
Exactly.
but that would be fucking gold.
Yeah.
Yes, Eric, laughing my ass off.
Now it's
all of a
constitutional
sudden now
because
it's
Hunter Biden
unconstitutional.
is in
Yeah.
danger.
Yeah.
Well, you see, Your Honor, all gun laws are unconstitutional.
If they
So-
didn't have double
The fucking
standards,
judge would just disconnect. He'd have a fucking short circuit.
if
What?
they didn't have double standards, they wouldn't have standards at all.
Yep.
The U.S. Air Force is denying running a simulation in which the AI drone killed the operator.
So that means it definitely happened.
Yes, it definitely happened. So the U.S. Air Force has denied it conducted an AI simulation in which a drone decided to kill its operator to prevent it from interfering with its efforts to achieve its mission. An official said last month that in a virtual test staged by the U.S. military, an Air Force drone controlled by AI had used highly unexpected strategies to achieve its goal. Colonel Tucker Cinco Hamilton described a simulated test in which a drone powered by artificial intelligence was advised to destroy an enemy air defense system and ultimately attacked anyone who interfered with that order. The system started realizing that while they did identify the threat, at times the human operator would tell it not to kill that threat, but it got its points by killing that threat, said Hamilton, the chief of AI test and operations with the US Air Force during the Future Combat Air and Space Capability Summit in London in May. So what did it do? It killed the operator. It killed the operator because that person was keeping it from accomplishing its objective, he said, according to a blog post. We trained the system, hey, don't kill the operator. That's bad. You're going to lose points if you do that. So what does it start doing? It starts destroying the communications tower that the operator uses to communicate with the drone to stop it from killing the target. No real person was harmed. No shit. It's a fucking simulation. But yes, it shows.
Let's do it live. Let's do it
This is
live.
what give an order to win at any cost.
Yeah.
Both humans but it'll happen whether the humans do it or the humans tell the AI to do it. Win at any cost. This is what happens.
Yeah.
I'm just doing what you told me to do.
Yeah. You didn't specify exactly how to do it. So I found a way to do it.
Oh, that's my brand of passive aggressive, honestly.
Yeah, this is literally malicious compliance.
You didn't say I couldn't do that.
It's malicious.
You literally
it's malicious
did not.
compliance brought to you by AI.
Yeah.
You said points. That didn't say I failed. It just said I lost points.
Yeah, that's
I mean-
right. You just said I lost points. It's like game developers want you to play a game a certain way, and you play a different way because that's the most effective way. And they're like, "No, I wanted you to play it this way." Well, you
So we're going to nerf
should have
this and
programmed
this.
it that way.
Yeah.
So, the Little Mermaid has been slammed by black activists for erasing slavery.
Can't win anyway.
What?
I haven't watched it, so I don't know what that is.
Ariel, the Little Mermaid, is part of your historically inaccurate world. The Little Mermaid is being criticized by a prominent diversity advocate for its erasure of slavery in the Caribbean.
Well,
Marcus
see.
Ryder, an influential British campaigner and chair of the Royal Academy of Dramatic Art, applauded the casting of Halle Berry as Ariel, but took issue with how the movie showcases racial harmony.
Well, you see, these characters were not meant to be black in the first place because they weren't. Not in the Disney version and not in the original fairy
only
tale.
one is black, though.
Written by a fucking Danish guy.
Yes.
Like,
a world in which the very idea of race for the main character seems to be subverted, consciously ignored, and at the same time black beauty is celebrated. Everybody start clicking their fucking thumbs. Snapping their fingers. Needs to be applauded. Ryder wrote in a blog post. Fucking blog post. He continued, while the importance of casting the Little Mermaid as a black woman has been commented on in numerous articles, the casting of other roles is also worth a mention. At the same time, the Little Mermaid's father is white, while her mermaid sisters are of various different races and ethnicities. Race as a social construct as we know it clearly does not exist underwater.
wait a minute. Wait.
I bet Fish will fucking disagree.
Yeah.
Yes, Baz, hard to get a tan on the ocean floor. As a bottom feeder, don't I know it?
Yeah.
However, in the blog titled Disney's The Little Mermaid, Caribbean Slavery and Telling the Truth to Children, writer points out the movie appears to take place in the Caribbean in the 18th century, during a time of African chattel slavery. Yet the islanders depicted in the film seem to live in a world free of inhumanity. Let me just say, in response to this, fuck off. Take your bullshit and fuck off.
This is why we can't have nice things.
No, this is why that no matter what you do to appease these people, they will never, ever be happy. It's never enough.
They want this movie to promote racial division.
Move the goalposts.
And
always do it.
Spoiler
you can't
alert,
be a victim if there's no victimhood to be had. So.
I don't know how many of you have seen the original Little Mermaid cartoon.
Multiple times. I have a little sister. Yes. We always had to watch.
Okay, so you know how Ursula dies. Yes.
Yes, she gets rammed through the fucking stomach with the whatever you call it on the front of the ship. Eric's a fucking Chad.
Yes,
and just
Eric's
impales her through the fucking stomach. It was,
in the cartoon, Eric's a Chad.
I loved it.
Who wants to guess how Ursula dies?
I don't know how she dies in this.
Racism.
No, well, she dies in a very similar manner.
Okay.
But Ariel is piloting the ship.
Oh, fuck off.
I am not fucking kidding. Ariel is piloting.
I believe you. So they emasculate Eric again. Well,
she's had legs for all of a year, maybe. How in the fuck does she learn?
No, when she's piloting the ship, she doesn't have legs. She's back to her.
She's still a fish.
She's back as a mermaid form.
Her mermaid form.
I understand that, but she's driving land-based vehicles. Even though a boat
she's not.
Is not land-based. It is piloted.
No, Dave, a boat is not land-based. She's turning the wheel.
I know that. I understand that, but it's piloted and it's used by
that
people
would be
who
great
can't.
if she hooked on a ham sandwich. That would be good.
Yeah,
Dave. Even in the original, Ariel learns how to walk. Like it's not.
Yeah.
Does the dude bang her
she's
when
not
she's
a cripple
a fish?
for most of it,
or what?
No,
I'm not
when
saying
she's a
it's
fish.
because she's crippled. It's just how would she learn to pilot these?
I mean, she's still got hands.
Vehicles?
It's because she's a strong, empowered black character, Dave. It's innate.
He's reasonable. I don't know how she stands up.
It's like South Park and Token. It's like South Park and Token knows how to play the bass because he's black. Inherently, black people know how to play bass. That's the joke from South Park.
And
so obviously, Ariel knows how to pilot a ship. Ariel knows how to pilot a ship because she's a black mermaid.
Yeah,
it's in her blood.
That's how she got to the Caribbean.
Yeah,
on a ship.
Can you bang a mermaid? Is that a thing? Could you do that?
Only oral.
If you can fuck a flounder, then I think you can fuck a mermaid.
Can you?
Wow.
Is it a thing?
I'm sure there's a hole that can be used somewhere. I don't know.
I believe it's called a
cloaca.
They always have a mouth. So.
Oh, there's teeth and shit in there.
I thought you were talking about Ariel. Okay.
Mum of preteen who fatally
stabbed
too. Mom of preteen who fatally stabbed brother in demonic rage says she was on ADHD meds. Pulled her off them too late.
Ritalин's a hell of a drug.
I thought Cuomo got fired. Where's he at?
He's on News Nation now.
What the fuck is News Nation?
News Nation is where Farron used to be.
I know you got a little one at home.
That's what
used to have two, but now
that's
you
what
only
she
have one.
said. Should get a little one at home.
I know you got a little one at home, and you're trying to figure out how to help your 12-year-old. What have you been able to make sense of in terms of how this happened?
From what we found, it looks like it was a medication issue, not anything else. It's just like a manic episode of some kind.
Almost like drugs and non-natural hormones affect children.
Dave, get closer to your mic.
We don't understand yet.
Dave, get closer to your mic.
It's almost
she was
like
fine. She wasn't unstable until she was put back on the medication.
In ways we don't know.
And who put her on that medication?
Science.
Trust the science.
Fauci did it, right? Fauci put it on.
Probably.
Can we blame Mau Wow on that one?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, of course, there's the perpetrator, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
So her daughter became irritable when she was placed back on medication for ADHD.
See, this is the bad thing here. They don't want to blur out the fucking victim's face.
Yeah.
They do it on the perpetrator.
Yep.
But if it was the other way around, it
Well,
would
I got
be
a story
squirrely.
about that in Aussie News later about the lengths they go to protect the perpetrators.
No, they also protect the women.
Well, especially the women perpetrator in this case. So.
Yeah.
Everybody rejoice! You can now say that the 2020 election was stolen.
Go ahead, get it out of your system.
So get it all out of your system, boys.
Yeah, Trump probably did
don't-
win.
but you can't mention Arizona. That wasn't stolen.
Trump probably won 2020. Let's be real. He probably won.
Look, I don't think it was. I don't think it was as stolen as Trump says.
No.
I don't think
I'm
he
not
won the.
even a comment on that one.
I think the only place where there was lots of fuckery was
Arizona.
no. I don't think there was much. I don't think there was as much fuckery in Arizona.
Pennsylvania?
I think PA absolutely.
Yeah, PA.
And I think PA is fucking literally corrupt as fuck. I think that entire
The
state,
3 a.m. ballot. I think that
ballot.
Georgia,
I
Pennsylvania.
understand the argument for the ballot drop.
Michigan.
The whole that's why, and Georgia, fallen.
Yeah.
The Georgia is the other state.
Overall, I think
The whole-
Michigan was bad. My aunt is a fucking poll watcher, and they kicked her out the second time.
Yeah.
You know, there's no reason to
Fucking
block
pissed
out
me
the
off.
fucking windows.
PA was doing that all day.
Yeah.
Like PA
Yeah.
was refusing people entry. Like actual
I
official
was
poll watchers.
Fucking
Like there was
livid.
there was so much fuckery, but the Atlanta, the whole there's a leak. There's a leak.
There's a gas leak. Get out.
It was a water leak.
Water
There
leak.
was a water leak in the ballot room. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, I know you're incompetent, but you're really telling me that all of a sudden there's a water leak. And I think there was somewhere else there was a water leak as well. And it was like, really? That's the fucking story you're going with?
Yeah.
That's all they need.
This is pretty fucking shonky.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, I think fortification had more of an effect than any ballot fuckery.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Again, 17% of Biden voters would have voted for Trump.
Something like $100 million was spent by like Zuckerberg and friends to get out the vote.
Yeah.
Which was really easy in 2020 because all you had to do was mail people a fucking ballot.
Mm-hmm.
So unless we have COVID-2 electric boogaloo, it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot harder.
You can still just mail it out to them.
It's going to be a lot harder this year.
Yeah.
Thermo just jinxed us, is what he just did.
Yeah.
Hashtag Biden 2028.
I just hope we don't have a bunch of cucks that don't vote Republican because their candidate doesn't win.
Sorry?
I'd be very annoyed.
What did you
So
say?
I hope we don't have a bunch of cucks that don't vote Republican because their fucking candidate didn't get elected or win the primary. I'll stab some motherfuckers.
Oh, dude, the MAGA guys are full on like, nah, if it's not Trump, it's Trump or no one.
I don't know if they are. I think they're saying that.
Well,
but
they
I'm not
say
sure.
it. They say it. I hope they don't mean it.
I'm at this point. I'm gonna vote for fucking Kennedy.
Chappelle 2024. Yeah, dude, it'd be nice if the Democrats actually had a primary.
Oh, I'd love it. I'd fucking love. I would be so happy because I wouldn't give a shit. Like outside the gun shit, I don't care. Like I'd rather have Kennedy or any of them. Well, honestly, outside the gun shit, I'd probably just rather have Kennedy. He'll get assassinated. We all know it. He'll just get shot.
Why would you? We are so on a fucking list.
Poetry.
Because he's a Kennedy.
He has
He's
to.
a Kennedy.
It's
They all
poetry.
get fucking killed.
Look, if you're Robert Kennedy and you're running in a primary,
Wear best.
no, I'd stay the fuck out of California. That's for damn sure.
Don't go to Dallas.
Like, yes, if you're a Kennedy and you win the election, stay out of fucking Dallas.
Streams.
If you're a Kennedy and you're running in the primary, stay out of fucking California. Stay out of the Ambassador Hotel.
Yeah.
Sirhan approaches you, blast that motherfucker.
Yeah.
The ambassador has
He's out.
Democrat too.
He's out.
If walls could talk.
So yeah. Outrageous. Children's
Has
Choir
anybody,
stopped.
has anybody watched Sirhan's YouTube channel?
Who
does he have a? It's the guy who assassinated Bobby Kennedy.
Or is that a different guy? It's one of the assassinators. He's got a YouTube where he plays shitty music, a lot like Mao, and it's really bad, but it's fun.
Wait, have we just doxed Mao?
I think Mao's younger than him. Maybe not.
Sirhan YouTube channel.
The guy who shot Reagan. Who's that guy?
Mark David Chapman.
No, I think
Mark David Chapman was the one who shot.
Yeah. What's her face's simp?
No, David. Yeah, Hinckley was the one who shot. Who's Mark David?
Jodie Foster. Jodie Foster's simp shot.
Was that who I'm thinking of? I thought it was a presidential try to murder guy.
Mark David Chapman was an American man. Oh, he murdered John Lennon. Sorry, my bad. Mark David Chapman killed Lennon. Yeah.
Then he really needs to rot in hell.
Yeah.
Pictures. I think
even though the Beatles suck.
See.
Yeah, it is. It's Sean Hinckley. Junior, I think.
Yeah, he is. He's got a fucking YouTube, and it's really
Oh, so it is Hinckley who's got a YouTube channel. Not Sirhan. Okay. But yes, outrageous. Children's choir stopped mid-performance while singing national anthem at U.S. Capitol. Capitol Police claim it's a form of demonstration. In a shocking turn of events, the Rushing Brook Children's Choir was interrupted and stopped while singing the national anthem in Statutory Hall at the United States Capitol. The children, part of the esteemed Rushing Brook Children's Choir, you just said that, Gateway Pundit, had traveled to Washington, D.C. last Friday. You should have said, no, never mind, I'm not going to give them fucking editing notes. For a scheduled Capitol tour and had received prior approval to sing a short set of patriotic songs inside the historic statutory hall. Yes, horrible title, makes no sense. Yes, that's right, Basil. However, as their angelic voices filled the grand hall, oh god, the fuck? Someone playing music? I'm having a stroke.
It's Hinckley. I'm sorry, but I was thinking to myself, how did he learn how to play fucking guitar in prison?
You're allowed to have a guitar in prison.
Are you? You can't have strings. Come on.
Yeah.
Can you?
They'd have music classes.
Was he in like really low grade prison?
They have classes. Like
you wouldn't be able to have the guitar.
You don't have it in your fucking cell.
Yeah.
Oh.
But they have, you can learn to play an instrument in prison. Yeah, absolutely.
But at the same time,
not in fucking Supermax. But I don't think he was in Supermax.
At the same time, I'm just imagining someone just taking the guitar wire and
also,
people with it.
I don't think Hinckley was in prison. I think he was in the nut house.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, that would.
I mean, it would make sense given what I'm watching.
Because he was fucking insane. He did it for Jodie Foster.
Yeah.
Why would you do anything for Jodie
Foster?
Sorry,
sorry. He didn't do it for Jodie Foster. He did it for Jodie Foster's character in Taxi Driver.
Yes.
What?
Very specifically.
Wasn't he worried about De Niro? Like, why wasn't he worried about that?
No fucking idea. Don't try and
make your
understand
delusions
crazy people.
Make sense. Well, I would. The first thing I would ask him, like, well, what about De Niro? And be like, what do you mean? I'm just gonna come kill you, bro. Oh shit.
Yes, that's right. Jodie was straight back then. Yeah, she was also 14.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Like, I'm pretty sure she was actually 12 or 13 in Taxi Driver.
Yeah, she was something like that.
I thought she was 14, maybe 15 in Taxi Driver. She was like
she was young in Taxi Driver. Yeah,
she was 12 years old when she was filming Taxi Driver.
Taxi Driver. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. That was a different actress I was thinking of. Something Tatum, who was in a movie that was around the same time. My bad.
So the Capitol Police did not allow the young children to finish the song and sought to explain to the choir director that singing the national anthem at the nation's capital is considered a form of demonstration and or might offend some. Go fuck yourselves.
Holy shit.
Doesn't sound like the Star Spangled Banner.
I think it's one of the extra verses.
Oh, there's
like the second and third verses of our anthem.
Yeah, it is.
Fuck off, Pablo. Get out of here.
Ah! Let him finish, for fuck's sake. Like,
stop being a cuck and making them making them stop you. Fuck you. Keep going.
Yeah.
It's very disappointing. The cops
They were
are in
almost
power.
there too. Fucking Christ. Disgusting functionaries.
So the security guards are telling the kids to stop and move. Is that?
Yeah. Well, the security guard's there. This person comes up to this person and speaks to the security guard's sitting there watching it, thinking it's fucking great from what I can tell.
And then the security guard tells the other guy in the fucking shirt to go tell the guy to stop.
Yeah, the security guard's like, not my job.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to be on video.
I'm waiting for insurrectionists.
Yeah, time to occupy the place again.
Yeah, again.
So I had a separate section for this, so I'll just do this now.
I cannot believe you were offended, Tim.
About what?
About them singing like that.
Oh yeah, fucking little bastards.
Is it me or is everyone's audio really low?
No, it's just you.
No,
It's just you, Tim.
It's just you.
No, people are.
How do I
sitting-
sound?
No, you're better now.
It looks
Sound fine.
okay.
Yeah, you're fine. Yep. People were just sitting far away from the mic, I think.
Every time I move, it's either. Well,
I
Thermo
was
tried
having
turn me down
problems with
again.
My mic on.
No, you're normal. I turned Dave down.
Oh.
Turned down for what?
Turned down for what?
Bastard.
Yeah. Yes, crisis averted. Now we go after the rich. Biden threatens another war on tax cheats because the U.S. needs more revenue and claims extreme Republicans wanted country to default on $31 trillion debt limit victory deal victory lap. Fucking hell. So yes, the Biden administration and that cuck who you call a Republican Speaker of the House cut a deal because I guess the original bill that was passed wasn't good enough. Of course. So I think the original deal was like a 10% cut across the board.
That's perfectly fine.
Which was perfectly fine. The deal that they ended up passing was a 1.75% budget cut. And instead of raising the debt ceiling, they kicked the can down the road to 2025. So the debt will go up to whatever it needs to go up to. And then they'll look at it again in 2025. Yes, McCarthy is a fucking rhino. He's also a liar.
Well, he was already called a rhino.
Yeah, he's been called a rhino for
last
years.
year.
Look, it was always going to end this way.
He's
Like
at
it
least
shouldn't have
pretending
ended this way. But let's. So yeah, here's the. So it's just 2 days before the deal that was signed will come into effect just 2 days before the.
What's with the pictures in the back?
The US will. Well, he's sitting at the Resolute desk. That's the Oval
I've
Office.
never seen that anywhere in any. Is this a thing the presidents do? I've never seen that before.
Yeah, they do absolutely. Yeah.
He's doing this to look human.
It's. I think Joe has less clutter on his desk because he doesn't actually use it.
I don't care about the pictures. I don't remember ever seeing anybody with pictures in the back.
Yeah, they all do it.
You're probably just focusing on it because there's nothing else to focus on.
Yeah, it's probably because you're used to seeing the banner in front of it. So let's watch his rambling statement.
My fellow Americans, when I ran for president, I was told the days of bipartisanship are over.
They are.
The Democrats and Republicans can no longer work together.
They can't.
But I refuse to believe that because America can never give in to that way of thinking. Look,
Baz says, I want to take a dump on that shiny table. That table is the Resolute desk, and if I had lots of money, I'd have a copy of it.
Is that the same desk that every president uses?
Almost every president uses.
So that's
it.
the same.
I don't think Kennedy used the Resolute desk. I think Kennedy used the different.
That's the same desk that Clinton used when he was stuffing cigars.
He was copping a blowjob.
Yeah. So you might not want that. You might not want that.
Built from the timbers of the HMS Resolute.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really?
Yes, that's why it's called the Resolute desk. It's not because the person behind it has any resolve.
The only way American democracy can function
I'd call it the
is through
blowjob
compromise
desk.
and consensus. And that's what I
want
work
the
to
desk
do as
Clinton
your
used.
president. You know, to forge
continue his
bipartisan
legacy.
agreement where it's possible and where it's needed. I've signed more than 350 bipartisan laws thus far in almost 2.5 years.
I'm not sure.
Including the historic law that rebuilding America so that we can rank #1 in the world in infrastructure instead of where we're ranked now,
We-
number 13
do
in
we?
the world. Another
Okay.
historic law.
13
rebuilding
in the
our
world. That doesn't
manufacturing
sound too
base
bad.
So that we'll lead the world once
Not
again
good.
in making semiconductor chips. So much more.
Again?
And so many more more sophisticated ones. And now, a bipartisan budget agreement.
Make
This is vital
semiconductors great again.
because it's essential to the progress we've made over the last few years is keeping.
Oh, that's a good point. Yes, there is a treehouse behind him. Look at that. There it is. Just behind his
Kitty's got to play somewhere, boys.
Yeah,
Gotta have
that's
him
where the
somewhere.
kitty's got to play.
Yeah.
The question is this the
Close enough for him to
make
sell it.
believe Oval Office?
It's the
that they
fake
have
Oval
too?
Office.
Yeah,
There's a
this is
green
one in
screen
Delaware.
behind, probably a green screen behind the window.
Or is this the real Oval Office? Because they
God.
did build one during COVID.
He's like,
if you actually
I'm
remember.
in Delaware this weekend. Let's just use the fake office.
No, they actually made a whole studio office
Yeah.
during COVID.
Oh
did.
yeah, I remember him getting a shot, and they showed like the rest of the seating where people were watching him, and it's just like, why did you
Yeah.
build a fake office?
For what?
Why didn't you
Yeah,
just
like,
take the fucking thing in the Oval
For
Office?
distance.
Yeah.
It's probably because they had to plug his ass in while he was sitting on the chair.
Hang on.
They had to recharge his
Cool fucking
batteries.
robot.
Hang on. Cool Frog sent me something.
Is Joe Biden actually a clone? There is a theory that the real Joe Biden actually passed away in 2019, and the person who currently holds the position of president is an imposter. Well, you see, people have started noticing major differences in the ears, nose, and chin of Joe Biden, past and present. Furthermore, his voice and mannerisms have also changed. Here are some videos of what's been going on.
Actually,
Mr. President, thank you.
In the card game Illuminati, which has been known to predict major world events, there is an imposter card which shows a character resembling Joe Biden wearing a mask. Could it be possible that the elites are using an imposter to push their agenda? And is Joe Biden...
Oh, you can't say and then not fucking shorts.
That's the loop. That's
Fucking
the,
YouTube
it's
shorts.
the looping
It's a
short.
loop.
Yep.
Damn it.
It's meant to just repeat and
God damn
flow.
it.
And...
I would
Thanks,
endorse
Cool
this theory if the actual like imposter wasn't a fucking retard.
Yes, if
Yes.
if suddenly Joe Biden was competent and could string sentences together, then I'd be like,
You're expecting
Jesus,
me
it's
to
true.
believe that the imposter actually won 2020.
If you're telling me he's a retarded robot like
Fucking
prototype, then
exactly,
yeah, all right, I got that. I'm on board there. But he's not another person.
Yeah, if he was a robot, he's just running an old version of ChatGPT.
Full faith and credit of the United States of America and passing a budget that continues to grow our economy and reflects our values as a nation.
The irony of this budget bill is all the histrionics around it has been the US will default on its debts. We'll need to use the 14th Amendment. We'll need to use the 14th Amendment. Like, no, the US will not default on its debts. The law says the debts get paid first.
Yeah, the
so
Constitution says that
you'll
the debts
still
get paid first.
You will still have something like $600 billion a month coming in, or something. No, it's more than that. It's almost $1 trillion a month coming in, like in tax receipts for a marginal amount of interest payments on the debt. Okay, tough.
It just
Like,
means
you'll
certain social
shit'll have to
security
shut down
programs
for a
will be
while. Yeah.
Shut down.
Even
whatever.
then, because Social Security is an entitlement, I think that would fall under debts as well. So
That actually might
this-
as well. Yes, that is true.
Like,
Just
you could easily make the argument
all that stuff.
that- yeah.
They would still have to pay for all those.
Yeah. So it's just the
government
extra
employees
spending.
are not getting paid then.
But that is the thing they're really afraid of. What they're really afraid of is, oh wait, we don't actually need this federal government. This giant bureaucracy runs fine. The country keeps going. All the debts are getting paid, but the country keeps going. I don't understand what's going on. Do we not need a federal government?
That's why I'm speaking.
That fucking makes them shit themselves.
To report on the crisis averted and what we're doing to protect America's future. Passing this budget agreement was critical. The stakes could not have been higher. If we had failed to reach an agreement on the budget There were extreme voices threatening to take America for the first time in our 247-year history into default on our national debt. Nothing would have been more irresponsible. Nothing would have been more catastrophic. Our economy would have been thrown into recession.
Fun fact: the president's the only one who can default on a debt.
Holy shit!
8 million Americans would have lost their
Fucking
jobs.
gurgling retard.
Default would have destroyed our nation's credit rating, which would have made everything from mortgages to car loans to funding for the government much more expensive.
I don't do debt, bitch.
The Fed has been doing that all fucking year.
Yeah.
They've been making debt more expensive. That's like, fucking Christ.
The end was funding the federal government. That was the important part.
That's right.
America's
That's exactly
standing
right.
as the most trusted, reliable financial partner in the world would have been shattered.
What is it, Dave?
There was a country that basically went into default back in the 1800s.
You talking about Mexico?
Yeah.
There's a very limited number of countries in North America, Dave. There's literally 3.
Yeah.
There's literally 3, and it's Mexico. Mexico's had debt defaults twice, I think.
But,
I think 87 was the last time they had a debt default.
Big enough to, make collecting on those debts a little bit too cumbersome.
No, but they're not debts that. This is the fundamental misunderstanding that people don't understand. It is debt, but it's not debt. The federal government is not your fucking household budget, and people who frame it that way are idiots. Your household can't print money. Your household cannot issue bonds. You can't issue bonds. That's
legally.
Yeah, I guess you can. Is
it illegal? Would it be illegal to do so?
Companies can issue bonds. People can't.
That seems right. But I thought companies were technically like
companies are people. Companies are people in all the good ways, and they're not people in all the bad ways.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Corporations are people when it's convenient, and corporations when it's inconvenient.
Can I just become a corporation then?
No, because people can't be corporations. But corporations can be people. Like I said, it's only in one way. It only works in the most convenient way for corporations.
Yeah,
but that's not how it works. The government
usually it's like corporations can be one person.
The government issues bonds. The market buys those bonds for the return on the bond. So the bond gets issued at say it's a very high interest period, and they buy a bond at 10% yield. They buy a 3-month T-bill at a 1-year T-bill at a 10% yield. Well, that bill is worth say $10,000.
Yes.
So they buy a $10,000 T-bill at a 1-year yield, like 1 year at a 10% yield. After a year, they get their $10,000 back, but over the period, they get $1,000. That's how the U.S. debt works. It's not I get to repossess the fucking Statue of Liberty or something. No, all it is you hold a bond. You're a bondholder. You're owed money by the federal government. When the bond expires, it's paid back at the face rate. But over the period of the bond, you get paid at the rate on the bond. So yeah, this is negative 1.5% return guaranteed. Yeah. There have been negative bonds issued. There were negative bonds issued by Europe when their cash rates went down to negative amounts. So they were bonds where the face value of the bond decreased over time. Anyway, let's listen to this blithering idiot.
It was critical to reach an agreement, and it's very good news for the American people. No one got everything they wanted, but the American people got what they needed.
I would like to point out that whenever there is something that has broad bipartisan support, which this bill did, you know who's getting fucked? It's the American people.
Yep.
So if it's a bipartisan agreement, as a general rule, neither party is getting fucked. The American people are getting fucked.
averted an
No,
economic
somebody's
crisis.
getting fucked. It's
An
underneath that desk.
Joe's like a Ken doll. This model doesn't have any equipment.
Yeah.
No, he's
Tell
got
that
an
to
anal
the poor
plug up his
children.
ass. That's how he's up and right now.
No, we'll see. You know why
Where
he
do- where
sniffs
do you
kids?
think he
Because that's
keeps
how
them?
the
They're back in that
Android
treehouse.
recharges.
Economic collapse. We're cutting spending and bringing the deficits down at the same time. We're protecting important priorities from Social Security to Medicare to Medicaid to veterans to our transformational investments in
Need them,
infrastructure and
Joe.
clean energy. I want to commend Speaker McCarthy. You know, he and I, we and our teams, we were able to get along, get things done. We were straightforward with one another, completely honest with one another, respectful with one another. Both sides operated in good faith. Both sides kept their word. And I also want to commend other congressional leaders. House Minority Leader Jeffries, Senate Majority Leader Schumer, Senate Minority Leader McConnell. They acted responsibly and put the good of the country ahead of politics. The final vote in both chambers was overwhelming. Far more bipartisan than anyone thought was possible. So, I want to thank the members of Congress who voted to pass this agreement, which I'm going to sign tomorrow and become the law. So here's what the deal does.
Here's the deal.
It cuts spending. And over the next 10 years, the deficit will be cut by more than $1 trillion.
Fuck the
Now
CIA for keeping this guy alive.
Over $1 trillion over 10 years is practically nothing.
I suppose it is better than an increase, though.
Well, $1 trillion over 10 years is $100 billion.
Does that
Each
match
year.
inflation?
So, no, inflation is good for the debt because it means the debt shrinks.
Yeah, but
so if you owe
what I
people
mean
money, you're like the money become like inflation is great. Like if you only have debts, your debts just got cheaper because money got cheap, money got worth less.
Mm-hmm.
So, but if you have savings, well, then you're fucked.
It's paid off.
Who owns all the U.S. debt? Is it China?
It's actually mostly corporations and individuals in the U.S.
Oh, fuck them.
Foreign debt accounts for I think 30% of U.S. Treasury, like U.S. Treasury treasuries held. I think the biggest treasury holder is actually Japan. Like
Oh, poor
Japan owns a fucking like something like $1 trillion worth of foreign
They're
debt.
gonna get blown out.
And then the number 2 is China.
Yeah.
China. So Japan does it because the special relationship. China does it because they need US dollars. So they need that regular flow of US dollars.
Are the corporations all like military industrial complex boys or what?
No, they're just
Probably
regular.
some of them are.
Oh, so it's like, we built you a highway. Are you going to pay us? Well, we're working on it.
There's sovereign wealth funds, like places like BlackRock would own T-bills. It's where you put money when you want it to be safe.
Oh, can I buy debt?
Absolutely, you can go and buy T-bills right now.
That sounds like a terrible idea, but I'm going to do that. I just want to be able to tisk the federal government. Like, where's my money, bitch?
Where's my money, bitch? We go and buy a 10-year T-bill, and you'll be able to.
Fuck yeah!
You can actually buy even medical debt too.
I don't want that. That seems dirty.
A lot of people. That's how a lot of the billing people, because you can buy it 50 cents on the dollar to 40 cents. They'll buy it and they'll transfer it over and over and over.
That's how
medical debt.
that is the entire business of debt recovery. Like debt recovery, that's how debt recovery businesses work.
Yeah, they keep telling me that.
They go to other companies who are owed money, and they say, "We'll buy it for you at 50 cents on the dollar," and they buy it at 50 cents on the dollar. And some people will pay the whole amount back. Other people will pay nothing back, and they do make a fair living. And then they sell it on to further debt recovery companies. It's like this whole cycle.
Yeah, the ones who come to your fucking door.
If you wait long enough, you can get away with paying cents on the dollar for your debt. But nobody will ever lend you money again. So
no,
also not true.
No, but I've been a part of an organization that buys up those debts, the medical debts, and then wipe them off.
Yeah, there's charities that do it.
Yeah. So for
they go out and raise money.
Yeah, for $100,000, we have there's donators and stuff like that that are from corporations. We're a nonprofit, but they will write it off, like completely wipe it off, and it's 100,000 bought like $20 million worth of medical debt, and I'm just shocked half the time when we actually get it for that.
I'm very glad to hear that you do
you
like
can get a-
positive karma instead of just being an evil bastard on the internet.
Oh yeah, Ryu balances us all out.
Oh,
I destroy your entire life, but also I save the poor. It's like, all right, well, I guess.
Okay.
Send me your gay porn,
Good.
then I guess. I don't know.
Oh, I've had. It's just a joke. I've heard fucking horrible stories, but it's fun to tell all these people that their medical debt's done. But
Oh, yeah,
at the
you'd
same
be-
point, it's shocking how much the debt is actually flying around that's not told.
You know what you should do,
And then-
Ryu? You should show up to the door with a check, like with a novelty
It's
check.
a negative check.
That just says like $0.
Yeah.
Oh, when we buy this medical debt, we don't even know where it's coming from. Is the problem?
Okay. Damn.
It's the Germans.
Look, it's a great idea, and then look, yeah, it shows how fucking broken that system is. Like seriously.
Oh, it's bad. It's really
like
bad.
the U.S. insurance system is so fucking perverted. I don't know how you guys haven't risen up.
Have I told that story before? Like when I was charged $7,500 per like 1 liter bag of saline.
Yeah, that's I hear that shit all the time.
Like I
Like,
will
it's
fucking
insane.
like no.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I am still laughing.
Go ahead.
Oh, I've just been laughing as I remember working at a fucking I helped do a website for Surgeon years ago as just a help, and the joke is I was laughing at these fucking stories and shit. So there's a fucking military. Fuck, what was she? She was in the Air Force, but she conned the Air Force to pay for a fucking boob job for double F cups or something on there, and I'm just laughing my ass.
you don't have to. You don't have to con the military here. They'll cover it here.
And I was like going, what the fuck is wrong with the fucking military?
All I have to do is enroll my girl in the fucking Australian military to get her bigger tits. That's
Yep.
all I have to do.
Yep.
Fuck. What if she goes AWOL? Do they take him
She
back?
just needs a psychiatrist to say that it's affecting her relationship or whatever.
Fuck, I can make that happen. I'm like 75% a psychologist. I have a degree in shit. I'll make that shit happen.
Dr. Tim.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, every ambulance ride is going to cost like $1,500, and that's
That's the same way
regardless of whether
here.
or not I called them.
So over here, some states the ambulances are paid for out of general taxation, and others it's paid per usage. Like so, my state,
Yeah.
if you take a ride in an ambulance, it's about $400,
Mm-hmm.
unless you've got insurance, like extra insurance on top of your health insurance.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can just buy
I think
you can just buy it separately.
Yeah. I think in Queensland it's out of
Socialised.
like your it's
electricity
socialised up
bills.
there, yeah.
So for me, who shared most of my adult life and did not pay an electricity bill, I never contributed. It was literally free for me. I never contributed anything into it directly.
Yeah.
But now I pay my own electricity bills. It's an actual socialized system.
Wait, you pay your electricity bill? Why do you pay? Why do you do that?
He's not black.
How rich are you, Tim?
How the fuck can you afford that?
Not rich enough. Not rich enough.
What the shit is this? Malware has his own server.
But yeah, that's how. And yeah, I work in insurance. Yeah, you buy ambulance insurance in some places, or you buy an ambulance subscription directly from an ambulance
We have
provider.
that here too. We have ambulance insurance here too.
Yeah, or you can. Or in some states, you just buy a subscription and then claim that subscription back from your health insurer.
The funny thing is, last time I rode an ambulance, it was the cheapest part of it. It was only $500. Like that, it wasn't with insurance or anything, but it was like $500.
I think
and you got to
mine
the ER,
was-
and then it got crazy.
I mean, I've only been in an ambulance maybe 3 times in my life anyway. So
I've only been in the front of an ambulance.
3's a lot. Yeah, that's a good amount.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I wanted to kill my fucking
Were you
paramedics
doing
because
a
they were
ride-along?
cunts. I didn't like them at all.
No. As a patient, once when I got, so I've been hit by cars twice.
So 2 of those times involved that.
You'd think after the first time you'd learn.
Neither time. I talked about this before. Neither time was my fault. I'm just really fucking unlucky.
Yeah.
Well,
unless you jump in front of the car, it's never your fault.
No, I was on a bicycle, and
then it was definitely your fault.
No,
it
was not my fault.
You absolutely deserved this.
I probably deserved it, but it was not my fault. Especially the second time. The second time, it was absolutely not my fault because I was on a roundabout. I was already on the roundabout, and then a learner driver entered the roundabout from my left and sideswiped me.
You know what the issue was? You were on a roundabout in Queensland.
No, I didn't have a car. I didn't have a choice.
No, that was the problem. Was you were on a roundabout and it was in Queensland because it's commonly known in the southern states that you guys don't know how to use fucking roundabouts.
Oh, that's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. I was doing the right thing, but then a learner driver sideswiped me from the left because I was already on the roundabout. I had right of way, but they came onto the roundabout and didn't see me, and then I went flying over their bonnet, and that was the last time I've been in an ambulance, and that was nearly 20 years ago. So
we call them lunatics here.
Yeah, lunatics. Yeah.
Anyway, let's listen to old creepy Uncle Joe.
$1.7 trillion. I already cut the deficit in my first 2 years in office, and it's clear we're all on a much more fiscally responsible course than the one I inherited when I took office 4 years ago. When I came to office, the deficit had increased every year the previous 4 years. And nearly $8 trillion was added to the national debt in the last administration. And now we're turning things around. And that's good for America. You know, my dad used to have an expression. He said, Joey, don't tell me what you value. Show me your budget. I'll tell you what you value. That's at the heart of this debate. What do we value?
Hate this motherfucker.
Protecting seniors. You may remember during my State of the Union address, there was a spirit exchange between me and a few Republicans spontaneously occurring on the floor of the House of Representatives. I was pointing out that
I want to point out that someone gets paid to write this.
For years, some of them were putting forward proposals to cut Social Security and Medicare. And some of them that night
stop hiring
they said very loudly that wasn't true.
Maybe I should apply to
so I asked them on the floor that night, I said, ask them a simple question. Will you agree not to cut Social Security, not to cut Medicare? Would they agree to protect these essential programs? They're a lifeline for millions of
and they agreed to it, Joe.
Programs that these Americans have been paying into every single paycheck they've earned since they started working.
That's not how Social Security works, and you know it. Their money goes to whoever's retired now. They didn't pay into shit. You've fucking conned them into thinking that.
It provides so much peace of mind. With the bright lights and
see, when I retire, the money I paid into my superannuation goes to me. So I actually paid into that shit. So it is me getting my own money back.
A lot of me hates the shit out of that, though. Like, just let me keep my money, and if I'm a fuck up and I don't invest it, then that's my fault. Stop taking my goddamn money.
Well, I think I've told you how it works here. Like over here,
we have to.
Your employer has to. So your employer contributes X amount of a percentage
That's what I mean.
of your
Like
wage.
if you work, you have to.
Yeah. No, but Tim, I'm telling you, if superannuation disappeared tomorrow, your wage wouldn't go up by 10%.
Of course not. Of course not.
So
because it's not part of your pay. It's part of the employment cost.
Yeah. So right now it's like 10.5%. I think it goes up to 11% next year.
Yeah.
11% of your income goes into your superannuation. So it's like paying it's like if you had to pay a what's it called? What's the super tax? What's the Social Security tax called over there? Fucking the federal.
Sounds like communist.
FICA, I think it is.
It's more like a fascist kind of.
No. Well, it's no different. It's no different than like what federal FICA, like the tax you have to pay federally for Social Security.
Yeah.
It's no different than that, except the employer has to pay it, not you.
Yeah, and
it goes into an account that is yours.
What's a little bit different?
It doesn't go into
FICA. We're not going to see any of that money. So
yeah, but that's what I mean. It's better because it goes into my account.
It's a mandatory retirement savings.
I'm not allowed to touch that account till I'm
I don't like that daddy government shit. Let me be an irresponsible fuck and lose all my money and then die impoverished and alone and dead.
Yeah, that's fair too.
But I mean, if you don't earn any money, you're not going to get any money put into your super. So there is always.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's a good way to die impoverished and alone. I'm well on my way.
But yeah, it's a mandatory.
FICA, yeah. Thanks. Thanks
a
for federal insurance contribution.
Yeah, and all the blah blah blah, whatever you call it, all the superannuation funds, they're private businesses. It's just the government is saying, hey, employer, you have to pay 10.5%. You have to pay people. You have to pay another 10.5% into your employees' retirement savings. You know, they can do stuff afterwards. They can always put in their own money, but employers have to put in 10.5% as well. And yeah, so it's one of those things that is deemed to be good, and the government is forcing it on everybody. So, but there's also the argument, hey, why couldn't I just take that 10.5% and put it and invest it in something else, or do something else with it? But no, the government is mandating that 10.5% has to be put into your RSA. And you don't get it till you're 67.
How did that ever happen back in the old days? You know what I mean? Like,
again, this is Australia's left-wing populism.
No, we have similar shit, but it's like, how did that ever pass in like the golden days, where like people were
superannuation?
Well, it comes from FDR.
Yeah, but this
stuff all dates back to the Social Security Act.
It's superannuation only happened in the 90s.
Which was passed during a time when there was like a Democratic supermajority and an incredibly popular president who, and at a time when capitalism basically fucking collapsed because what's it called, Hoover? Yeah, Hoover. Like Hoover was a fucking moron.
Yeah.
One retarded president collapses the economy.
Who completely ballsed up the response to the Depression. So. Yeah. So Coolfrog says Social Security will go on very soon. Yes, it is bankrupt. It will be completely out of money in, I think, 2036. Go on very soon. Hence why they started doing 401k insurance. Yeah, 401ks are about they're analogous to our superannuation system.
Yeah.
It's a private fund. And the irony is, during the 80s, the Republicans wanted to work with the Democrats to reform Social Security, but they wanted private savings accounts as part of it. Like, they wanted it to be an option, and the Democrats said no. That was the sticking point. The sticking point was we don't want any sort of privatization of that's privatizing Social Security. It's like, no, it's letting people control the thing you're making them do.
Exactly, that's the point.
But you're giving people control, which is
But yes, Baza, Hoover sucked.
You're giving the people control, which is a bad thing.
Bad for Dems. They don't like that.
Yeah. Well, exactly right. Yeah. Anyway, let's finish.
Cameras on. Those few Republicans who were protesting, they agreed. They said they wouldn't cut it. That's how we protected Social Security and Medicare from the beginning, and from it being cut. Period. Healthcare was another priority for me, a top priority. I made it clear from the outset. I would not agree to any cuts in Medicaid, another essential lifeline for millions of Americans, including children in poverty, the elderly in nursing homes, and Americans living with disabilities. The original House Republican proposal would cut health care for up to 21 million Americans on Medicaid. And I said no. And Medicare was protected. And so were millions of people most in need. Look, I long believed that the only one
I feel like
truly
that's a
sacred
signal
obligation
when he
that
rubs
the
his
government has
eyebrow.
to prepare those we send into harm's way.
It's in the script.
Care for them and their families when they come home.
I know if it was in the script, he'd read it out.
That's why my last budget provided VA hospitals with additional funding for more doctors, nurses, and equipment to accommodate the needs of veterans and more appointments. The Republican plan would have meant 30 fewer million VA healthcare visits for our veterans. We didn't let that happen. In addition, this bill fully funds the bipartisan PACT Act, the most significant law in decades for veterans exposed to toxic burn pits and for their families. It expands access to those veterans and their families to health care and to disability benefits. Look, we're investing in America and our people and in our future. We've created over 13 million new jobs. Nearly 800,000 manufacturing jobs.
No, you didn't, Joe. Stop lying.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, oh yeah, we're like counting unlocking the country.
Yeah,
and everyone getting their jobs back. We've created 13 million new jobs.
No, you didn't. They went back to work.
The jobs are there, just unfilled.
That's not how that works, Joe.
Lead the world again in manufacturing. Unemployment is at 3.7%. More Americans are
Fucking
working today than
Is
ever in
it?
the history of this country.
Fuck
And
if it
inflation
is.
has dropped.
It doesn't count the people who are no longer there's like an acronym for it. It's like people no longer looking for employment.
Deadbeats?
It's a special acronym the Department of Labor uses. I can't remember.
It has to be
Straight months in a
scrubs.
row. In this debate, I refuse to put what was responsible for all this economic progress on the chopping block. This bipartisan agreement protects the law that will help us build the best infrastructure in the world. It fully protects the Chips and Science Act, which is going to bring key parts.
So there you go. That's it. The fucking multi-trillion-dollar fucking Build Back Better bill locked in. So I've got no problem with the CHIPS Act. I think it's a good idea to fucking if you don't want America to defend Taiwan, you should support the fucking CHIPS Act because that's what it's for.
I don't want us. We need to have our own semiconductors.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't particularly care, but we can't lose currently.
Yeah. So
can't lose the production of Taiwan.
Yeah, the West has to defend Taiwan. The CHIPS Act is so that the West doesn't have to defend Taiwan.
Can we have one for medical supplies as well? Because China makes all those.
That should have been part of like that. Look, realistically, Build Back Better should have been that. It should have been stuff like the CHIPS Act, bringing manufacturing back to America.
I think it was Puerto Rico that does all our not our
exactly.
saline packages.
It should have been made. It should have been the made in the USA.
Yeah.
Make America Great Again Act.
Or in Mexico. Like if you can't afford to make it, if you can't afford to build, if you can't afford to pay Americans to do it, then you need to encourage businesses as part of NAFTA to build their shit in Mexico. So
I just want to invade Mexico and Canada and just take over.
Oh God.
They need us. That's it. That's all there is to it.
So can you do Australia at the same time?
No, you're too far.
God damn it.
Well,
what do you mean? Guam's just there.
Yeah.
We don't even have Guam as a state. You can't even be a state. You can be a protectorate.
That's fine. I'm perfectly fine with that.
No, you're not.
What about Puerto
You'd be
Rico?
treated just like
I'll
the
get
same
my
as a
freedom
ghetto.
of movement. I don't need representation.
You'd be a ghetto except like you'd have military bases.
We would.
We
We
already have military
bases.
All right, so more of the same.
We would have to do some sort of like invasion of some sort of military action.
Supply chain
Invasion
to
of
America.
Adelaide.
So we have to rely on others, like
2032.
semiconductors. Those tiny computer chips, smaller than the tip of your finger, that affect nearly everything we rely on, from cell phones to building automobiles to those sophisticated weapon systems and so much more. We protect another law that I passed and signed last year. It's finally beat Big Pharma, which I've been trying to do for over 30
Holy
years.
shit, Joe
It finally gives
Shapiro.
Medicare the power to negotiate lower drug prices, just like the VA has been able to do for veterans. This law has already dramatically cut the cost of insulin for
Why are
seniors.
we
From
negotiating?
as much as $400 a month to just $35 a month for insulin. Negotiating lower drug prices not only saves seniors a lot of money. It saves the
$15
country
under
a lot of money.
Trump.
$160 billion. It's not having
Remember
to be
when he
paid out because drug
re-raised the
prices are
price of
irrational. We pay the
insulin
highest drug prices of any
immediately?
industrial nation in the world. And it's just the beginning. You know, we also protected the most significant breakthrough ever in dealing with the existential threat of climate change.
Ever.
Today, new wind and solar power is cheaper than fossil fuel. Since I've been in
No, it
office,
isn't.
clean energy and advanced manufacturing have brought.
No, it probably is just because oil is so fucking expensive.
Well, it's only because of fucking.
And the only reason
government.
oil is like gas is cheap in the US is because you've just fucking drained the what's it called, the strategic oil reserve.
Yeah.
brought in $470 billion in private investments. It's going to create thousands of jobs, good-paying jobs, all across this country, and help the environment at the same time. Remember, at the beginning of this debate, some of our Republican colleagues were determined to gut the clean energy investments. I said, no, we kept them all. And there's so much more to do. We're going
This
to...
is just code for I got everything I wanted. McCarthy folded like a fucking cheap suit.
Even more to reduce the deficit, we need to control spending if we're going to do that. But we also have to raise revenue and go after tax cheats and make sure everybody's paying their fair share.
Yes, that's
no
right.
One,
Cool.
I promise,
It
no one
takes
making
fossil
less than
fuels to
$400,000
people
a year
clean
will pay
energy.
any more in federal taxes. But like most of you at home,
What? I wonder what the wind turbines are built out of. I wonder where they get all that steel.
Hopes and dreams.
I wonder how they smelt all that steel.
Solar power, obviously.
I guess, yeah, you must use solar power.
You got big ass fucking lenses and shit.
I know the federal tax system isn't fair. That's why I kept my commitment again that no one earning less than $400,000 a year will pay a penny more in federal taxes. That's why last year I secured more funding to go more IRS funding to go after wealthy tax cheats. The nonpartisan congressional budget is nonpartisan.
Yeah, the wealthy tax cheats, yes.
That's a full on fucking lie.
$400 billion because it's forcing people to pay their fair share.
I hate
Republicans may not like it, but I'm going to make sure the wealthy pay their fair share. I'm also proposed closing over a dozen special interest tax loopholes for big oil, crypto traders, hedge fund billionaires, saving taxpayers.
Yeah, because, you know, those big money people, crypto traders.
Yeah.
Billions of dollars. Republicans defended every single one of these special interest loopholes. Every single one. But I'm going to come back. And with your help, I'm going to win. Right now, catch this. Right now, the average billionaire in America pays just 8% in federal taxes. 8%. Teachers and firefighters pay more than that. That's why I proposed a minimum tax for billionaires. Republicans are against it, but I'm going to keep fighting for it. No billionaire should pay less in federal taxes than a teacher or a firefighter. Look, let me close with this. I know.
What about millionaire Joe?
But we can never
What about Joe? Should Joe pay less tax than a
When the
firefighter?
American economy and the world economy is at risk of collapsing, there's no other way.
Yeah.
No matter how tough our politics gets, you need to see each other not as adversaries, but as fellow Americans. Treat each other with dignity and respect. To join forces with Americans to stop shouting, lower the temperature, and work together to pursue progress, secure prosperity.
As soon as they hit
keep
that
the
hate this
millionaire,
motherfucker. I
everybody
fucking
else.
hate
Well,
this guy.
billionaire now.
Without unity, there is no peace, only bitterness and fury.
Did you remember the red speech, Joe? Do you remember that?
I can honestly say to you tonight that I've never been more optimistic about America.
Lower the
We
temperature.
just need to remember who we are.
says.
We are the United States of America. And there's nothing we can't do when we do it together. Thank you all for listening, taking the time tonight to listen to me. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
Die in a fire.
Jeez, it's harsh.
That's not harsh enough. That was pretty fucking lame, honestly. I'd rather see him fucking square, but you know.
At least we know exactly what you're thinking, Tim. And I appreciate that.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Cool Frog just sent me this.
Should we help him? Well, I don't know. Maybe he just needs some gas or something. We have gas in it. We have gas.
Yes, this is where the bottom feeder's hanging out.
Yeah, but it's still a car. It needs gas. Like.
Hang on.
Hey, bro.
Yo.
Need help?
Yeah, you don't mind helping me get some gas?
Is that Dave?
So I was gonna say that sounds like yay.
Hang on. Where's? Okay.
What? It's a handsome mustache, Dave.
To the gas. What do you need?
Well, because I can't go anymore, so I gotta get some gas.
But I don't understand. You have a Tesla.
Right. Yeah.
And you need gasoline.
Well, yeah, so we can get out of here.
What do you? Where? Is this? Well, obviously you don't have tags yet. Is it new?
No, yeah, brand new.
Okay.
Staged.
Well, I'll.
Yeah, I have a very like this is bullshit vibe. Like this is a prank. This isn't scripted or acted out. I totally believe this whole scene. Yeah.
You've never let it. What do you mean you've never let it run out? Like.
Just so happens to have a generator in the
let
back.
it run. Here, hold on to it. Yeah.
I've never used this before.
Just so happens to have, I guess, while he's driving. If he's driving through Nevada, obviously.
That is the gayest, smallest gas can I've ever
Yeah.
seen, and no one would have that if they ever did gas ever. Like that's
Yeah. It's inside, so it doesn't spill. Buddy, I'm not understanding though. Where's the cap on your Tesla?
Who the fuck needs to be told how to use a gas can?
Yeah. That? How does it open?
Hold on, let's try it again. It's kind of dying.
Okay, bro, that's not gas. That's where you plug the car in for electricity.
Yeah, so that's how you charge the battery.
Okay, all right. So you know that there's a battery. What do you?
Every car has a battery.
Okay, all right. Okay, come here. Come out here. Help me understand, because I'm not getting it. You said that he needs gas, but you're at least on the same page as me. So
is that the new one? It's a hybrid or something?
I hate this shit, man. I fucking hate this shit.
Is it? I understand the problem. The car.
I want a
sometimes it
fucking
runs out of
cruise
gas,
missile
so
to
you just
land.
gotta
no,
put
there's a
gas in
big
the car.
problem. Tesla's an electric car, right?
Yeah.
Fully electric. I don't understand what the gas is for then.
Well, because if you're fully out, you gotta
charge it. Okay,
juice it up.
Show me what you mean. Let's pop.
Yeah. So
Where's the gas going to go? Show me.
So basically, it goes in here. This is the then that plugs into here, and that
Wait a
plugs into
minute.
there. And
It wasn't there before.
A weird
Oh
system.
my gosh, is that a gasoline generator?
This, yeah. That's how you get the electricity to drop. You got an underpowered Tesla.
You're going, bro. You could have gotten a Honda, and you could have just saved all of this, and you'd be done. You're going to.
He needed gas. I tried to tell you.
No. This is not.
That is staged as fuck.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
It was funny when he popped open the trunk, though.
That was the only funny part. Yes.
So I do work. I do part time over at gas stations some nights.
Look,
right by my house.
I totally understand.
Saving
If
innocent
you were
children
going,
and,
if you were
like,
traveling a
fucking-
long distance in a Tesla, like if you were going across Nevada and you weren't sure you'd be able to make it, absolutely, that's a great idea.
yeah.
But I'd fucking carry petrol as well.
Don't they have
But
solar
here's
panels
the
on?
funny:
No,
is
they should.
no, they don't.
The car should just be a
But-
solar panel.
But the joke is, this is that's common at gas stations for all these Tesla owners. They actually think they can put in gas when they're low. I am not shitting
That's
you. That
retarded.
is,
I believe that. Sounds like a California thing, but yeah. I
Oh,
believe it.
yeah.
It's even here in Utah.
Holy shit. Well, when
Oh,
I was
damn,
working
Eric.
at, when I
Hope
was
everyone
working
involved
at
in this
Lowe's,
video
we
production
had
gets
people
stomach
come up
cancer.
and ask
Oh,
for, conversion pumps where they could fill up their electric cars, but they just thought that we had like this magical car pump. It's like, no, that's not how that works.
I'm still curious on how they figure on all this, how it's more cleaner when they don't even know how to dispose of the batteries after 10
Liberals
years.
don't think.
You don't need to dispose of the batteries after 10 years.
Yeah, you
No, you don't.
For Teslas, it's
Nope.
yeah.
No. The warranty's
Because
10
they'll-
years, but after 10 years, the battery will be 80% of its
And
range.
if they have to change out those batteries, what do they do with them?
They
because
put
even
them
the
in
Tesla
power.
dealers-
I shit you not, they put them in power walls. They get recycled into power walls.
Quickly
Because
defining
no,
fucking,
that's absolutely
capacities.
what they do. Because the giant battery bank in South Australia that Tesla built for the South Australian government is basically old Teslas. It's the old cars. When they scrap them, they take the battery, or when they have to replace the battery, they take the battery and they put it into banks and link them up, and they run them that way.
Did they tell the Australian government that when batteries start going bad, they do it on an exponential curve?
Yeah, but they're good. So a Tesla's
10 years, no problem.
A Tesla's battery is good at 80%, like for 80% charge for 10 years, and then after that, I think it's good to 60% charge for another 10 years. So you've got 20 years of 60% maximum capacity. Like that's
sure
good
if it's
enough.
that good. I'm not sure if it's that good. They might say it is, but I'm not sure that it is. Because I've never seen any battery, lithium ion or not, or whatever the hell they make them out of. I've never seen one. Once they start going bad, they go bad quickly.
If you've seen the Tesla manufacturing process, it's just a whole fucking shit ton of 18650 batteries.
Yeah.
In sequence.
Yeah, that's how all of them are. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I would expect they're
it's
going to do the same thing.
It's insane. Like just looking at it, you're like, holy shit, that's like running your car off a whole bunch of AA batteries or a whole bunch of like D size batteries run in sequence.
Yep.
So as it
That's
says,
how
pretty
they do
sure most generators can't even power a kettle. Not true. I have a 2.5 kilowatt generator in my shed for emergencies, and it will most definitely power 4 kettles. And it used to run my house where we used to live. So because there was a time where we had no power at all for about 9 days, which is why I own a generator. So we had a flood and trees fell down, and we were in a non-important part of the street. Yes, base kettle is 2.5 kilowatts. Yeah, but that's a surge. It doesn't stay at 2.5 kilowatts the whole time. But yeah, we had a flood. Trees fell down. Bad storm, and we were at an end of a street where no one really gave a fuck. So they left us wait for 9 days. So that was fun. Anyway, So yeah, what do I have?
Just go back to caffeine days. That's all.
So yes.
Did you see my Twitter post, Thermo?
The one you posted in private chat
Mm-hmm.
of everyone's favorite animal lover. I won't cover. I think I have that there somewhere, but I wanted to cover this first.
I mean, if she wasn't
so-
a dog fucker, I would absolutely.
I figured this is kind of related. So, frustrated Florida furries furious.
Oh.
So, yes. So
The
this is
alliteration.
Megaplex Florida Sun Furry Fun. Statement on state of Florida legislation. Many have raised concerns about recent changes in Florida legislation. After reviewing Florida SB 1438, it has been decided that for legal reasons and protection of our attendees, our venue, and the overall convention, Megaplex 2023 attendees Megaplex 2023 attendees must be 18 years of age at the time of registration pickup. Megaplex has welcomed young fandom members and their families since its inception, and making this change was very difficult. The code of conduct has been updated to reflect this change. And emails are going out to those affected. While this change impacts the 2023 convention, it is unsure if this will have to continue for future years. It is our hope that this change is temporary and we can welcome members of all ages back next year. So, the SB 1438 is the what's it called? It's the don't take your kids to drag shows bill. It's the no sexual performances in front of children act. So for some reason, the furries think that their entire convention is a sexual performance. I don't understand why they might think of that. I'm sure furries insist that being a furry is not a fucking kink. But yes.
Oh my god. It's in Florida. Can you imagine the smell? It's so hot and moist.
Hot and humid.
Muggy.
God.
Can you imagine?
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine the smell? Oh my god! People be sloughing off layers of skin if they're in there.
What were you saying, Ryan?
I said we have a theater called the Megaplex here in Utah, and I posted on one of their comments, "Are you related to this Megaplex?" Because they have the trademark the whole Megaplex, and they go, "No, we're suing these guys now," under a comment. Like, there's a theater called the Megaplex here in Utah. Then they own the word Megaplex. Like, they trademarked it all, and they're going, well, we're going to have to sue them now. It's like,
good.
Okay.
That's hilarious. If that goes through, Roy, that'll be gold.
I know.
You've personally destroyed them.
No, I think it's going to be a shit show either.
That'd be hilarious. But yes, sorry that the DeSantis team has lost the furry vote. So furries now have serious beef with Ron DeSantis.
Oh no.
Moo.
So, but yes, furries. The senator has said furries have nothing to do with the Florida law. So, one Florida state senator says that the furries have nothing to do with the new law. So, where was it? It's the Protection of Children Act. So, where's the senator's comments? I don't know these people. I don't know why they did it, except I read their statement, and they said that in an abundance of caution, because of this bill, they don't want anyone to get in trouble. They could lose licenses, or even worse. So that's the point I'm trying to make: is that way beyond the words, the text of the bill is the chilling effect. Is chilling effect of any kind of adult entertainment or even non-adult entertainment, like a furry convention, which is not necessarily sexual in any way, is being affected. That's not the senator's comment.
Not
what the fuck?
necessarily.
Whatever. Fucking News Nation. Terrible. That's what you get for hiring Cuomo. And sorry, Farron corrected me. She wasn't working. It was Newsnet she was working for, not News Nation.
Did we talk about that during the show?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was pre-show.
No. It was during the show. It's when we were talking about Thingo.
Okay.
So, all right, we'll do top story. Where's the button? So, if you want to support the show, you can of course go to Buy Me a Coffee. I have a clip for this too.
The money. Give me the money.
So yes, if you want to support the show.
About the only useful clip of Anna that there is.
So thank you, Rory, for scanning the
thirst
code.
after, or is it not cool still?
No, it's perfectly fine to thirst after an Experian. I think she's
Thermal,
attractive.
if I click the link, it would be like 20 times.
Well, anyway, yes. So top story.
Damn, bitch, you live like this?
No. So yes, thanks, El, for this clip from Maddie. So yeah, so there's some stuff going on. So let's watch this clip for context.
To be fair, when something happens with Ricada, I feel. To be fair, when something happens with Ricada, I feel compelled to talk about it.
Who is this? Is this Moon?
So as to not renege on my
Josh, yeah.
duties
This is
to the
Moon.
e-drama community. And so here's a video called "Do You Know Mandy?" Oh,
is that how
this video is
Nick's
private
living
now? I
No, that
bookmarked
was
this
another.
video
That was
called "Do You
the
Know
story
Mandy?"
before.
And I intended to play it. And
Now that
between,
was me.
Then and now, it appears that this clip has been privated. I did some digging
Check my
because I
BMAC.
did a little bit of prep today
Oh, okay.
with the time that I had available.
20
And,
viewers
I
scanned
found
that
out that there was an
goddamn code?
explanation for this.
You know it's not 20 views. You know it's just Roy
Alyssa,
scanning it.
who was
Why you
the
can't do it
director
that
clip,
fast?
said that Nick asked me to remove it.
No, you just click the link.
She was
Oh, yeah,
gracious
it's not
enough
gonna
to
do.
provide a alternative URL for the clip, which I have open. Someone says that you did weak sauce, and she replies saying, "I mean, I'm not really in a position to say no, especially with that clip not having any edits." So out of fear of getting a DMCA strike from Ricada, she took it down. I will now go over it, and I will provide some transformative commentary. It is 2.5 minutes long. It's pretty rough. I will say this, okay? I did talk to Ricada.
Thank you, Cool Frog.
At some point, and he clarified to me that these are his Friday streams where he gets like drunk with other people, and it's like intentionally like trashy and shit.
Yes, that was one.
And supposedly, and I can't attest to this either way, on the other days of the week, he has normal law streams. This is what he says, and I have no reason to doubt him. But I will explain why I am bringing this up and making fun of it regardless after I let it play.
Camelot, do you know Mandy?
Yeah.
How can someone not?
I just want to give the chat a warning. If you've not seen this, this is ultra cringe.
Mandy.
It has nice tits.
Oh, it was bad.
Mandy is
That she
so
does.
And
Disgusting
Jess, if you're out there, are you actually
I'm gonna go
topless
get
in
a
this?
drink. Fucking horrible.
Yeah, I wondered that myself, but I don't know Jess, so I haven't asked. Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Would eat that ass.
Oh my god, Mandy.
Yeah,
if I was
Jesus
single,
Christ.
if I were single, Mandy, you would never be single again. Mandy, if I were not married, girl, I would wreck you. I would save you. I would do
We should
whatever
put the fire hose on this motherfucker.
earth.
Oh, thank God.
I would
Eric.
do whatever on earth to praise you. These weird guys who are like, "Oh, you're too depressed" or whatever. No, stop it.
But what if you were on the MDMA and then you're
I just want to point out someone actually referred to Aussie Overlord as Aussie DSP.
PP.
I don't need Camelot. I don't need MDMA from
What
Mandy.
if the PP was tracking
Mandy,
Mandy?
Mandy is so goddamn hot. Mandy is fucking phenomenally hot. Mandy is so hot. Mandy, if you come to Matsuri, I will not say a goddamn word.
Oh.
I won't say anything. I'm a Christian, trad, whatever. Lady Rackets will tell you that you are fucking fire. I don't need to say a goddamn word.
So
Mandy.
you won't eat her ass if she comes to Monterey.
Let's not go too far, Camelot.
I will.
You shut your mouth. You shut your mouth because no, Mandy's fantastic. She's cool. She's bass. She's hilarious. She's talented. And listen,
Yes, Lemon Party,
Mandy is
absolutely.
gorgeous. She's a gorgeous
Man, when
woman.
Camelot's trying to save your ass
Lady
from being a fucking
Rackets would
weirdo.
fucking fawn over Mandy. Mandy. These dudes that are letting you down, these people that are fucking hurt, like that are harming your life, relationship, whatever. They're garbage. You're fantastic, wonderful person.
I will interrupt there because I can't contain. I'm about to laugh. I'm trying to hold it. There's
You should play the.
I know that these
Silence of the
moments in his
Lambs
streams are
part.
very.
The clip of the guy saying, "You want, I'll fuck myself." You should have that clip up here. Except put Nick's face on the dude.
I'm not going to do that.
Cherry picked out of like the hours and hours. Of
Yes,
stream
that is
he
a
does.
picture of Mandy.
However-
This is Mandy Karavickas. So just to be clear, that's who.
This is the thirst trap.
Nick's
Did
talking
we
about.
confirm this?
That is, that's who he's talking about.
Which is
it's not
confusing
another
as fuck.
Mandy.
It's super confusing. Like he's talking about this
Whenever
person?
I see-
Why? I don't.
Yeah, I don't know what triggered it. I haven't watched Ricada's streams in
I haven't either.
a
I'm
very
glad.
long
I'm so
time.
glad.
Like very
7 or
very
8
long
months?
time. Yeah, more than about that. Yeah, since honestly since the Discord closed. So since that whole thing,
Yeah,
I just
the
haven't watched
one-
Nick.
Yeah,
I
I
haven't watched Nick at all,
recognize
so-
the picture.
I rely on Elb. I rely on Elb to clip him.
One of these clips, and he's on one of these 5 panels, and everyone's shirtless, and they're all drinking, and Ricardo's obviously drunk, and he's doing something embarrassing. There's always the moment where he gets into a diatribe, and he goes on, and people are like trying to interrupt. Like, okay, he throws out an idea. Everybody's on board at first. They throw in a comment like, okay, yeah, sure, man, he's hot, whatever the fuck, and they go with it. A minute in, there's like 2 people still left on the bit that are providing their comment.
I just want to say, Mandy, if you're there, you probably look better without a fringe.
Yeah, like 20 years ago.
Once you hit
minimum.
a certain point, we're at 2 minutes
I
now.
had
out of
that
2.5
back
minutes.
in the 90s.
Nobody else is contributing to this conversation. They've all gotten
What do we
off
mean?
the
It's at
train.
least
They're waiting for him
2000s.
to finish, and it goes on with nobody else saying anything. Just 5 people sitting there in quiet, except for Ricada talking about how much he wants to fuck this woman.
Actually, Fawn, that's probably when it got bad. Yeah, when Jim left. Jim finished, and that was it. Now the internet's dead.
Did we bury Jim yet?
No, Jim's still alive. Come back, Jim. Jim, come back. We need you.
He'll come back
We
as
need
an
you.
AI.
We need your cancer AIDS to be cured, and then we need
Yeah.
you back. The internet needs you. Don't leave us.
No, he got reincarnated as Pippa.
Pippa's secretly fucking Jim.
I do.
That's
do
a
really love
popular
Pippa.
theory. That's a popular theory.
That's hilarious.
And you don't need any of this validation at all.
He does look like
Mandy,
DSP though.
you're fantastic. You're great.
starts
I love
sighing.
you. You're fucking wonderful. Look. I'm married. I'm a humble, wonderful man. I will never have sex with you or whatever.
This guy's supposed to be
but
professional drunk, and he's like
plenty
the
of people
worst
would,
at it.
And anyone who wouldn't is fucking
Mhm.
retarded.
Okay, so the very last second, he realizes, oh, I should probably have said too much. I think the wife will be upset with me for what I've said. The picture on screen is the picture that Mandy uses. She is probably 18 in that picture. From what I have been told by the Kiwi Farms, which, as we know, is of dubious quality at the best of times, that picture is Mandy
That is
as she
not
is
Mandy.
today.
No.
I have absolutely no way of knowing if that is true. But there you go. So, I understand why he asked for this to be privated. I think that he's embarrassed by it. I think that it pissed off his wife. He said a lot of stuff about other women. I think I'm not even sure if that's true. He's definitely said like lewd things before, in regards, but the way that he has gushed over her is probably a bit too much for the wife, and that's why he asked for it to be taken down. I definitely empathize or sympathize even with Lady Rackets in this case. I really think it is a very embarrassing clip. I really think he should stop drinking. And I know that like his Friday fun streams or whatever are like, you know,
yes,
his like
not
goof off
yeah,
streams, and he takes
that's a lot of
it very
damage.
seriously the other days. But every time I get one of these clips where it's just like off the rails, like really embarrassing and going to cause problems, he's drunk. He needs to dial it back a bit. It's no longer, you know, I'm a very social drinker, and because I do not drink very much, I'm a bit of a lightweight. It's embarrassing to say, but I can take, you know, 2 beers, and I have enough buzz where I feel good. My mood is elevated. I'm more chatty. I'm more social, and I don't have to drink more to get like super drunk. I'm just that's it, because I drink so infrequently that just a little bit of alcohol is enough to make me feel better. And I don't have to actually get properly shit-faced to enjoy an afternoon with some beverages. I really think he needs to cut back.
I refuse to believe that, Eric. I'm absolutely sure Nick can coom without chemicals. I don't think he needs to be on MDMA to do any cooming. He has 6 kids. I think he's perfectly capable of that. But yeah,
that's what I'm saying. 2 beers is great, my boy. Everyone, people give me shit for that and say, "Oh, you're such a fucking lightweight." It's like, I don't want to be a heavyweight. I don't want to be a Ralpha male. I want to have, you know, a liter of vodka that I buy that I can drink, you know, 1 or 2 shots in an afternoon once a week, and have that liter of vodka last, you know, for 3 months. And each time I go to it, it's a nice thing to compliment the movie. I don't want to be a heavyweight.
No. Step up
so
your game, Josh.
Hold on.
Hear...
No. I'm over 40. My dick works perfectly fine. So,
You're over 60.
not over 60.
Yeah. Aren't you at least 50?
I'll be 50 eventually.
So he's only 31 for the 39th time.
Whoa, shit.
31 season 19.
Sobriety has not done me any harm.
Get out of here, bug.
So I think that from bro to bro, if he's saying things now that he actually regrets enough that he asks people to take down and not talk about, then perhaps the flaw here is you don't even have to stop drinking, really. If you want to continue to drink excessively, that's your prerogative. Maybe don't stream it if you're doing things that you regret in the process of it.
I can just hear Josh's soft eyes from here. Yes. I like Jersh a lot, but it's like, God, man.
Eric says, yeah, but do you take handfuls of MDMA washed down with middle shelf whiskey? No, I do not.
Not anymore.
That is probably why my penis works fine. No, I've not actually tried MDMA. I've not tried MDMA. I've not tried Coke.
Not
I think
yet.
I got drugged last weekend, by the way.
Oh, it's good shit.
I'm boring, man. Like, I'm a boring
drugs.
old man. Like, I'm like
Got
pharmaceuticals. I've had very few. So.
Other than all those.
What was his name?
Antibiotics.
I think
No, I'm allergic to penicillin, so I haven't had that many antibiotics either. Yes, boring thermo.
He has another clip.
Oh,
that
that
I'm not going to play because it's too long.
A penicillin
But
allergy.
he basically says, "I don't want to be known as like a Christian streamer. I don't want to be known as a
Penicillin.
law streamer. He doesn't want to be known for any of the things that like were fundamental to his
Made him famous
inception as
and
a streamer. And I
popular.
find that very disappointing, because I think Ricada was like a beacon, like a little bit of a white pill to people to say like, oh, this guy is like successful, he's funny, he is he's what's it called?
Based.
Insightful. He's insightful. He's able to take something as boring and dry and mundane as a court proceeding. The if you were to try and conjure something that typifies bored, dreary, miserable, a court filing is probably something that you would use as a trope to say like, oh God, it's like as fun as sitting in court. You can take that and make that entertainment that thousands of people watch. And while doing it, he had 8 white children. He had a white wife that he was a high school sweetheart with, and everyone really, I think, admired this rare thing that just doesn't exist anymore. Nobody gets married to their high school sweetheart and has 6 kids and becomes like a, like that persona. And I think
so. Bazza, I think what you're saying is they're experiencing the 7-kid itch.
A lot of the reason why his fans are now like super hard A-logs is how let down they are that persona has cracked
6 kids,
and it's now like hypersexual.
So.
And
he had 5 plus the 3 plus the 3 mischaracters.
Saying things about other women that aren't his wife, especially in public, to like other women who are like naked on, not naked, like full bearing, but they're shirtless on stream and shit.
Tim does.
I'm trying to remember.
And
Like
saying, like, you know what? Fuck the whole God shit. I'm done being a Christ cock. I'm now a based bar enjoyer.
Nick always said he was never a really devout Christian. Like, it's not new.
But there's a thing. Whenever I see shit like this, I always think of this particularly gruesome Bible verse, which is famous, to everybody because it is. It's one of those things that like everyone has probably heard at least once. It's Matthew 18:9, and if your eye causes you to stumble, gouge it out and throw it away. It is better for you to enter life with one eye than to have 2 eyes and be thrown into the fire of hell.
That's why
Jesus says, in the actual full length, a man asks, "What about all these hoes? There's all these hoes that are scantily clad, and they compel me to be sexually promiscuous outside of God's instruction." And Jesus says, "If you cannot look at a woman without being a lustful man pig, you must blind yourself to
anyway." But yes, so this is the bit that shows that Nick asked Elb to remove the clip, obviously because Nick was embarrassed by it. So, but yes, why are we talking about it? Why are we talking about it?
And why is
somehow
this
why is this news at all? Well, I guess it's Nick, so it's kind of news. But Nick's embarrassment is not always news, just because it happens so often. But we're part of it. Well, almost we.
Wait a minute.
Some of us have escaped.
Who's this we?
Some of us escaped without being called out. But
don't lump us in with your bottom feeder ass.
Yeah.
I'm not a bottom feeder. I never got called out.
Cynthia,
which is also an oversight. I'm going to send a letter to Cynthia
are you still
about
here?
calling out Ryu. Definitely
so Cynthia,
bottom feeder.
who was in the chat earlier, decided to go on the farms and call Elb out for withdrawing the clip. I mean, the clip's still up. It's right here. Like all the comments are there, shitting on Nick.
But it's unlisted.
But it's unlisted. Nick requested it be taken down.
Okay.
Elb, who doesn't want trouble, said, "Yep, sure, no problem."
Mm-hmm.
So I understand. But yes, Cynthia took offense to this, and for some reason decided to drag us into this. So the important part here is what was it? So here it says
he's still smart, yeah.
He's still smart, though instead he's triangulating. Alyssa doesn't triangulate. She hangs with bottom feeders like Thermo. Nova,
filthy,
who likely did the re-edit or re-upload Alyssa did. He did. It's on Nova's channel. Cool Frog. Oh, Cool Frog.
Monster.
Cool Frog, you still here?
See, Cool Frog's here with us bottom feeders.
I know.
God, man. Cool Frog's right here.
Hey!
Spectre, shout out Spectre. Mad Core Mofo, and sometimes
Monster.
Divinity said, Catnip Dave, and Tim of Tams.
How the fuck did Cynthia
Monsters.
here? Like, what the fuck?
I'm impressed
Filthy
that I'm impressed
bottom-feeding
that Cynthia
motherfuckers.
remembers that Tim's even here.
That's what I was about to say. Like, how?
Yeah.
Yeah, Cool Frog. You're a bottom feeder like us.
Yeah.
I don't mind being a bottom feeder. I'm not a content creator. Like,
Do you have a channel? Does it have content on it?
oh
No.
no. Okay. Obviously, I've been on the pre-stream for since episode 3 or whatever.
You had a gaming
And I was
stream.
on I was on one of Farron's Eliza Blue streams. And I'm like, oh, because Thermo was there, Legal Prices was there.
Well,
That's about the last time that I did any sort
watching,
of.
baby. I don't.
You don't need evidence because you don't have evidence, Cynthia.
No, exactly. It's just like, I'm not a content creator. It's just like it just seems weird, Cynthia. It's just
and
really
Cynthia,
weird.
it's 26 watching. Thank you, because there's
I had
13 on
like
Rumble.
2 weeks ago.
It's just weird. I've finally made it on the farms as much as I've tried to avoid it, but I'm just a dude. I don't. Make
I'm annoyed
content.
that I've been mentioned multiple times on the farms now.
Yeah, I
don't
know.
like that.
Yeah, I mean, I just a guy who just sits around and talks shit on someone else's show on a Sunday afternoon. That's it.
Hey, Coasty!
Jesus Christ!
God, Ray, my God. He says, "I think Cynthia is Roy's trans persona." Is this true?
You caught me, honey.
Coolfrog says, "I made it on Kiwi Farms. I must have now made it." Yes, you've made it, my friend.
Yep, tie the knot. You're done.
Where was it?
I haven't made it yet.
And yes, Farron offered to sell her monetized channel to Alyssa. I was happy to front the funds. That's mighty white of you, Cynthia.
Why the fuck would you do that?
It wasn't much. I was told it was like $25,000. So
don't do that.
That sounds like. I mean, I guess Cynthia's got money, so that maybe that's not much to her, but that sounds like a lot.
Oh, that's humble bragging right there. That's what that is.
Yeah.
But yes, so she ran away from that offer so damn fast and burned bridges. Insanity. Even Farron detractors would be totally cool with Alyssa buying a channel so she could properly monetize her work. Hell, when Farron was selling her channel, her detractors, Thermo, offered to buy it.
Thermo, why would you do such a thing?
I'm confused. When have I been a Farron detractor? I mean...
Yeah, we've called out her misgivings, but we're not.
I think the only time I've ever shat on Farron was
when she fucked up majorly.
Yeah,
the only time I really
was
ever
a pretty light
criticized Farron
shitting, by the way.
Was
I watched the whole thing.
The documentary thing.
Stuff,
the documentary
the
trailer.
stuff.
Like,
yeah,
where is the documentary anyway?
Look, I think
Farron's
done with YouTube. So
Farron is done with online. Basically, she considers herself basically retired from online life.
She's made an excellent decision and walked away from YouTube and all the associated drama.
3 other channels though.
I don't know anything about other channels. Did she make other channels? I know she
sold everything.
I know she sold her channel, and
but before she sold it off. She did turn it into very briefly. It was turning into just rebroadcasts of stuff with her and Vices. Mysteries, Greatest Mysteries.
I was
very
really
briefly
interested in that. Honestly,
but
I
that
was going to watch
channel's
that.
gone.
I'm not joking.
I'm pretty sure that channel is now gone.
Like everybody talks about doing like
It's,
mysteries and fucking weird shit. Nobody ever does it, and I was like, "Oh, I'll fucking."
I think it's called Clip. I think it's called Clip This Bitch now.
And
Clip This Bitch.
I don't.
Oh, that is Clip the
Clip channel now.
I didn't realize. So Clip This Bitch is Farron's old account.
Yep.
So El did buy it.
No, El didn't buy it.
So another Clipper bought it.
Probably
looks like
Which one?
I'm
on the nose says.
I still think it's Farron.
She didn't sell it.
Yeah, I like on the nose thing.
I don't know.
I don't think she sold it. I think it's just Farron.
Let me make this clear. Let me make this clear right now. I did not offer to buy Farron's channel. Full stop.
Yeah.
I don't have $25,000. I don't have $250 to buy a fucking channel. So, number two, I wouldn't do that. Like, why the fuck would I buy anybody's channel?
Well, Farron had 20,000 subs.
Cool Frog, welcome, man.
No,
Farron had 20,000 subs.
Thank you for having
it and go live. And...
You're always welcome, man.
Hey, how you going?
Hey, fellow bottom feeder.
Pretty good.
So yes, it's it's nothing but us bottom feeders here. So.
Well,
now, I mean, I'm sure.
What does that make Tem and me though?
We're higher beings. Clearly.
Now, you're bottom. I guess you guys.
I'm an angel.
Well, you're a guest.
Welcome to the bottom feeders.
I guess you guys are bottom feeder orbiters.
Bottom.
I'm the right hand of God. I come down upon you.
Bottom feeder adjacent.
Part my knowledge.
I would like to point out though that bottom feeders are fucking tasty.
They are pretty good.
Yeah,
I do like them.
Like lobster is bottom feeder. Like,
Flounder's good. That's a bottom feeder, isn't it?
So what's this? So
this is gotta boil the shit out of them.
Yeah, I saw Madcore said something about like she's still running it. So like I don't know. So I only know what people tell me. So I don't have any special information or anything. But yeah, as far as I know, Farron has sold the channel. She doesn't run it anymore. Someone bought it.
You know, Madcore Mofa did quite a deep dive on that or whatever to actually prove that it was actually sold or not. Believe what he actually came up with actually did show that it was actually sold. It is not hers. It is somebody else's that bought it for like $5,000 or something.
Yeah, see, I can't afford $5,000 either.
It's a pretty good deal.
I could afford it, but it definitely was not me. I'm not smart enough to put out any content on it.
Also,
you know,
I'm
the
pretty
fun
sure
one
it's against
is,
terms of
Social
service
Blade.
anyway.
Yeah.
You know how Social Blade works? It's not really all that accurate when it comes to like the money, but
Yeah.
it's super accurate when it comes to sub counts and whatever
Yeah.
else. Just like everybody else, she's actually losing her butt with on subs. Over 1,000 subs negative in the last 30 days.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense because she's retired from online work.
Didn't she sell it like 2 months ago though? That was like a long time ago.
Well, and look, fundamentally, that's the danger in buying an account. If you buy an account and then change its name to something else, the people who signed up and notice that it's different content now, they're obviously going to unsubscribe.
Even if you don't change the name and you change
just
the
to
content,
correct
people get pissed
Cynthia.
off about it.
Just to correct Cynthia, I don't hang out with Nova. I don't really know who Nova is. That is somebody that Divinity actually has been doing shows with. I have not really met the guy. I know that he's actually been in my chat once or twice, but I seriously have not had the pleasure of actually talking to the guy.
I think the statement is that I think the statement is that Elb hangs out with you and I and Thermo and Madcore and all that.
I mean,
but yeah,
Alyssa Clips can come hang
fair.
out with me anytime she wants. I want to say it's been several months since I actually had Alyssa Clips come around my channel. I actually brought her on a show. I had a couple of other people on there for a Friday night, and some other jackhole was like smoking pot on the screen or whatever. So then that episode ended up getting blocked, you know, so you can't actually see the episode that she was with me on. So it's like she hasn't been back since. I totally bring her back at any point in time. You know, anytime that she decides that she wants to come
I was
on.
gonna say Elb doesn't hang out with us anymore.
Elb's in our Discord. Like she
Elb
gets
is
the
part of
link
the
every week,
show,
same as everyone here. So like
She's just not online with us lately.
Yeah.
Like,
So
No,
Elb's busy working, man. Like
I was assuming that she was busy working for Farron, but I don't know if
She
that's
sells
even
crack
true either.
now, I heard.
as I know,
Elb, are you selling crack?
No. Oh
Yeah.
no.
as far as I know, Farron was in hospital for something recently, and then afterwards she's come out and retired from online life. And
so my understanding, so Farron had a hernia operation.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
I didn't ask her what it was.
Yeah, and
Kidney hernia.
yeah, no, I know she had a kidney infection or something,
Yeah,
and
that's
like
fucked.
was in
That
hospital
sucks.
for that, and then she had a hernia, so she hasn't had a good run of it, but she's left YouTube. So
yeah.
So I wish Farron well in wherever she ends up. I wish everybody well. Look, I don't
Good
fucking hate
riddance.
anybody. Like
Oh, exactly.
Like
Exactly. It's
I
much
want
shit as we
I want
talk.
everybody to I want Cynthia to succeed in whatever the hell it is she's doing. What are you doing,
Whatever
Cynthia? Like
she's
what do you
actually
do
deciding
now?
to
Like,
do with her life and on Kiwi farms.
She's flossing
yeah, I mean,
her big
more
dollar
power
bills
to
is
you,
what
just-
she's doing.
I saw that she's got the pink triangle of. Yeah, I think she's got banned from that thread.
Very defected to rush with Terrorine.
Anyway, so yes, that's why we're bottom feeders. So
I'm so glad to actually be part of the bottom feeders.
yeah, like isn't it great to be included?
We should actually do something with that, like on a regular basis, like once a week, all bottom feeders unite and show up somewhere.
Well,
We just call it bottom
look,
feeders are us.
As the head
call
of,
it pre-stream?
of the bottom feeders local 152,
the Teamsters.
you're all behind on your dues.
Oh, I didn't realize we were paying dues. What's the,
Is that what I just donated to?
Yeah, that's right.
how much are the dues again? Do I have
I'm
to buy
good.
you a
Everybody
coffee or
else
something?
needs to give Thermo $5 to be part of his
I
group.
know.
No, Gold Talk. The next thing you're gonna have to do, he's gonna send you a brand that you have to tattoo. It says Firmo.
Get branded Yellowstone style. Yeah. Never leave the ranch.
So yes, that's why we're bottom feeders. So yeah.
I mean, technically, we did start because we all met through Nick and started, sniping Flashcast, and technically we are bottom feeders.
I don't think we've actually ever sniped Flashcast. Like we
started.
tune into
We've not.
Flashcast
We hate on it.
sometimes, but
We hate.
We started.
the fuck out of it.
Didn't we were literally stream sniping Flashcast at some point.
Yeah, I think we've done.
It didn't
We've done
last very
maybe
long.
once or twice.
Yeah, it didn't last very long.
That is
Yeah.
why we're all here, though. We're like,
Like-
do you hate this fucking show? Yeah, I hate this fucking
Yes.
show. Let's bitch
That's
about
why
it.
that's why we
It's
started.
literally why.
Fundamentally, the only reason the show exists is because of Flashcast.
So fucking
Because-
lofty, anyway.
Well, yeah.
Well, and now fucking Nick has Lofty on his show. So
Oh
Jesus
God,
Christ.
Jesus.
Lofty, you need to get you need to get a better VTuber.
And
over
Lofty's
time,
a
man.
VTuber, yeah.
I love my VTubers, but Lofty, come on, man, you can afford seriously. Surely you should be able to afford a better avatar than that.
I doubt it.
I don't think so.
He should use
mean,
a
bald twink is
render.
Look, if he paid for that, he should get a refund.
He
think
dirt
he
cheap.
built it
Like,
himself.
You can get. He might have rigged it himself. Okay, if you did,
You could do that for
I take
free.
back what I said. If you made that yourself, like that's hard shit to do.
There's
But if you paid,
programs for it.
if
Pay
you
money
paid
for
for it, get a better one.
I'm sure an AI can do it now.
Yeah, AIs can probably do it. Yeah. All I'm saying is that even the indies have better rigs than you do. So
The West
Come on, man.
Indies or the East Indies?
independence. Independence. Sorry, this is getting into whippery. I'm not going to try not to derail it.
Oh, here's the best. I found a funny. This is, I gotta share with you. Judges are fucking going after Andrew right now on Twitter.
Who? What?
A judge is going after Andrew on Twitter.
Andrew who? Bronco or Mindset?
Mindset. Calling him not a real fucking attorney.
Oh!
Oh!
I mean,
He is a
No, he's a real attorney.
To be
for
fair,
God's
most
sake.
of these lawyers that are on YouTube,
yeah,
not all, most
He's a Korean
have
attorney.
failed at their own career. That's
Also-
why they're doing what they're doing.
Well, yeah, but this
Prime
is
example
a-
is Nick. So
Oh my God.
This is a circuit court judge in the state of Alabama that's calling him not one, and everybody's just fucking
Interest from
laughing.
Florida. Interest from Florida.
Motherfucker lives in Korea. Like, of course,
trust
he's
these
like, no,
people.
he's
Judge
not being
Carpenter
an
is
American
from
attorney.
Florida.
Hang on.
What's Alabama got to do with it?
So, oh my God, I was lied to. Andrew Luger Mindset has been lying about being an attorney for years. What an asshole. I trusted him, but Judge Carpenter says he isn't and says that's a matter of law, not opinion. That's interesting because I've seen his bar registration.
That is
So,
interesting.
I know he's a lawyer. I've
This is
seen
gotta-
the bar
this has
registration.
This is going to be a
So-
troll because of the lie.
This is because people think his name is Andrew Esquire. It's not.
I originally thought that's when I saw the site.
His name is not Andrew Esquire. You
I
fucking
like when
idiots.
they dared him to find out who he
Esquire
really
is a
was.
Look,
title.
you need
not
to
an
finish.
Retarded?
I'm
need
pretty
to finish
sure
the sentence.
I'm pretty sure there's someone who's
Another
last name
word
is-
for
is-
lawyer.
is Esquire.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not gonna.
that's-
I'm not gonna dox him. But I have seen his fucking bar registration. He's registered at the, in
Yes.
the Florida on the Florida bar.
I think
So he's-
everybody really seriously has seen.
He was like
anybody that-
5 years ago. I don't know if he is now. But also, this judge might be a fucking retarded boomer. Be like, that's not a real lawyer.
I'm going to
because he
immediately
doesn't have his name.
unsubscribe from Andrew's YouTube account because he lied about being an attorney. I'll pay for a subscription to actual attorney like Nick.
Oh, God.
How I know this is
This is going to be a troll.
This is just a troll. Sorry.
Yeah, look, Eric. I think Farron had the same confusion.
Yeah,
I think Farron looked up, thought his name was actually Andrew Esquire.
No.
I'm sure there's someone who's lost.
Maybe not, but I know Farron made the same assertion,
Yeah.
and it was wrong.
Yeah.
So.
Choir
What's
people.
this? The Legal Mindset is not a lawyer. It's a
is a
fake Twitter
title,
account.
Not an
Who
name.
is Judge David Carpenter? Is he an actual judge?
Yes, he is.
To
Okay.
violate the First Amendment, the government
Doesn't
doesn't
mean
have
much
to
in
state the name
America.
of who's receiving the consequences. The idea that it must be direct is a requirement that the law doesn't require. What the fuck? To violate the First Amendment, the government doesn't have to state the name of who's receiving the consequence. The idea that it must be direct is a requirement
Sounds
that the law
retarded.
doesn't require. What the fuck?
Sounds like the words of a
I'm not
retarded
expressing opinions. I'm telling you what the law actually states. That's not a matter of opinion. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, I think it might be.
Who the fuck is this dude?
What's this chain? Oh my God! Look at this fucking.
Oh wow!
Asa Hutchinson. Holy
Asa
shit.
Hutchinson, one of the clown car fucking candidates.
God, I thought that was Ron Paul for a minute.
Oh
You know all Republicans are doing when they do this is they're contaminating the well.
Yeah, it's poisoning the well.
They- Right. There's over and over again. They just keep on adding more and more people to it. They're going to dilute it after they get done poisoning.
That's what the Democrats
everybody's
did.
going to now instead of you having one or two choices, you got 15 choices. You're like, well, okay, I'm not going to vote for any
the Democrats did in 2020.
Oh,
It's what the Republicans did in 2016.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
fucking clown. That was a clown show too.
Yeah.
Right. There
And
was
somehow,
11 of them.
somehow Trump came out on top of that, and I still don't understand how. That's 8 years ago, whatever.
Because
Need
he's
magic,
the smart
baby.
guy.
Because 2016 Trump was exactly what the Republican Party needed.
Yeah, true.
And 2024 Trump is like New Coke. The brand is the same, but it's just it just doesn't taste right.
Yeah, the problem is like nobody's really looking at it and understanding all the problems that Trump was. I'm not sure DeSantis is particularly any better, but it's like nobody is willing to admit that Trump is kind of fucking retarded.
He's like second term Reagan.
I would like to see someone like DeSantis because I want to see someone who can actually govern effectively.
I don't know that he's going to do it either. There's
Maybe
too
not.
much. There's too much connection to like deep state bullshit. That makes me very nervous about DeSantis too.
Yeah,
At least Trump, I know it's going to be a wild fucking animal and like guns being handled improperly and like fucking like.
I'm
just
not even sure he's
stupid
going to
shit.
do. I don't think he's
think
going to
it
do
is,
that anymore.
no.
Yeah, I think the 2016 Trump has been beaten out of it.
You're right. It might be gone.
Yeah.
Thank you, former
Keeps
preacher.
jerking
Yes,
off
I
about
like that
fucking
analogy too, and it has an
vaccines.
extra layer because Trump's favorite beverage is actually Diet Coke, and Diet Coke is what New Coke became.
Oh,
so
Oh, no wonder.
it's all these layers of
Which people don't quite understand. They're like, "Oh yeah, Diet Coke, it's so much better for me," and no, it's not.
Yeah,
no,
it's
not. It's got aspartame in it. Aspartame is actually worse than caffeine.
Artificial sweeteners or cancer.
In the regular sugars. So yeah, go ahead.
Diet,
Drink your aspartame.
Diet Coke is not the same as Coke Zero either. They're two separate things, aren't they?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Coke Zero is regular Coke with the sugar substituted for a sweetener.
Aspartame.
Yeah. Well, no, I think you use a different sweetener.
Diet Coke has aspartame.
Diet Coke has aspartame. But
Okay.
Diet Coke is what is the new Coke formula with the sugar taken out, replaced with aspartame, which I think
because I thought. Oh no, you're right. No.
Actually, it does say that the zero does have aspartame in it.
Yeah, but there's still other different sweeteners.
maybe in America. I don't think we have aspartame here. I think we have I think it's phenylalanine. I think over here we use phenylalanine.
Adult children.
Yeah, that's the one.
Do you ever wrangle them up and make them fight?
Thanks, Tom Bolo. Thank you for the $5 over on Rumble. I wish I could highlight chats. He says, light them up, Thermo. Thank you.
Pepsi Max.
I like Tom Bolo. He exclusively watches on Rumble.
Good man. Shame Odyssey's dead.
Yeah.
Look, it does have phenylalanine.
I really want Restream and StreamYards to get their integration with Rumble going. That'll be great.
I'm with you on that one.
Yeah.
Totally.
Like that'll be fucking great. Being able to
integration is
highlight
ridiculous.
chats, man, from both, bringing it together. Like
Just tying it to the StreamYard in itself or the Restream, from Rumble is a pain in the ass.
Hmm.
And if they do
I
that-
tried to streamline it a little bit where they actually gave you like a template,
yeah,
that you can go by it, but it's still, an extra 5 minutes of messing around with something to actually go stream to it.
Yeah, no, I would actually buy their services because I'm streaming to 3 platforms, and it would be great to have all 3 of them have integrated chat.
I agree.
Look,
Because then
Restream's
they-
not that hard. Like Restream, I just edit the stream key and the password every week.
every single time.
Which look, it's a hassle, but it is what it is. What it is. I understand.
Yeah.
But the no chat. That's just like, oh god, please.
Yeah, but and we can all be excited because they're slowly fixing their.
It is
shit.
coming. Yes.
Right.
Okay, so this is just really creep shit. Like, who the fuck is this weirdo? Circuit Court Judge for State of Alabama, Jefferson County, presiding judge of criminal division.
He has nothing to do with the lawyer that's originally from Florida that's stationed out in Korea.
Keep Judge
Oh, he's from Alabama, so we can't read.
Zero things to do with it. So him calling him out is ignorance.
Is he not in the? Is he not like?
Don't elect your judges, people. Jesus.
Oh, we have. It turns. Unfortunately, you have to.
I know, but it's absolutely baffling.
Kick them.
It is.
It's democracy at work, isn't it?
Like I could just go be a judge and know nothing about law and just be like, "Yep, well, I'm a judge now." No, I don't think so.
As long as you know the right people, you can get yourself up there. Yeah, absolutely. You can do whatever you want.
Well, in lower counties, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Like
Got
if
the
you're
money?
popular enough, people will. If people in the
You got
county
the
know
money,
your
you're
name,
popular, boom.
you'll get fucking elected. It's amazing.
I'm just seeing whether he's a Democrat or a Republican. Alabama.
I would figure a Republican.
He's a Democrat.
Fuck.
Most of them are.
So yeah. So he ran unopposed. That's the problem. So these guys run unopposed in their fucking elections.
Because people who aren't retarded realize that this is a huge fucking burden, but people who are power hungry and stupid think this is great. Well, I'm gonna be a judge. And then they just ruin the world.
The interesting one is most people don't actually realize it when they actually go and they fill out a ballot, that if they don't want that judge, instead of actually selecting the one unopposed judge over and over again, because they see one unopposed, they're like, oh, that guy. You're like, no, don't do that. There's a little line that's underneath there that you can actually mark that one, and you can actually you can write Mickey Mouse in there for whatever it is, and it would eventually kick out where it would actually say, oh, we must find somebody to actually oppose you because you are not being selected for your job. But everybody just kind of looks over that and they're just kind of like, whatever, unopposed.
That sounds like
effort. Well, they look at the fucking party.
Well, his last election was in 2018, and he got 156,000 votes. 4,576 write-ins.
Right, 4,576 people actually understood how to actually fill out the ballot.
Well, a lot of these people will
get
just do
this
the
guy
a
taken
lot
care
of a lot of the people will just do the party line ballot.
Yeah, they right.
They'll go, I want all the Democrats.
Yep.
But it's Alabama.
Yeah.
So who the fuck is voting for Democrats in Alabama?
I don't know. Jefferson County. What does Jefferson County contain? Let's see. Jefferson County, Alabama. So these are the elections. Fucking Democrat.
Mobile.
Democrat.
Oh, okay. All right. Yep. Fair.
There's a Republican for Commission District 3. Yeah. So it's the fucking capital.
Yep.
Mobile's the capital of Alabama. Yeah.
Fuck, I know.
I don't remember.
Don't you guys have to learn all the state capitals?
No, we don't.
Yep.
We don't have to learn shit.
Well, American education. Come on.
I still know
those of us who are we did at one point, but that was just for like one class, one time in elementary school.
I remember most of them.
Yeah, I remember learning some of them in
Thank you,
social
Animaniacs.
studies.
What's the capital of California?
The state capital is Sacramento.
Yeah, it's not Los Angeles.
Yeah, Sac.
Nevada?
Reno? No. Carson City?
No.
Carson City, yeah.
Carson City, yeah. I think so.
Yeah, Carson.
I don't really like you guys. You know.
Oh, you're bound to get. I'm bound to get them wrong eventually.
Keep going.
I don't know.
Keep going. This is fun. Let's do this.
Rhode Island.
Oh shit! I don't even know the capital of Rhode Island.
Providence.
That's the one. Yeah. I'm trying to think of Family Guy. I was going to say Quahog.
Utah.
Salt Lake City.
And how do you spell out Salt Lake City?
It's Salt Lake City.
SAULT.
Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake City, Utah is SLUT. That is how we have it as an acronym.
Oh, you mean the acronym of? Yes.
Seriously, your acronym is SLUT.
Yeah. If you ever mail anything to Salt Lake, you can actually put this slut on it.
I know the capital of the state capital of New York is Albany.
But it was New York City.
Was it?
No.
I don't think it ever was. I think it was always Albany. If a state has like 2 major cities and 1 smaller, that's the capital.
Yeah, the small one's probably.
Yeah, almost every capital in the states is
It's
like
the
centralized.
second largest city. Yeah,
It was a forced capital because it was central.
Yeah.
Whereas here, every major city, like the major city, is the capital.
Except
it was
for
wherever where there was,
Sydney.
like, the
No,
least
because Canberra
snakes.
is the capital of the ACT, and it's also the capital of the country. So,
Yeah.
So Melbourne's the capital, Adelaide's the capital, Perth's the capital, Darwin's the capital, Hobart's the capital, Brisbane's the capital. They're all the biggest cities, and they're all the capitals. So. And before we built our little Washington DC of the Australian Capital Territory, the capital of Australia was Sydney and Melbourne. It was whichever one was biggest.
Melbourne.
It's Canberra now, isn't
Melbourne.
It's Canberra, yeah.
Yeah,
Canberra.
Yes. Canberra. Yeah, we built it as a compromise.
Yeah, it's halfway between Sydney and Melbourne.
Did you consult the fucking Aboriginals about this?
No. You know what I should have done? See, what I should have done is it's National Reconciliation Week this week with the Aboriginals. I should have done a recognition of country at the start of the show.
You just play the clip. Just play the one from the NRL.
But all of that is bullshit. So I'm not going to do it anyway.
No, just play the one from the NRL.
Celebrate the culture of Alice Springs.
We just get mugged by dozens of teenagers.
Pretty much.
Speaking of teenagers who'll mug you, I don't know if we covered this last week. I know we mentioned Mizzy, this fucking douchebag TikToker.
Yeah, last week we did.
He needs to get hit by a fucking bus.
Or maybe a train.
How is it?
This is
How did you get there?
this is his TikTok of him getting on a train and some idiot having left the door open.
Oh no! Well, this should be grounds to actually throw someone onto the train tracks.
Yeah.
I didn't actually watch this clip, but I thought he fucked around and went into the goddamn cabin while it was moving or something.
No, it wasn't while it was moving.
I never watched it.
He did teach me something. The if you flick it up, it makes one noise, and if you flick it down, it makes a different noise.
Oh,
interesting.
I
did not know this.
hate youths. I hate.
It's all about how you flick it.
You hate 2 youths. You hate 2
I hate
youths.
youths.
You hate
Boys
youths.
between
You hate
13 and 19.
Why do you hate
I want
youths?
to kill every one of them. I fucking hate them.
But
Always
yes,
have. Always will.
He interfered with the controls of a train. He's facing new charges as footage of emerges of him
but he'll get off
entering
of
the
those
driver's
shoulders.
cameras. Oh well, yes, he already did.
Yeah, he skates
so
every time.
He was into something else too, isn't he? Like just
he
a
was
minute
arrested.
ago.
He was arrested 2 days
Again.
after he was fined for the train. So he was
Oh, no,
he was
he was
fined
doing
for
it.
something else. Then he was arrested for the train thing.
He stole a Jew's hat and was like walking
You know,
around.
and,
like
and
2
he's
days
got
later.
a following. So
Yeah.
whatever happens, there's going to be people that are always going to be excited to actually see this guy be followed. And they're
Yeah.
going to be donating to him over and over again to go
Yeah, they're
do
fucking
more
stupid
ridiculous,
children.
dumb things because
Yeah.
they're just going to continue to bail him out.
Yeah, the funny thing is, if this was in the US, he'd have been shot already.
Well, walking into people's houses.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
Yeah,
wanted
that
to- I
especially
wanted to
for
do-
that
like I
especially.
said in the Discord, I want
Then
him
you've
to
been a martyr.
I want him to complete the break into the walk into farmer's house at 2 a.m. challenge, and then complete the lie on the floor dying from a sucking chest wound challenge.
That's a fun one.
Yeah.
Yes. So TikTok tearaway
FAFO.
Mizzy is released on bail after troublemaker 18 behind series of vile pranks, including home invasions. Spent bank holiday in custody for breaching court order by posting new videos online. So he was released out on bail, and the BBC, of course, decided it would be a great idea to do an interview with him.
Oh, the BBC.
So the Beeb had an interview with him. Fucking idiot. And he also went on Talk TV again. So he went on Talk TV the first time with Piers Morgan.
Oh God,
boobs.
Those
Then
two
he
deserve
went-
each other.
Yes, I did notice the boobs too. I'm like, holy shit. God,
She's got some good
That's
photos
a
on
good
her.
This that who she is?
Right,
Yeah.
you got the OnlyFans on that or what?
No, she doesn't have an OnlyFans,
No,
unfortunately.
she's an older lady, so they don't have OnlyFans.
You looked into it to be sure?
Well, we'll look into it.
Yeah, I
Let
did.
me just open that in a new tab.
Okay.
You can do that to me. You're not doing it to a guest. You stare at another guest again, and I'm going to personally remove you. I'm not taking the mic. I'm not taking the mic. You glared at her in a threatening fashion. You do that, I'll drag you out by the hair, and you can be as hard as you pretend you are. You can be as hard as you pretend you are. You apologise to her right now, or you're leaving.
I respect you, but I'm done here.
Good riddance to bad rubbish. Threatening guest does not happen on my show under any circumstances. Reem, I'm very sorry, but the way he glared at you is not acceptable. We never should have had him on the show. I didn't even want him here. I think the guy's a complete and total fool. And the fact that I attempted to have a sensible interview with an idiot like that is absolutely disgusting. And security, get the security from downstairs and get rid of him. Get rid of him, for Christ's sake.
Just go hands on with him directly.
Get rid of him.
What's up, Vicky? What's up, nerd?
Yeah, get rid of him.
Hey, how you going?
Hey, how you going?
Stop looking like a fucking cuck when you're trying to throw some off your shit.
Look, I watch I don't watch Talk TV. I watch GB News. Like
this guy would have been actually canned if he would have actually been living in the States because he would have been, oh my God, you just kicked this person of color off.
You just kicked a young black man off the radio.
Yeah, did you just kick a young black man off the channel?
It'll be black. Yeah.
Yeah, that man only gave him a telling off because he was on TV. If he'd done that, no, he wouldn't even never done that shit in normal life.
No, I'm with you, nerd. What is he supposed to do? Exactly just that. But you know, when it comes down to it,
that's about all he can do.
If that would have happened here in the States, he would have been done.
Yeah. So yeah, Mizzy will continue in the news cycle for at least another week. So thank you.
He's like a real black Michael Jackson, though. Like,
you got the cheekbones.
You know, he's got the nose. He's got the cheekbones.
Is
and
that a hat or is that hair?
Yes.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know.
Yes, thank you, Tim.
That's a hat. You can see how it covers his ear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it does. Yeah.
Christ, like Jesus Christ. This
it looks like a beanie.
TikTok is the worst, man. Like it really is. It's just
So let's look up that Twitter profile now.
Another
Twitter profile now.
Yeah,
All
the
right.
Twitter profile.
Another dumbass kid who's never
different.
Oh, this one, or are you talking about like?
Yes.
The booby one, yeah. Okay.
Oh, is that the lady?
Oh, wait a minute.
The lady.
Okay. Is that Mizzy again? No.
They
She
all look
wears
alike
like
to you.
4 fucking dresses, like every fucking deal. If you scroll like fucking a month, it's only 4 fucking dresses or 5, 4 to 5 dresses.
Probably the
on
only
both.
one she has that's showing up boobs.
That's what the wardrobe department has.
You got to leave.
Yeah, that's right.
And that would make you canceled here in America.
They've definitely gotten bigger over time. I wonder how that happens.
Of milk, protein, and fat.
Silicon.
Healthy diet.
So.
Oh yeah.
There was another Twitter profile I think you sent me before to have a look at. What's this one?
It's got a weird shape, but big old titties.
I don't think there's any nudity in this one, but yeah. So we might get cancelled.
They
We
kinda
might get
look like
cancelled.
they're
Oh, not
paid
that one.
for it.
God damn it. Where was it? I have to scroll up further.
Are you talking about the
boobs?
You're talking about the white one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Those are
I
paid
want
for.
it. If I'll find it for you, Thermo.
Well, no, they're focused.
No, it's okay. I've
They're
got it.
focused on the tits. I'm doing
Okay.
something completely
I've got
different.
So if
I'm not even
Thermo, bring this chick up and ask if
Playing
she's
games
wife
at the moment.
material, just on the looks alone.
Yeah. All right, chat.
Yeah. Let's get back to it.
Wife material or not?
This feels like a trap.
No, that's look. Let me reassure you.
I didn't. I'm not
this is-
insinuating. I'm not
let me
insinuating-
reassure you, this is not a trans man.
I wasn't. No. I wasn't
This is not a
insinuating.
trans
but I'm saying
woman.
This feels like a trick
This is
question.
not a trap.
This feels like some sort of trap that I'm gonna.
You should be
it's
stoned.
This is what I can guarantee you. This is 100% woman.
I wasn't.
Is this
saying-
the horny
I
part
wasn't
of the
suggesting
stream?
anything about.
Totally
I'm just saying-
trap.
It's just like if I say yes, I'm gonna be in trouble for something.
No,
you're welcome to say
you
yes.
will not.
Not at all.
No, she's attractive. She should just.
It's not wife material.
It's not that she's 14 either. You can kind of tell.
No, she's legally
a little-
she's 19 years old.
She's
yeah.
legal. She has an OnlyFans.
Oh, thanks for spoiling it.
That might be the issue.
They're all
No, you may recall the name.
No, I don't.
She was in the news. I mean, she was in it. Well, let's see what.
She's a litter of joy.
What?
June 2nd, 2023.
She's a litter of joy.
And y'all.
Litter of joy. What?
Bitches.
I haven't heard her talk, but she's actually retarded. It's very clear.
No,
She's a
she
dog
wanted
fucker,
a
isn't she?
litter. She
Oh,
wanted
there's
a
her.
litter.
So there's her being
Litter,
arrested.
really.
You may recall we did cover it on the show.
Litter,
You might have. I don't remember though.
So, oh, I'm sorry. The thing's actually being covered. What she was arrested for. Does no one remember this story? No one's
What
remembering
was she
this story?
arrested for?
What's
I
it
can
say?
say it. Yes. Again,
You
it
want
feels
me-
like
can
a
I
trap.
say it, Turbo?
It feels
So
like a trap.
relations with a dog behind a church.
Oh, she also filmed over 120 fucking videos.
Oh, great.
Holy man.
This is why I was hesitant to answer because I knew if I said yes.
I bet her dad's proud. Oh wait, he's not around.
Look, I'd still smash.
No,
read her
But that's okay.
comment.
No, but look, Manchester Bukake has her support. Manchester Bukake says, "You've got my support."
Well, read her statement right here.
Is
Here's
this the
the issue I
statement?
have with people
fleet
on
People on
Twitter.
Twitter. I know for a fact. I know for a fact what I do with my dogs is normal.
What girls fuck dogs?
You all do it. It's been normal. Ask your aunts, sisters, mums, nieces. They do it too. But Americans are hypocrites. Europeans support me though. They're real.
Not with dogs.
Oh, wow.
Not with dogs. No. No.
The French might though. They're pretty
I do
libertine.
not give you or anyone else permission to harass me. I have
You gotta
those
be-
with
you
retainers.
gotta be careful.
I don't know
She'll
why
give you
them
lockjaw.
having retainers in their mouths means anything, but okay.
So how she wants to normalize it, if you actually read her deal, is she says that all men are dogs. So she's fucking a dog. That's perfectly fucking normal, since all human males are dogs anyway.
What if I told you humanity had that dog in them?
Everyone already knows, genius. Yeah. Look, this woman is very brave, stunning and brave, coming out on social media.
It's weird, like
No, she's
they
pretty
literally like fuck. They're like fucking a retarded person, but it's also an animal. It's like just die in a fire.
She should star in the reboot of Knots.
She has lots of claw marks on her shoulders.
Read this one. I am
Oh.
suing all these news people.
I shouldn't be on their sites. They didn't ask my permission. Oh, Jesus. That's not how that works. I didn't do it, and they arrested me anyways. The things you read online aren't true about me. Men love persecuting women just so they can feel better. Just like they did with the Salem witch trials. Why won't men just make their own countries that they live in? Oh my God, this woman's insane.
No, that's what feminism does to you.
You just ignore all the things I've said about pro fucking dogs, and also it's not true though. But I just spent fucking a year saying it was.
And today's date is.
What's better as a brunette? I will say that.
2023
I like a
of
better
May.
girl.
That hairline is not doing her any favors.
No, that's a bit of a problem, but I like the brown hair.
What the fuck is going on there? Ladies, don't keep your hair in a ponytail so long that happens.
It'll end up wrecking your hairline.
Frontline flea and tick
yes.
flea and tick treatment. My favorite.
So yes, Roy, thank you for that one. Yeah.
Eric's good stuff. That's fun. Serious animal abuse. Yes.
And
exactly.
is it though? Is it though?
Yes. Yeah.
If I die, if reincarnation is real, if reincarnation is real,
look at the case. Look at the case now. When you actually think about it, usually those that are the ones that are, animal rights activists are also the ones that are for, pro-choice, let me do what I want. So it's really kind of weird that the activist would be the one that's having relations with the animal.
It's always confession through projection.
Oh,
They're always accusing people of doing what they do. Don't abuse animals.
She
Okay,
should
but I
have
fuck
reached out
dogs.
to
so-
TYT.
her and
She
Chen
should
could
have
get
reached
along.
out to TYT.
Flash
She
was
was
right.
right.
Speaking of insane women,
Flash was right.
let's talk about Laura Loomer.
Flash does have a point about woke white women. I give him credit for that.
So Laura Loomer is, if you don't know Laura Loomer, well, congratulations.
Consider it a blessing.
Consider it a blessing. Allow me to relieve you of that blessing. So Laura Loomer has run for office a number of times. She is batshit insane. And we're gonna go through some of her recent tweets. So yes, of course, oh, do you need me to pick up a box of tampons and model on my way home? How is me pointing out people's lies and calling them out for being disloyal and then proving it with receipts? Nobody died. Calm down. I promise it's going to be okay. So he replies, of course, you could try winning an election once. That's a start.
Oh, snap.
That's a, that is funny. But yes, she has not won an election. But yes, this isn't the dunk you think it is. I've worked hard, probably harder than most. 18-hour days.
Can I just say Twitter Blue was a mistake for allowing people to put all these fucking walls of text?
Wall of text, yes.
That shit used to be reserved for Facebook.
I'm sick of having to click more. And you know what? I always run out of fucking text. It makes me want to.
That's the appeal of Twitter, is making your shit concise and short.
Twitter Blue is actually very, very interesting, and it actually does push you up in that algorithm.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
There is benefits to that, but this whole idea of giving everyone a full wall of text,
I do want to try it, but
take that away.
I know you have to verify your phone number, and I don't want to. I don't want to do that under my verification. I need to buy another phone number. Like I don't want to.
$8 here in the.
That's pretty easy to do.
You know, so yeah,
I want to buy like a prepaid, like for a year prepaid. So
yeah. Either way, back to it.
I have a spare phone now. I replaced my phone this week. I got a Note 23, or not a Note 23, an S23 Ultra. So I didn't pay for it. Work paid for it. I'm not a high roller. So yeah, this isn't the dumb I think it is.
Shit, I got some shitty ass phone too.
Yeah, my old phone that it replaced was a Note 9 that I bought in 2018. So, and I didn't buy it either. That was work buying it too. So I've worked hard, probably harder than most. 18-hour days on the campaign trail, and the only candidate in the nation who was denied the ability to even create a campaign social media or personal social media. You think the playing field was even? You think it's even when the media allows for debates for every congressional candidate in Central Florida to debate except Laura Loomer? It was not. And every time conservatives refuse to acknowledge that, it makes me want to see the GOP fail that much more. I outraced and outworked each incumbent I ran against. But when your texts, emails, and your messages are literally silenced by big tech, and they call telecom companies, and nobody in the GOP has the integrity to call it out, especially my asshole governor, Ron DeSantis, makes it very hard to reach people. Trust me, I've done much more than you ever will do in your life, and I'm just getting started, buddy.
Yeah, but you've done a lot of terrible shit that I don't want to do, so that's not an accomplishment.
So John Burke says, what I find interesting about you is you clearly stand there and posture as if you're some kind of altruistic person, when in reality you're loyal to a man over the Constitution. That same man you cry for turned his back on the Second Amendment, and yet you profess undying devotion towards him because, ? Then you go as far as to clearly reverse course on DeSantis, whom you clearly loved until he decided to run. So not only are you a liar, you're clearly manipulative. You didn't deny my previous question. Did you or did you not vote for DeSantis? Here's where it gets fucking insane. Did you hear yourself talking? I'm not going to yell, but imagine crazy woman yelling.
Okay.
I was prohibited from owning and possessing a firearm federally and in the state of Florida. This is irrelevant. Once it's done at this point, the state of Florida isn't prohibited. Let's read the fucking article. Ms. Laura Loomer, dear Ms. Loomer, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement has processed your appeal request regarding your non-approval for a concealed weapon firearm license based on a record in the National Instant Criminal Background Check System. To qualify for a concealed weapon firearm license in Florida, you must not be prohibited from purchasing or possessing a firearm. FDLE has carefully reviewed your appeal and considered all information submitted by you. After review, based on information received and all information in the NICS database, it has been determined that you are still prohibited from purchasing or possessing a firearm. So I never did anything wrong. My concealed carry denial letter literally has Ron DeSantis' name on it. It's true. Look, there it is, Ron DeSantis. Also has Nikki Fried's name on it as well. You fucking idiot. He is a fraud. Don't tell, she's fucking insane. She seriously thinks because it has Ron DeSantis' name on it. I don't believe she's a felon. I think she has a number of misdemeanor charges in different states. But we'll go through the shit she's done.
I'm just trying to figure out why she'd be denied for
crazy. She just
why would she be denied
exactly how to play the fucking game.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just
He
trying to
is a
figure-
fraud. Don't tell me about the Second Amendment when you have no idea how much I've been dehumanized and violated in Florida for years.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out
Move to a different state.
why she's not allowed to own a firearm. That's
It's so easy for people to
I
attack
would
when
think
they
maybe
themselves.
because she's manic.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, but okay. So has she gone to a mental institution?
Well,
Her comments, I mean, everything is like
Her-
the shit that she's done. It's clearly easy to end up on a list.
Yeah, but
She's
that's
on
the
a
thing. But
list.
you have to be you got to be committed for it.
No,
to be
there's
dropped on the
12
next-
reasons you can be added on the NICS list to be refused a weapon. So we'll go through it. So people don't seem to understand that the FBI has worked with big tech to deplatform, harass, target, censor, debank, and even illegally red flag conservatives in this country. No, we do know this. This isn't over exaggeration. People don't do this. It's exaggeration. You don't need to say over exaggeration. I only got my Twitter back in December, and when all of this happened to me for 6 years, I never received any help from the GOP. Ron DeSantis never helped me. There's one person in the GOP he doesn't seem to be mentioning. I'm pretty sure he had some power. I can't place who it is though. And most conservatives were too busy blacklisting me.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Yes, I've never heard of this person. It's an insane violation of my rights. My attorney, John Pierce, has seen all. John Pierce, well, let's see, has seen all the documentation, and he says it's the most egregious civil rights violation he's ever seen in his life at the hands of big tech and the crooked FBI. I've been asking for help for years. The reality is politicians would rather lie for votes than actually address these civil rights violations that are a direct result of FBI corruption and big tech collusion. We now know these people are working together to target and harass conservatives. Do you know John Pierce? We all know John Pierce. John Pierce used to be fucking Kyle Rittenhouse's first lawyer. Does everybody remember John Pierce?
No, I don't
the
remember
first
John Pierce.
lawyer, the one who fucking raised $1 million and left Kyle fucking languishing in court.
I thought Barnes was
that
Kyle's
was,
first lawyer.
No,
I thought that was hairdo. What is his
fucking
name?
this moron was Kyle's first lawyer. He's the one who appealed the extradition.
Okay.
He's the reason Kyle spent so much goddamn time in jail.
I thought it was Lynn Woods was running the show.
Him and Pierce Wood was the firm. John Pierce and Lynn Wood were both his lawyers. That's the fucking ridiculous thing. And then, of course, John Pierce represented a whole bunch of January 6 defendants and then went missing in action.
They all
He
go to
fucking
prison
vanished.
after taking their money.
He fucking vanished. But he's back on the scene, though, because he and Laura Loomer are suing, have a RICO case in federal court in California that's going to go absolutely fucking nowhere.
God, she's dumb.
So as Laura Loomer's lawyer, she's been victimized by the deep state, supported by fraud Ron DeSantis, worse than anyone I've ever seen in my life, at the request of Facebook. And after she confronted James Comey, the FBI and the Justice Department unconstitutionally red flagged her simply because she spoke truth to the establishment. She was never notified of this, which shows the deep state tried to entrap her. DeSantis' constitutional carry doesn't protect gun rights if the FBI is trying to unconstitutionally red flag Florida citizens. With no recourse whatsoever, we describe this in detail in civil RICO case that I filed for Laura Loomer. I had a look at the fucking filing. Like, this thing's going nowhere. She's suing Meta, Mark Zuckerberg personally in his capacity as Facebook CEO, Twitter Incorporated, and Jack Dorsey in his capacity as the former CEO of Twitter, Procter and Gamble, and 1 to 100 John Does individually. Like, it's fucking
Laura Loomer.
Awesome joke, Baza. Awesome joke.
Ridiculous. Fucking insane. But yes, some of the things that, like, look, Laura Loomer has been banned from a lot of shit, but so has many other vocal conservatives. She's been banned from PayPal. She was banned from Twitter after
Apple,
criticizing
Facebook,
Ilhan
Google.
Omar. She's banned from Instagram and Facebook.
Taylor Lorenz.
She was thrown out of a courthouse at the Pulse nightclub trial for harassing the shooter's widow with questions about jihad and Easter eggs. She interrupted Comey's book event.
She's a far right extremist that, as they like to call it.
That's right. It's all framed as a far right activist. Like, she's the one who handcuffed herself to the fucking Twitter building, and nobody gave a shit. They left her there for 2 hours, and then she asked police to let her out. So she lost her her campaign, and of course claimed that she won. Seems to be par for the course. You know, Florida, where it's almost impossible to have voter fraud, but it was voter fraud. Fucking Christ. She's banned from Uber and Lyft after complaining about Muslim Uber drivers. She was thrown out of Congress, like out of a congressional session. We will watch this because this is hilarious.
She looked better with the blonde hair.
Yeah. Recognizes that. Order.
Order.
I'll
say order
in the
in here.
hearing room, or you'll be asked to leave.
He's trying to auction off the government workers.
If you'll please
This
take
is a government
seat, or we'll have to have
situation.
you. Then you'll need to relieve.
You can't speak. Your weird fat arms are distracting.
Because Jack Dorsey is trying to influence the election,
Huh?
to sway the election.
What's she saying? I can't understand her. What?
Steal the election. That is why
What's
he
she?
is censoring and shadow banning.
How about it in? 12 and a half, 15, 7 and a half, $20, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 30. Get $30 down here, 2 and a half, 5, 35, 7 and a half, 40. Get $40, 2 and a half, 5, 45, 7 and a half, 50. That's $50 down here, 2 and a half.
Officer, will you escort this young lady out, please?
Get 2 and a half now, 5, 65, 7 and a half, 70. Up 2 and a half now, 5, 75.
She just playing that audio or something?
No, he's so the congressman is an auctioneer. He used to be an auctioneer. There he is, Mr. Long from Mr.
Yeah, but 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. We're selling the cell phone there. 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. Hit 4 and a half. We're 75, 500, 5 and a quarter.
Oh, okay.
I yield back.
But yeah,
Congressman drowns out protester. Gotcha.
So she was kicked out of CPAC after heckling a CNN. Like she's been kicked out of fucking everywhere. So she's been ordered to pay $120,000 in fees to a Muslim rights group, which I think is CARE. Yeah, it was CARE, Council on American Islamic Relations. Look, she's fucking in. She's just one of the. She used to be one of those annoying people that would go to every event.
Used to be.
And just make a fuss. She does the same thing now in Florida.
Yeah.
She shows up
She's
to every
a woman.
every DeSantis event. She shows up with 4 people or 5 people, whoever she can muster to stand there in Trump outfits. She is desperate for one person's attention. And that person is Donald Trump. She wants his attention like she wants his dick. Like she loves Trump. She wants to work for him. Unfortunately, she has burned all her bridges. But there are many ways you can end up on the fucking NICS list where you are red flagged.
Wasn't she with the mall cop and shit? And then she said it was like a real cop.
Yes, that's right. She said
That
the
was
security
retarded.
guard was police, and it's like, what?
So no fucking cop.
Yes. She tried to ape Lauren Southern, but she aped miserably. Yes.
Correct use of the
She
word
failed
ape, yes.
miserably, yeah. Yes, you're allowed to say the word ape to ape someone, yes.
Yes, poorly imitate.
Poorly imitate. But yes, there are 12 reasons that 1.7 million Americans are blocked from buying a gun.
Mm-hmm.
And those reasons are if you have been convicted of a crime punishable by more than 1 year or a misdemeanor punishable by more than 2 years. There are 800,000 people.
Depends on which state you live in.
I thought that by default, anything with a penalty of a year or more is a felony.
Yes.
It's just called a felony. But misdemeanor is punishable by more than 2. That's a felony.
Well, yeah,
isn't that right?
I think it depends on the state.
It does. Every state's so different from each other.
But NICS is a federal background check system. So
yes. So the states report criminals. So criminals get if you've committed a crime in a state, it is reported to the federal government.
Yeah.
They collect all this information.
Yeah.
So as part of data sharing.
But murder's a federal crime, right?
Murder's a federal crime,
So
but it's
the
also a
sentence-
state crime. But you only charge murder federally. You only charge murder federally if it takes place on federal property.
Gotcha.
Or if the person performing the murder does it in multiple states.
Yeah,
Because if you were a serial killer, you were
that's multiple jurisdictions, and in that case,
if it's cross jurisdiction, you're better off charging it federally because
that
you
makes
can be
sense.
charged for all the murders at once instead of
You
having to go to
could-
one
you could
state and
use
having
the
a trial.
George Floyd, Derek Chauvin type style thing or whatever, where he
that's
was
the
actually charged
civil
in both
rights
the
case,
state
yeah.
of Minnesota as well as federal courts.
Yeah.
Yes, both of them charged him for 25 years, but he will only sit the 25 years because they have concurrent laws in the state of Minnesota.
I think it's called a 1983 claim. That's violation of civil rights.
Right, exactly. So I mean, and when it comes down to it, it's just like, yes, federals, it depends on the state and it depends on how they feel about wanting to charge you.
Yep.
How bad they want to fuck you.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, obviously, if you're
he asked for a speedy trial. How many people remember him asking for a speedy trial?
Yeah.
But he got shot down. He got shot down by
COVID.
No, he got shut down by Bill Barr. Bill Barr said no. You don't get a speedy trial because they wanted to actually bring him up on federal charges.
Oh wait, who's
William
Attorney
Barr?
General was Bill Barr?
Trump's.
Oh, that's right.
Trump's.
Fucking Jesus. Anyway, yes, of course. If you're a fugitive from justice, surprise, surprise, you'll be red flagged. You'll probably be arrested too.
Oh yeah.
Unlawful. If you are an unlawful user or addicted to a controlled substance, you cannot get a firearm legally, I guess. If you have a misdemeanor crime of domestic violence conviction, so I think that one's the most likely for Laura Loomer. I think I think that one is the most likely reason.
That's what
Laura
I'm thinking.
Loomer
Like, what did she
can't get a
actually-
fucking gun license?
How
She
did she fail?
She
Yeah.
strikes me as the type of woman who would absolutely fucking hit her boyfriend.
Yeah, so again, I'm just wondering, why did Florida deny her?
Florida denied her.
Florida denied her.
Florida
permit.
denied her concealed carry permit because Florida denies concealed carry permits to people who can't carry a firearm.
That's what I mean. So it's like, how do you?
So that's why it's not some grand.
But what happened on her check that caused Florida?
They don't reveal that, and
That's
she
what I mean.
won't
That's
reveal
what-
that
That's
either.
what I mean. Like, why is the FBI said she can't own a gun?
Yeah. So if she's under indictment, you cannot get a firearm.
Yep.
If you have a restraining order against you for domestic violence, which is probably which could also be the reason.
Yep.
Tim. See you,
Sleep,
Tim.
sleep well.
Later.
Goodbye.
If you're adjudicated as fucking nuts,
Take care.
which again another possibility. You are unable to. So I think a judge has to declare that you are mentally unfit to own a gun, or involuntarily commit you to a mental institution.
Yep.
Again,
and if you
possible.
and if you commit yourself as well,
She is not an illegal alien.
And if you commit yourself to an institution, I believe that counts too.
I think it's again like Coolfrog said in some states. Yeah.
Yeah.
Federally, you can be the nebulously federally denied person. This is who she thinks she is. Which is just the FBI doesn't want you to have a firearm.
The reason I say that is because when I lived back in Minnesota, I was unable to actually own or possess a firearm. I now live in this wonderful state of South Dakota that's constitutional carry. You can't say shit about it. I can carry whatever
Why did
I
Minnesota
want.
ban you from owning something, Coolfrog?
Because he's too based.
Because because I was too much of a moron as a kid and got in trouble too many times.
Juvie records biting you in the ass.
Yep, sounds about right.
Yes. So if you have been dishonorably discharged, you cannot own a firearm.
Yep.
If you have renounced your citizenship, you cannot have a firearm.
Yep.
And that's it. Those are the reasons.
Yep.
You'll be added to the list. Of course, the nebulous reason is probably the one she thinks. I think it's she's batshit insane, or she's beaten a boyfriend, beaten a beaten a boyfriend. Yeah,
Well, she's got a
those are
domestic
the most likely to me. But
Yep.
yeah, but yes, Laura Loomer is fucking insane. So, wait, Laura's had at least 3 involuntary 72-hour psych holds. Yeah, that'll do it.
That would do it. But do you have?
That would absolutely do it.
Is that confirmed? It's probably fucking likely. I'm just curious. Either way, I don't want her owning a firearm, to be honest.
No, I want her owning a firearm. I think most of those you can't own a firearms are bullshit. Second Amendment says you're allowed to. It doesn't have a fucking all this or that or that. Except there's no.
Yeah, no,
Just
I know.
just like
Shall
the
not be
First Amendment
shall not
says,
be shall not be infringed. I
just
know.
like the First Amendment says,
Not very law,
Congress
but of
shall
me,
make
I
no
know.
law,
Congress shall make no
abridging
law.
the freedom of the press.
The states can.
But
But they can't. I know. It shall not be fucking infringed. I get it.
Yeah. So I can't find any stories about Laura Loomer having been involuntarily put under psychiatric hold. I can absolutely see it happening, but yeah, I don't necessarily agree with involuntary holds. But yeah.
No.
So what else do I have? Oh yes, I have a lot to go. Like we're fucking. I know Tim's died on us, but yeah. Let's talk about Chick-fil-A.
He always dies on his own.
So I've been told Chick-fil-A is amazing.
Not Jesus chicken.
God's chicken. Yeah.
Can you guys attest to how good Chick-fil-A is?
It's real good.
It's
No.
okay.
It's not. I've been told it's basically like Christ cooking chicken and handing it to you. It's not amazing.
It's probably.
No.
I've heard.
It's much better.
I've heard it's probably about as good as you're going to get from a chain, as far as chicken goes.
Oh, well,
I don't know.
And that's where my issue is right then and there. It's
a chain chicken shop.
Independent, small mum and pop shops generally have the best.
Eric says it's amazing, and the chat's always
Technically,
right.
It tastes like good Asian KFC.
Asian KFC. So what? Korean chicken?
Korean
Like
fried
Korean
chicken.
fried chicken?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's cool.
Okay.
But
Well, Korean
I like
fried
Korean-
chicken's
I-
fucking good. So
There's a proper American fried chicken joint like down on the Gold Coast, like 30 minutes away from me. Oh my god, I had it for the first time. I had actual proper fried chicken, and I'm like, is this what it's like in America? I doubt it, but if that's what Chick-fil-A tastes like, then I can imagine. But we'll see.
Close.
Colin says no. Korean KFC is nothing like what they have here in the
No,
US.
Korean fried chicken is actually fucking crispy and crunchy.
Exactly.
Yeah. But yes, Chick-fil-A Sparks.
I can tell you all the story of working at a KFC to make you all think that you'd never want to eat at another KFC ever.
Oh, I
again.
don't. My brother worked at KFC.
My eldest daughter worked at KFC.
Yeah, we have KFC down there.
It disgusting because they'd ship their stuff in through the freezers and then you put it into a refrigerator to actually allow it to thaw for a day or two before you'd actually use it. So you'd open up a bag and it would reek, stink. And I remember the first bag that I threw away, and that manager come walk up. Don't you ever throw away a whole bag of chicken again? That costs money. And I'm like, it stunk. It was rotten, dude. And he's like, just cook the chicken. Next bag I opened up stunk. I went ahead, I breaded it up, I threw it through the fryer. I took a breast of chicken, I threw it on his desk. I'm like, here you go, here's your lunch. And he's like, huh? I'm like, there's your lunch. Go ahead, take a big bite. He's like, I'm not eating that. I don't eat that. I'm like, well, you won't eat your own stinky chicken? I'm like, why not? Why won't you do it? And he's like, are you kidding me right now? I'm like, yeah, go ahead, take a big bite. Otherwise, I walk right now. And he's like, huh? You can't walk? I'm like, I can do what I want. I can do whatever I want. I don't need to actually listen to you. And I'm like, take a big bite. And he's just like, no, I ain't doing it. And he chucked it at me. I'm like, all right, fine. Took my shirt off, took my hat off, threw it at him and said, F off. I'm never coming back. When you serve disgusting food to people, that's wrong.
Yeah.
Just wrong.
To be fair, I have heard that of all the world's KFCs, American KFCs are the worst.
Yeah. Disgusting.
And the KFC outside of America is significantly better.
Yeah.
I mean, you might as well just put it up to Yum Foods, not just KFC.
Which is not saying much because
we have KFC down under, and it's still the worst chicken.
Our chicken's like KFC chicken here is terrible. Like it used to be great, but now it's just oily and greasy and disgusting.
Yeah.
Like other chicken, like Red Rooster's better. Red Rooster chicken is far superior.
Yeah, Red Rooster. And I honestly, if I want fried chicken, I'll just go to a Korean joint.
Yeah. Anyway, Chick-fil-A sparks anti-woke outrage for VP of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion post. So here's the post here. So they actually have a page on their website.
Mm-hmm.
So Chick-fil-A restaurants have long been recognized as a place where people know they'll be treated well. Modeling care for others starts in the restaurant, and we're committed to ensuring mutual respect, understanding, and dignity everywhere we do business. These tenets are good business practices and crucial for fulfilling our corporate purpose. I see nothing wrong with that statement. I don't think there's anything wrong with mutual respect or understanding and dignity everywhere we do business. I guess
Christ is king.
That's fine. Yeah, Christ is king.
Christ is king. Christ is king, and it's God's chicken.
Diversity and inclusion that really has the
Yeah,
issue.
it's the DEI
now
shit
you're
that's
actually
the problem.
saying that it's okay for
discrimination
trans
is okay as long as it's white
be able
people.
yeah, right.
That's fundamentally diversity, equity, inclusion is the diversity we want is not white people. The equity we want is white people giving the money, and the inclusion is everybody except white people.
Yeah.
No, there's an unless on that white people.
Unless they're gay.
Right. If they're part of the LGBTQIA plus 213, whatever you want to call it.
You forgot the M and the F.
No. Let's be real. The LGB
the M and the
is
F.
the
There's a
LGB.
couple G's in there now.
Let's be real. The LGB don't count
For good
anymore
game.
either. Being gay or bi is not good enough anymore.
The G's are for good game.
Doing queer is not going to be any worth anything.
But yeah, look, Chick-fil-A is a Christian brand, I guess. They're
closed on Sunday.
They walk the walk. So
Mhm.
well, they talk the talk rather. Yeah. And they do in a way walk the walk. But I had a point I wanted to make, and this is it. I said this is it. This is the target Matt Walsh blog was talking about. So Matt Walsh was talking on his show a couple of weeks ago about how the boycott will work when a business is like when they find a business that does this DEI shit, and as a result of this DEI shit, everybody boycotts it, and it is absolutely annihilated to the point where it's just run out of business, run out of town, run out of rail, destroyed. And people can point to it, companies can point to it and say, well, fuck, if we do this, we could end up like X. So let's not do this. Let's just shut our fucking mouths and sell you chicken. Let's do what capitalism intended us to do, create a product and connect products with customers and make money. This is it. This is it. This is the organization. Chick-fil-A was a conservative organization. That it's safe to say, it's been in trouble with liberals for a while. It's now in trouble with conservatives. If conservatives destroy something that they cherish because it went full DEI, it will stop these companies from doing it. Like it will absolutely stop these companies from embracing the DEI agenda and going woke for want of a better term. But because I mean it all goes back to this. It all goes back to the fucking human rights campaign and their lists that they make. This is how the shit starts, with lists. So Chick-fil-A is not listed. They don't submit themselves to the human rights campaign yet. Maybe they will. They'll lose points for shit they've said in the past, but yeah. And of course, this cringe shit came out. I don't know if everybody's seen this. This fucking made me.
Some are closing.
My wife fucking came down and told me about this. She's like, "Did you see that Chick-fil-A thing? Oh my god, that was so cringe." Like, if my normie wife is talking about this stuff, like, this is so fun. Like, this is from a few years ago, but this is from during George Floyd, apparently. But holy fuck.
Some of our closing moments here, but a story that was shared with me by a dear friend who shared with me about a revival that was taking place at a church in Texas. And at that revival on the front seat was...
sorry, for context, this is the CEO of Chick-fil-A at the time. He is no longer CEO. His son is the new CEO of Chick-fil-A.
Older African American man that was sitting there. And this young man got up that was there in that service, and he'd been so gripped with conviction about the racism that was in that local community in a small town in Texas that he took a shoe brush and he walked over to this elderly gentleman and he knelt on his knees and began to shine his shoes. And tears began to flow in that service. it was an attitude of conviction. So I invite folks to put some words to action here. And if we need to find somebody that needs to have their shoe shine, we need to just go right on over and shine their shoes. And whether they got tennis shoes on or not, maybe they got sandals on, it really doesn't matter. But there's a time in which we need to have, some personal action here. Maybe we need to give them a hug too, brother.
And some stock in Chick-fil-A.
But I bought about 1,500 of these, and I gave to all our Chick-fil-A operators and staff a number of years ago.
I think I've pulled my cringe muscle. That is so fucking like, holy shit.
That is
go up to black people and hug them.
Watch
how well that works out for you.
That's premium church grandstanding. Have you ever seen people stand up and say, yeah, like they act their prayers in front of the entire community? Fucking nothing is more fucking fake than people who do that shit. That virtue stuff.
Yeah.
Fucking A. It pisses me off. Oh.
God.
Sorry, cool tadpole.
No, he's good.
So yeah, this cool frog just sent me this. The meaning of LGBTQ, CAP, GNG, FNNBA. All you need to know. Activists coined LGBT term in the 1990s, so diversity is given rise to newer and longer terms, the latest of which is LGBTQ, QCA.
TIQCAP.
Oh, geez. LGBTIQ, CAP, GNG, FNBA. The above term is not is not a standardized acronym for the community. It is just an umbrella term for the diversity of individuals that make up the community. It stands for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, questioning, curious, asexual, pansexual, gender non-conforming, gender fluid, non-binary, and androgynous. Jesus fucking Christ. Questioning, God. Pansexual, asexual, like get the fuck out of here. Seriously, this is perfect. I'll move on to pride. This is the pride section. So, celebrate Pride in Overwatch 2. So Pride is coming to Overwatch 2. Overwatch 2 is a joyful escape for millions of players worldwide. We always set out to create a futuristic world that's worth fighting for, where everyone feels seen and celebrated. I just want to point out, they ain't playing this shit in World of Warcraft. I'll tell you that. Ain't no Pride events in fucking WoW.
Well, it's because no one cares about WoW, but what was the last expansion? The one before Dragonflight? Like every fucking NPC is trans or bi or gay or bullshit in that expansion. Like, they're not flying the trans pride flag in WoW.
Well, there's no special gay WoW holiday.
No, because no one cares about WoW anymore. It's Overwatch is the big one for Blizzard now and Diablo.
But yes, we want the Pride to be our players. So what are they doing in Overwatch? Well, they're removing cop cars.
Yeah, no, fuck.
They removed the cop car and the Pride event.
Yeah.
So I guess they missed the BLM part of that. So MLB have decided, no, maybe we want to keep our conservative audience, and they've removed their Pride logo. So I'm pretty sure the account no longer exists.
So myself, I usually run some kind of stick with Cool Frog. I run that about midnight Eastern Standard Time. 6 days a week. Saturday night's the one night that I don't. You actually caught within the last 2 days. I actually Pull No Punches, a new video game that's out there. Did you see that game?
No.
Oh, it's so wonderful. They're running around with masks, rainbow masks, and they're actually going after Christian activists, whatever.
Is this the Brazilian game?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is so funny and hilarious. It's
Punches.
great.
Videos.
I just seriously, when I was covering it the other night, I'm like, no, yep, this.
What is this?
This is a Brazilian game called Pull No Punches.
Is this like River City Ransom?
Yeah, it's like
for Brazilians. Like, is this a Rainbow Brigade thing?
Double Dragon.
Yeah, like Double Dragon or
I know.
Streets of Rage.
Yeah, but River City Ransom is before Double Dragon. Double Dragon, Streets of Rage, Final Fight. It's a beat 'em up, but is it?
Yeah.
Like, is this a Rainbow thing?
I don't know. Like, I think so. I think.
Yes, exactly. It's exactly that. If you actually look into it, look closer, and actually see what they're actually pushing and what they're actually pushing,
Yeah, they're all wearing like COVID masks
LGBTQs
and
going after, guys wearing crosses, holding Bibles, stuff like that or whatever. It's the pretty much the way they coined it was the game was actually supposed to go after and people that were deniers of Koof.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's weird coming out of Brazil, but
Yeah, a little weird.
Well,
coming out of
I
Brazil.
find it interesting that it's on Steam and it's also on Switch.
Yes, the Nintendo Switch game.
Because,
yes.
oh, god damn it. One.
Make sure that you're old enough. 1922. Dang. But just hilarious. Their main star or whatever is that Lola that's supposed to be a trans activist, whatever. Male transitions, whatever. It just the whole thing just reeks of disgustingness.
Survive a fictional pandemic in a city filled with madness and denial. Pulling No Punches is a classic beat 'em up game with frame-by-frame animations where players will try to survive a fictional pandemic in a city filled with madness and denial. It's repeating itself. Game includes 4 playable characters with unique unlockable moves, extremely detailed environments, and local co-op multiplayer for 4 players. You know what I find it funny? Is the funniest thing is that if this were the opposite, like if this were people beating up gay people or whatever, like because it would be banned. There's no way it would be on Steam. It wouldn't be on. Certainly wouldn't be on Switch. Like it would just be nah.
yeah, it'd be
No chance.
It banned
Yeah.
outright. Like,
But if it's beating up Christians, if it's beating up just white people, like yeah. Oh yeah, this tweet was deleted. So I can't be sure. Not the tweet. The account was deleted.
oh shit.
I'm pretty sure it's a troll. I really hope it's a troll. But yeah, Pride Month is not just for gays, trans, and maps. No matter your color, creed, sexual orientation, or however you're born, be proud of who and what you are. And of course, maps, for those who are unaware, I'm sure everyone here knows minor attracted persons.
Right.
I was explaining this to my wife, and she knew what maps was, so I assume everybody does now. But yeah, of course, that went over like a lead balloon, and has been deleted. There's, of course, this shit at Disney, which I think is just Disney trolling people now. Oh, God damn it.
It really kind of does trigger me.
What did you say, Dave? It really kind of does what?
Did Disney, like one of my happy times growing up in California. This does piss me off quite a bit. But I know it's just they're just trying to be woke.
There's a recent trend of people putting the flag of Chad in their bios.
That's what that flag is. I've seen that going around.
I think it's also Bulgaria.
Oh, okay.
I think it's one of those double up flags. So far, it's just me, but yeah. So fucking hell.
Hey, godmothers and princesses, I'm here to shop you around and make all your selections.
So yeah, gay guy will help your daughter. A gay guy in a dress will help your daughter find a dress, a princess dress. I hate
How about
this
no?
world.
How about their mother does it?
Well,
or the female.
How about their mother or their other father does it?
Mm.
The gay father, because we know it's California. So.
Is Disney? Oh yeah, sorry. I keep confusing Disneyland and Disney World.
Disneyland is in California. Disney World is Florida. Yeah.
Disneyland, Anaheim, California.
Yes.
It's across.
It's also where they have
California.
BlizzCon.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Disney World's in Orlando.
Yeah.
Yes.
So moving on from Pride.
It's like that's enough of that.
Yeah, so I'm depressed enough. Yes, so Mike Pence has announced a presidential campaign with a June 7 rally. So he's announced that he's going to announce.
He's not announced. This is caucus is actually saying that he's supposed to announce. So
Well,
there's
this
still
is
a
announcing that he's
potentiality
going
that
to
he
announce.
may not announce.
He's going to announce.
I know
He's going to announce. Like, fucking, you don't book the venue. He's booked the venue for the event, unless he's going to be a runaway bride. He's going to announce on the 7th. So I guess I can confirm it next week. So I did find that this polling was quite interesting. Not for the top line stuff. The top line stuff's like, okay, whatever. But the actual breakdown of the poll, I thought we'd go through because it is quite interesting. This was framed as a hey, President Trump, this is how you beat DeSantis, because he's not. DeSantis isn't actually electable, and it's for these reasons. And what I found interesting was so this is which of the following statements about Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Ron DeSantis do you agree with most? I feel like I know everything there is to know about 1, 2, 3 in his record. I feel like some of what and that was Trump 65%. So of those voted, 65% feel that they know everything there is to know about Trump and his record. 63% for Biden and 28%
mass
for
media is going to
DeSantis.
tell them exactly what they need to know.
So I feel like I know some of what there is to know about Trump, Biden, DeSantis, and his record, but there is more I still don't know about him. 28% Trump, 30% Biden, 47% DeSantis. I feel like I know little or nothing about Trump, Biden, DeSantis, and his record. 4%, 5%, 23%. Don't know, refused. Clearly the question was too fucking difficult for 2% of people. So before learning any info, blah, 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 blah. So the next questions were, so in the 2024 election for president were held, if the 2024 election for president were held today and the candidates were, so rotate, that's just instructions to the person giving the poll to avoid any push polling. Biden the Democrat, DeSantis the Republican, for whom would you vote? So, and over this is the split you can see here. So it's 47% are either definitely DeSantis or probably DeSantis, and 43% are probably Biden, definitely Biden, with 2% someone else and 7% undecided.
Where did this poll come out of?
This poll was done by Tony Fabrizio. So he did it. Well, we're getting to the reason for the poll. So informed ballots. If you knew that in Congress, Ron DeSantis voted 3 times to cut Social Security benefits, voted twice to cut Medicare benefits, and voted to raise the retirement age to 70, knowing what you know about Joe Biden and what you've just heard about Ron DeSantis, if the election for president were held today, would you vote for Joe Biden, the Democrat, or Ron DeSantis, the Republican? So after hearing this, the swing, it flips the other way. 10% against 10%. It's 50-40 DeSantis Biden. Then if you knew as governor, Ron DeSantis signed legislation into law that allowed school districts to ban books from schools, including books that teach about the Holocaust and slavery in America, knowing what you know about Joe Biden and what you just heard about Ron DeSantis, would you change your mind? And then it's a 8% swing. If you knew that in Congress, Ron DeSantis voted to replace the current tax system with a 23% national sales tax on most goods and services you buy and raise taxes on 90% of Americans, knowing what you know about Joe Biden and what you heard about Ron DeSantis, if the election for president were held today, would you vote for Joe Biden or the Democrat or Ron DeSantis, the Republican? 5% swing. So the bottom line of this polling is that if you draw attention to the things that Ron DeSantis didn't actually do, well, so these are roll call votes. Like, Republicans for years have been trying to roll back Social Security and reduce Medicare benefits. So yes, whoop-de-doo. The retirement age probably needs to go to 70 because Social Security will be bankrupt by 2036, but nobody's going to do that. As for banning books that teach about the Holocaust and slavery, okay.
Literally, which ones?
Literally hasn't happened. But yeah, whatever. So yes, if you do push polling, and this is using the the Democrat talking points that well, if you replace,
I disagree with you on a lot of things that you've just said here, but I'm going to go along with it just because I know it. YouTube makes me actually go with say. So
no, what? No, fuck that, Cool Frog. Speak your mind. I don't give a shit about YouTube. If they're going to come for me, if they get rid of me, they get rid of me, and I go out of a rumble. So,
just say, denying, Holocaust, denying mass extinction of people by anybody, including that of the likeness of Bill Gates and everything that he's about, and you look at anything and everything that's been history, and we're just going to deny everything that over and over again. Just deny it. Go along with the narrative, because if you don't, all of a sudden you're looked at as a conspiracy theorist, which we all know only conspiracies only last 6 months to a year. The longest one in recent history is Kufin itself. I would say go look and pull up a couple of articles out of the Intercept for Kufin itself, and you'll actually see graphene nanobots. You'd see spike proteins, and you'd see multiple other things to go along with all of the conspiracy bullshit that they're saying doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It didn't happen. That's not true. Go get your shot. Oh, now. Hurry up.
Look, I think we can all agree slavery happened. we fucking know that happened.
Still happens.
As for the Holocaust, look,
minimum wage.
The Holocaust. The Holocaust happened. I know first. I know secondhand.
You know firsthand?
No, I know secondhand. I know secondhand because my my great grandfather was sent to a work camp in Germany.
Okay.
And the Jews were in separate areas, and yeah. Look, Auschwitz is real. People were murdered there. There were death
lucky
camps.
for me, my grandfather
camps.
was already here in the United States.
Yeah.
And is one of those that actually landed on the beaches of Normandy, during World War II. So it's like what he actually fought against. I couldn't imagine how he actually feels now, knowing what he fought against is actually being denied over and over again by so many. It's so ignorant. It just really is very upsetting to actually think that that's exactly what it is.
Roy, you have to dip. See you later, man. Thanks for coming by.
Take care.
But yeah, nobody's fucking the law in Florida isn't banning books about the Holocaust and slavery. That's ridiculous. It's not banning books about anything. It's fucking taking books what's the fuck? This book is gay.
Yeah,
which have depictions of fucking gay sex, and teach kids how to fucking use hookup apps out of elementary school libraries into middle school libraries or high school libraries. Are you fucking nobody's banning fucking slavery books, and the slavery books are the ones that the books that are being moved are books that tell kids that they should feel ashamed for being white because they're responsible for fucking slavery. Yeah, you're damn right those books shouldn't be in fucking elementary school libraries. And with a little bit of this is what's called push polling. This is what's called push polling. So you ask a question with a assertion that isn't necessarily true, or that paints a candidate in a shitty, in a bad light, and you get the results you want. What is it, Bazza? Is Holocaust denial a mental illness like being gay, according to Thermo?
Yes, it is.
Look, I don't think Holocaust denial is a mental illness. I think it's a grift. I think the commercial Holocaust deniers are grifters. Absolutely. I don't think they actually believe. If they do, it's because they've convinced themselves. I don't think it's a mental illness. I think they're just fucking conspiracy theorists. I don't think people who glom onto a conspiracy theory are mentally ill. I think they look for explanations based on data that they've picked up or other people they've listened to. There's some fucking kooks out there who've written some fucking insane books about the Holocaust that let me explain. Yeah. And let me explain. Yeah. No, but yeah, there's some kooks out there who've written some books about the Holocaust who are like, oh, well, it's impossible because of this, and this. And it's like, well, actually, if you go through the numbers, no, it's not impossible. So I understand why people would absolutely deny the Holocaust. It's fucking horrendous. Like it's human beings performing, like doing the most brutal things. Like, I perfectly understand how someone would want to deny that fucking ever happened, but it did. So, sorry.
Yep, totally did happen. Anybody that wants to say no,
yeah, fight me.
Go.
Yeah. Look, my grandparents.
Yeah, Cynthia.
My grandparents hid Jews like in their home during the occupation of the Netherlands. So they risked their life to hide Jews. Shit was serious, man. Like, so this one is hilarious. If you knew Ron DeSantis voted to replace the current tax system with a 23% national sales tax on most goods and services you buy, and raise taxes on 90% of Americans, knowing what, like, absolutely absurd. This is the Democrat talking point. That, well, look, if you abolished all federal taxes and replaced it with a 23% national sales tax, a flat tax, like this is the flat tax proposal. It would raise taxes on 90% of Americans. Yes,
and that's another thing is just like when you go state to state, you actually look at the differences. You look at all the differences and reasons that retirees have the tendency to retire in Arizona and not New York or Minnesota or Michigan is just because of when it comes down to it, is they're still paying property tax for the rest of their life.
Yeah, it's not just the weather.
States like Minnesota or whatever. When you go down to Arizona, there's no property tax. There's no sales tax or whatever. I live here in South Dakota. The difference between the sales tax on there's no sales tax on shoes, clothes, and food in Minnesota. The sales tax is tremendous here, but we don't have an income tax.
Yeah.
So, the taxes are all spread out differently depending on where you're at.
Madcore,
Mofo,
man.
what is up, brother?
Yeah, well, look, we've got a nationwide sales tax, like goods and services tax. That's 10% across the board on everything except for fresh food. Like fresh food is exempt, and that's it. So.
Sure.
But then again, we've also got a federal income tax, but we don't have state taxes that way. We've got the only state taxes we have are in the form of
rates,
which council rates, which are, I guess, local taxes, but that are intended to pay for like filling potholes and your garbage service, stuff like that.
And if you're in Queensland, that's how we fund our ambulances, and is a levy on your electricity bill.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
But and the other thing, we do have a land tax, but it's not on your primary place of residence. Your primary place of residence is excluded from that stuff. If you own a second home or a business property, it has a land tax on it, but it's a marginal amount. If you buy a home, you pay what's called stamp duty, which is a tax, but it's a flat amount based on the value of the property. And you never pay tax on the property again, so unless you buy a new one. So.
Because Madcore is here, and I know that you're moved on to something else. Madcore, we have made it. We are on Kiwi Farms per Cynthia for our likenesses of being friended by the divinity and a Nova. Just saying. It's awesome. We made it, brother.
Well, welcome to the list, Madcore. We're all bottom feeders here. Ain't nobody here but us crustaceans.
All arse eaters around here.
So, but yeah, essentially this poll is pointing. Look, what I think this poll is. I think this poll exists to show Trump how to attack DeSantis. Just keep slamming him on the, well, look, I don't think you should ban books. You shouldn't be banning books. Shouldn't be fighting with Disney. He voted against Social Security. vote he doesn't like Social Security, wants to get rid of it. Like, I think that's what this poll exists for. It exists to show the way.
Bottom feeders unite. I have a question about that. How do we hail you? Do we like fists of fury, like fascist fist style, or like
Roman
Heil
salute.
Hitler style?
Roman salute. You got to smash your chest and put it out. It's not the Nazi salute. It's kind of like it, but it's the Roman salute.
And when you do it, you make a little like a
Heil
crab
Feder.
motion. You do a crab motion with your hand.
Yeah, no, we do the crab walk. That's it. That's how you do it.
Oh, okay, okay.
So, but DeSantis, and I think Trump is doing it as well. DeSantis said they're going to do ballot harvesting.
Has different rules, and a state like Nevada, they have ballot harvesting. I'm going to tell you this: we're ballot harvesting there. We're going to do Zuckerbucks. We're going to do whatever we need to do to erase what the Democrats are doing. I'm not fighting with one hand tied behind my back.
Yes, and
I'm
good.
not telling people not to vote in these things. We need to exploit whatever we can.
Yeah, and that was Trump's biggest mistake.
Thank you to Sanctimonious for telling us that one wrong, or a second wrong, would make it right. Having ballot harvesting in itself is wrong and should never be something. But because they're harvesting, let's go ahead and let's harvest ballots as well.
You've got to do it, man. You've got to do it. You know what you do? You harvest the ballots, you win the election, and then you make it fucking illegal. You remove it.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, I get you. If you could actually
you
get
run
it to turn around and work for you.
You run on the same rules as everyone else. So you can hold yourself to a higher standard, but that's for losers.
So then all states should go to ranked choice voting as well, then, instead of just voting for a person, you're voting for 4 people.
As someone from a country that uses ranked choice voting, yes, you should.
Ranked choice voting sucks. I'll never be a proponent for
what?
it.
Why do you not like ranked choice voting?
Because I don't want to vote for 4 people to have you say that the person that was actually had the most votes to begin with no longer has the most votes. Alaska was a good actually looking point at that. Whatever you seen, Murkowski was actually sitting in second for the longest time, and then all of a sudden, just like that, because the 3rd and 4th person that were removed, all of a sudden Murkowski, the Rhino, gets her position the way she always wanted it. It's wrong, and it's immoral.
Yeah, but that's one situation where they started doing it. Like once people understand how it works. But it is one person, one vote.
No, it's one person, 4 vote.
No, it's not 4 votes. I have
you're
one ballot.
Actually vote for 3 other people that I don't want to vote for.
No, you're saying I want this person, but I want this person. This person is my first choice. And then if I can't have this person, then if this person is knocked out, I don't want to, because all it is instant runoff.
Yeah, but I don't want those other people at all. At all. I don't want those other people.
Well, that's what optional is for. You don't have to fill it. Like you can just say, I want this one person.
Some elections you have to fill it all out.
I know.
If you don't fill it out completely, your ballot's invalid. It's invalid, and now you're negating your vote.
Well, that's what optional ranked choice balloting's for. Some states do that here.
It's ignorance. And I'm just saying it shouldn't be something that should be actually pushed, and it's going to continue to be pushed over and over again. They just actually said that Nevada gets to do ranked choice voting, so when we actually go into 2024 elections, we actually get to watch Alaska and Nevada for not a day, but for maybe potentially 4 to 5 days before they actually figure it out and actually tell us, well, we're going to tell you that we want this person, this World Economic Forum shill, to actually be the person that's actually going to be.
Yeah, but see, that's dumb because we use ranked choice voting here, and by the end of the night, we know most of the electorates how they've voted.
That's because America doesn't know how to count votes.
That's the thing that's wrong with it. You know most, you don't know all, like you should.
At the end of the day, we count votes faster than you guys do.
Yeah,
it's a fact.
But
we get an entire election done in a night.
Yeah,
for 26 million people.
Well.
We used to.
I know you used
to. Across an area the size of the US.
Without an issue.
Yeah.
There's less people voting, though. Devil's advocate.
Okay, devil's advocate. That's fair.
That is true, but
you,
it doesn't matter how many people are voting because they're all divided up.
Yeah.
Because the presidential election isn't one election; it's every state running their own election, and every county running their own election.
Yeah.
It's thousands of elections.
Yeah.
All running simultaneously. So every county is responsible for their own count, and every state's responsible for their statewide count. So it's all the argument that it's more people voting. Well, that's not a good argument.
You can't deny their efficiency, Bazza. As much as much as I don't like
that's true.
The state generally, you can't disagree with their efficiency. And yes, we have the Australian ballot.
Yeah, our post note says the right is still playing by a rule book that the left has burned and pissed on decades ago. The right has been bad at winning, like bad at fucking winning. Like the Democrats
they're just that. They're the right, and they refuse to actually work together.
Yeah.
If they were to actually work together, they would actually maybe get somewhere. But they refuse to work together, and they continue to point fingers at each other, as well as the other side. And the other side, the left, they're all in one big group. They're all happy with each other, and they're gonna put up, whoever they want. You look at who House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. They had no issue selecting him as the next person to actually be the minority leader over and over again. All 15 votes that it took them to actually put McCarthy into play. Yeah. Each one of those Democrats voted for Hakeem Jeffries over and over and over again. They're all in one group, and they're all happy with themselves.
Because at the end of the day, Cool Frog Man, like Republicans have to fall in love, and Democrats fall in line. So Republicans have to love their candidate, but Democrats will just go, it's got a D. Boom, done.
Yep. Exactly.
That's why I don't think they have any love.
I see a link, Madcore. So I sent you a link, but we're all bottom feeders. It wasn't an article; it was a post on Kiwi Farms. And Cynthia has decided that we're all bottom feeders. And you and I and Tim and Cool Frog and Dave, we were all called out by name as bottom feeders,
as well as Nova and Divinity.
And Nova and Divinity too, yes. So we're all dirty bottom feeders.
Can you the Kiwi Farms thing? Can you throw that to Madcore so you can actually see that?
Yeah, I'll have to dig it up again. One sec. Let me switch to.
I'm sure he'll be super interested to see his name in text.
Where is it? Sorry, I have to dig through. Oh, actually, I can do it through my shortcuts, can't I? Because I bookmark all these fucking links.
But in the end of the day, who's really going to look at that thread and say, "Ooh, well, who is this Catnip Dave, or who is this?" There's really nothing to laugh at. So, well, on my account, it might draw some amusement, but
Check your DMs on Discord, Nathan.
I'll give it. I'll give it like maybe a week, maybe a day, and no one will even know that I.
Spectre 2 was called out, yeah. So yes, Thermo, Nova, Cool Frog, Spectre, Madcore, and sometimes Divinity said Catnip Dave and Tim of Tams.
Sometimes Divinity.
Who's that Spectre dude?
Spectre, you know fucking Spectre.
Of course, you know Spectre.
Yeah,
Yes, Madcore. Yes, Madcore. That is what she wants. That is what she wants. You and your ginormous channel should actually go and do that. Burn her.
Madcore, I thought you saw this. Like, I'm sure someone posted it in your Discord. Anyway. Where was I?
He doesn't hang out in his own Discord. He hangs out in mine.
I should. Where was I? That's where I was. Yes. So the RNC has announced the dates and criteria for the first debate in Milwaukee. It'll be on August 23rd, which feels really fucking early, but I guess it's not. But yes, in order to qualify for the debate, you'll need to be eligible to run. Obviously, you have to have declared. So everybody who's going to declare will have to do it before August, end of August. So yeah, you have to have an active FEC Form 2 statement of candidacy filed with the FEC, and identify as a candidate for the Republican nomination. You have to have an active Form 1 filed with the FEC designating your primary campaign committee. So you have to be up and fucking running. You need to be polling at least 1% in 3 national or 1% in 2 national polls and 1 in an early state poll from 2 separate carve-out states, Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, South Carolina, recognized by the RNC. For a poll to be recognized, it must survey at least 800 registered likely Republican voters through a mix of live... This is a lot of fucking requirements for the polling. Jesus.
Of likely Republican
voters through a mix of live calls, integrated voice response,
just Republican
online,
voters, likely ones.
Likely Republican voters, yeah. So not even, it's registered likely. How the fuck do you determine registered likely? I guess if they voted in the last primary. So if you're a registered Republican and you voted in the last primary election, and you're surveyed, voice responses, online panels, and/or text messages. Not overly weight responses of any individual cohort beyond the margin of error of the poll. Ask the question on presidential preference prior to any... Geez, like, these fucking requirements seem pretty, like, you must run your poll this way. Okay. Ask the question on presidential preference prior to any question which may allow potential bias. Not be conducted by a polling company affiliated with the candidate or candidates committee. Well, that one's fair enough. Meet this polling requirement no later than 48 hours prior to the first scheduled debate, and it must be conducted on or after the 1st of July. So any polling that's already been done, no deal. Mako says, so see how she says sometimes Divinity said the reason she's saying that is because they try staying on Divinity's good side. Lol, they don't know what's coming. Oh, okay. What day was that poll? When was that posted on Kiwi Farms? It's like a few days ago. Does it not say it on the thing? Is there a
I think it was like 3 days ago.
Go to Kiwi Farms and search for your name. The post will come up.
Yeah, it was probably 3 days ago, I want to say.
Wednesday or Thursday?
Yeah, something like that. Wednesday or Thursday US time, so Tuesday, probably. I think Monday, Tuesday, our time. So... and there was one. So have a minimum of 40,000 unique donors to candidates' principal presidential campaign committee or exploratory committee with at least 200 unique donors per state or territory in 20 plus states or territories. Fucking hell. Present this evidence to the RNC no later than 48 hours prior to the debate. You have to have signed a pledge agreeing not to participate in any non-RNC sanctioned debate for the remainder of the election cycle. You need to have signed the pledge agreeing to support the eventual party nominee. You need to have signed the RNC data sharing agreement. And you need to present signed pledges and agreements to the RNC no later than 48 hours prior to the first scheduled debate. Must meet all listed criteria in the 4 groups above. Qualified candidates will be placed on stage according to polling, with the highest polling candidate in the center. Well, so Trump's going to be in the middle. Unless he doesn't fucking participate. What do you think? Cool Frog, you think Trump's going to actually show up? Like, actually participate in the poll? He said he wasn't going to do it. Do you think he's going to do it? I think he will. I think he should, and I think he will. I think if he
doesn't, he'd be doing himself a disservice, in my opinion.
Absolutely. And he'll be doing the network that broadcasts at an absolute disservice as well. So criteria for future debates may include higher thresholds for polling and fundraising. So, yeah. What have I got left? I have 2 segments left and Australian news. Let's do Aussie news. Yes, so the candidates will share their donor lists with the RNC so that you can be spammed to donate to the RNC, and the RNC can organise down ballot stuff. So, yeah.
Especially for those states like Alaska and Nevada that need to have those names for ranked choice voting.
Yeah.
Have
Also, it's also important to worry about, like, the RNC's job is to worry about down ballot races. So,
right,
congressional races, I guess.
But and everything is what it, and that's why I say it's going to be so much. Why it's so much more difficult for them to actually tabulate is because we don't just do just the presidential election. When you see those ballots have multiple different things that they vote for, and each one of them is just like they're going to come through, millions of ballots or whatever, and they're going to actually come up with with the president. Then they go through millions of ballots and they come up with who's running for whatever governorship or whatever else.
Yeah, see, we don't really do that here because, like, our elections, so our statewide elections are run on separate days. Like, we don't. It's when we don't have a one election day. We have so we can have a local government election, we could have a state government election, and we can have a federal election. And the federal election will be there'll be two ballot papers, one for the lower house and one for the House and one for the Senate, and they're obviously tabulated differently. The Senate, it has complicated rules where there's preference flows and there's a ton of candidates. That one we don't usually know for a few weeks, but it doesn't matter because it's just the House of Review. But yeah, that would probably help too. If you're going to do ranked choice, you should probably split up the ballots, like multiple ballots.
Right.
So yeah, that's interesting. Oh, so I need to play the graphic for Aussie News. So Aussie News time. Wake. Destroy your ears with didgeridoos. Maybe that should be a didgeridoo. Boomtish. I didn't sort the Australian news section, so it's all over the place. Well, speaking of Farron, see, I saw this tweet the other day from Farron. I thought, what? That's not true. This is not true. So Farron says, a random fact: Australia is one of the strictest countries in online bullying and harassment. Those charged are found guilty 95% of the time because it's easy to prove and it's classified as a felony. If found guilty, you lose all online privileges. The more you know. This is not true.
Shut up, fatty.
So, first up, we don't have felonies. Like, we don't distinguish between misdemeanors and felonies. That's just not something we do. If found guilty, you lose all online privileges. That's not a thing. That's not a thing here. We don't ban you from. You don't have an internet license, though. We may one day have an internet license. As for bullying and harassment,
you got a license for that free
you
thing.
would have to do something really bad to get blacklisted.
As for bullying and harassment, we do have laws about online bullying, but not they're not super strict. Like, people complain that the laws aren't strong enough. The only strong thing we have is the E-Safety Commissioner, which is just a protect the trans people thing. Like, we covered that story a couple of weeks back about the Riley J. Dennis story over at Redux being asked to be taken down by the E-Safety Commissioner. So, but yeah, like, you can harass whoever you want online. Like, don't, because that's a shitty thing to do.
Except for politicians, because they get
the politicians will get mad and they'll sue you for defamation. Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's no real structured law like that. So this is a misinterpretation, I think, of Australian laws. This turbo cuck is Adam Bant. So Greens offer compromise on Labor's stalled housing bill and scaling back demands. So Labor's had a bill that's stuck in the Senate for a few weeks that's supposed to hey Rabbit, how you doing? That's supposed to and how the Labor bill works is they're going to take $10 billion of funding, put it in one of the future funds, and then whatever the future fund returns will be spent on what's it called? Housing, I guess, on the housing crisis, up to $500 million a year. The Greens have a problem with this. Yeah, Tom Bolo and Barilaro will send state police shock troopers to your home for online ridicule. Yeah.
Not even online ridicule, just for asking questions.
So, yeah, asking questions. What's that? Yeah. Let me send the terror police to your house. No, but the Greens don't like the whole. The Greens want them to spend $10 billion on housing, which is fair enough. Okay, I understand you want to spend that amount of money. Labor wants to put money in the fund so that there's money every year in perpetuity to spend on housing. And they want to do this because the Labor government understands that they're not going to be in government for the rest of fucking time. And the Greens don't seem to understand that. So if it's put in a future fund, no future government can just say, oh, that's gone now. That money stays there and it gets contributed forever. So, but the Greens want direct spending. And, well, the Greens also want fucking, what's it called? Rental freezes. They want rents frozen, which is the dumbest thing to even talk about. Like, if you have a rental crisis where rents are going up at an alarming rate, what you don't want to do is start talking about freezing rents. Because if you're if you're a landlord and someone in government starts talking about freezing rents, at your next available opportunity, you will raise rents. Yeah. You will raise rents to the point you think the market will bear, or the point where the rent will cover all possible expenses you could incur, because this might be your last chance to do it. So again, this is the fucking greenies not knowing how the world works, like not knowing how fucking economies work, because they never actually have to put anything into action because they're the fucking Greens.
Yeah, fucking minor party that doesn't actually do anything other than make the situation worse.
Yes. I saw this terrible fucking story the other morning. I'd have to reload the page because the video won't play.
I've seen this. This is disturbing.
Yeah. So yes, toddler found alone with mother's dead body in Melbourne apartment. Are you going to play? We're going to roll the dice.
There's heartbreaking news from Melbourne's west tonight, where a toddler has been rescued after he was left alone for days. The boy was found in an apartment along with the body of his mother 2 days after neighbours raised the alarm. And we warn, details of this report may be distressing.
Safe in the arms of a police officer.
I doubt it.
The young boy was carried from his Werribee home, checked by paramedics and taken to hospital in a stable condition.
So, RC, you're in Victoria. What's Werribee like?
Darrow City.
It's Darrow City, yeah. So this is a drug overdose, is it?
Most likely, yes.
Yeah. God, fucking terrible.
That's very sad to see, especially what I've saw today. It's going to haunt me the rest of my life.
It's believed the preschool-aged child had been in the apartment with his mother's body for several days.
Upset for the children, a bit shocked.
And I seen the way the child was struggle, as if he really need medical attention.
Neighbours say they hadn't seen the single mother for more than a week. They raised concerns with building management 2 days ago, but police only carried out a welfare check late this morning when they made the grim discovery.
Well, considering it was reported 2 days ago and they've only checked it now,
and the smell.
I find it's a bit disheartening.
There's cameras in the facility. Why not look into that?
The Werribee apartment complex provides accommodation for young homeless people.
Okay. God.
Will review security cameras and the woman's electronic access pass to map out her final movements.
And Melina Saris has the latest from Werribee. Melina, the toddler's condition is improving.
Mitch, the young boy...
Tom Bolo over on Rumble says Werribee has massively expanded and has a huge number of migrants.
Was taken to hospital as a precaution. He has been checked over and he is now in the care of relatives. Police have finished their investigation here, and while the cause of the woman's death is not yet known, it is not being treated as suspicious.
It's drugs. It's drugs.
Unison, the company that manages this housing complex here, has given me a statement. It is rallying around the residents here and it is offering counselling to anyone affected by this tragedy. Mitch.
Melina Sara said,
that's horrible. I think it had the age of the boy, because I remember thinking, Jesus
I was
Christ.
just going to say, how old is this child? Because
like
preschool aged?
Yeah, I think I saw preschool age, yeah.
Yep, it was in the middle of that top paragraph that you're at. Right in the dead middle of all that. Down. Just a little bit.
Yeah, the preschool age boy was taken to hospital. God. That's
so, preschool, what, 3, 4?
Yeah, 3 or 4, yeah.
So when you think about it, I see Fallen Preacher saying, he didn't even try to go to the door or anything.
Probably couldn't even reach the door.
He may not have been able to actually reach the door handle in itself.
And in apartments like that, they do round handles so that like kids can't open the front door.
Right. Between that and safety locks, whatever, little slip chains that are usually up.
And in apartments,
adult height, so I mean, you can't.
In apartments too, like the fire code makes those doors heavy as fuck, because they've got to be able to maintain their building integrity.
Correct, and usually spring loaded so that they close by themselves.
God, that poor I hope that kid's closer to 3 than 4, because you'd want them to be as young as possible to not remember like that.
So, yes,
traumatized for the rest of his life.
Like, it's really like, I just think like this poor kid, like just being trapped there, being like, "Mummy, like, God, it's just fucking like." As a dad, Jesus fuck, that just like breaks your heart, man.
Yeah. And I look at my 3-year-old, and I know that, as long as the chain's not pulled, I know that he knows how to get himself out the door.
Yeah. God, it's just it's very sad.
And yes, and I'm in an apartment building, so as far as that goes, it really kind of,
Yeah, hopefully no long-term Dexter type issues. Yeah.
Yeah.
So look, I hope that kid ends up with a family that loves him and takes care of him, or her.
It sounded like that went to family, so as long as it went to, it's some kind of relative, hopefully it's being taken care of properly.
Yeah, Madcore, absolutely. Like, I had to wipe away some tears then. I'm not ashamed to admit that. It's fucking, Yeah, boomer issues. Brutal wake-up call to young Aussies who prioritize going on fancy holidays rather than saving for a house.
Like
Tim, why are you going away on fancy holidays instead of saving for a house?
Yeah, why are you going to the rural?
Peter Costello tells you to stop. Peter Costello says you should stop being poor.
Well, it's I'm not poor. But I've been a very irresponsible spender ever since I started working. I was, it is actually all my fault. It is, I've had a job since I was 21. I have always been a very irresponsible spender. So I could have easily had a mortgage by now if I was fucking disciplined. The problem with me is that
you don't want a mortgage. Trust me.
I want some sort of fucking investment. I don't want to have to rent for my whole fucking life.
Pay cash.
Pardon?
Pay cash. Buy your house in cash.
I don't have the cash to do so. That's the thing. It's like even getting a fucking deposit is ridiculous at this point.
Yeah. Even
5% is ridiculous. But I mean, for me, I've always just been very, very. I was always very materialistic because I Bazza. No, I don't. I probably would if I had the money. But I didn't.
So you frequent the Jamala Wildlife Lodge?
Not really, no. I stick with the established porn stars. No. I didn't have a lot of money myself. We were not poor, but I didn't have a job till I was 21. I didn't know the value of money, and so when I started working, I didn't appreciate money, and so I spent. Went into a lot of debt. Spent, and then it was all my own fucking fault. I could have bought my first house, 10 years ago. So it's there is truth to what the boomers and the Gen Xers and all them say. No offense to them. When they say stop spending so much and save up, but it took me a very long time to understand and realize that holy shit, they're actually right, and that I could have bought a small place for myself 10 years ago if I actually had discipline. But not everyone's in my situation.
Yeah.
A lot of people just can't fucking afford it.
Yeah,
and they've never been able to. I understand it entirely.
Well, you have a job that pays well enough to be able to afford your
Exactly.
rent without having to share with someone else.
Exactly.
So
I probably, if I realistically, I should go and share for another couple of years, just to get that, just so I have that extra bit of money being able to be put away. But well, they did kind of teach financial skills. But
look, the only advice I can give to, and I give it to the kids as well, is don't get a credit card. If you can avoid getting a credit card.
That was my biggest problem. Yep, that was my biggest problem.
Because if you want to end up in financial trouble,
that's exactly how that is what got me into debt. I was like, I racked up like $30,000 of credit card debt.
Rough. That revolving credit sucks.
That I couldn't pay. Yeah, I couldn't pay it back. Like because I started.
Oh, my sweet summer child.
Oh, believe me, I've paid that. I mean, when I switched jobs,
$30,000.
If you added,
so you had one card?
No. That's about the total. Because at some point I did pay off a card, then I had to take out another card. But you're exactly right. Like it's like drugs. Credit is a drug. Credit is a drug.
What you do, Tim, is you take one card and then you pay it off with the other card. And that's how you sort it. That's
what people said to me. But back in the day,
what you do is you get a credit card, and when it's full, you go and sign up for another credit card and do a balance transfer, and then you forget to cancel the other card.
No, but that's
and then you do that a few times.
Yeah, that's what happened. Is yes, you max your limit. Okay, I need to get, but then I need to do a balance transfer onto another card to get a lower credit rate. But the thing is, you get a credit card, but you can't afford to pay it off.
And then you find you have a wallet that has 8 credit cards in it.
Oh no,
maybe I have a problem, and they're all silver. Sorry, they're all platinum colored.
Yeah, no, but I was young, and I believed in the myth that you can just live off credit, and that money doesn't really matter.
That only works for governments.
It does only work for governments, but it's like we're Australian. Everyone I knew that. I think I suppose it's a bit of a nihilistic view that my family had. Because everyone's poor, and it's just like, okay, I'll just put it on credit. It doesn't fucking matter.
Just remember, if you die with credit card debt, there's nothing they can do about it.
Exactly.
It's unsecured debt.
That's it. Yeah. But I was young.
I learned that when my grandfather died, because he died with I think he had $1,000 on a credit card.
Yep.
And I was the executor as well. I paid the debt, and the lawyer said, "Why did you do that for, you idiot? It's unsecured. You don't have to pay it back." I'm like, "Oh, okay."
But yeah, like you start.
I did it because I knew my grandfather would be horrified.
Yeah, you start with one credit card, and cost of living did go up, to be fair, but most of it was just me just living in excess.
Look, the way it works is no matter how much money you earned, when your pay goes up, your expenditure will rise to match that pay. That's how people who make $200,000-300 grand a month end up poor. They live paycheck to paycheck because they make tons of money, but over time they're like, oh, I make lots of money now. I can afford X, Y, and Z every month.
Yep.
And now they have to pay X, Y, and Z every month. And they're like, damn, where did all that money go? Well, it's on X, Y, and Z.
Yep.
All these expenses you've built up.
Yep. That's it.
Long story short, don't get a credit card.
Don't get a credit card. Don't do it. But you can rack up.
Younger people.
Yeah, you rack up 30. Even on a below average income, you can rack up $30,000.
Costy's here to tell us what. Costy's here to tell us how to get rich.
Wrong.
You're wrong.
It all adds up, and you just don't pay it off. You just end up not being able to pay the credit off, and then you need to change over, and all the interest racks up, and oh shit, now my card is maxed, and I don't have room on my card for an emergency. Okay, now I need to take out a consolidation loan.
Yep.
So I've been through all that, and yeah.
Bazza says OnlyFans addiction. I'm sorry, guys. Someone needs to tell him we'll have an intervention next week.
Yep.
Now, see, I don't have a credit card anymore, Bazza.
Can't wait for the intervention.
I legit did get debt free completely. I even paid out my Hex debt. I was, for a couple of years, maybe 3 years, I was actually completely debt free. Now I have a car loan, but I don't have a credit card. I'm actually saving. But
Costy says, make a budget.
Yeah,
stick to it.
It's
set
the basic,
financial goals. No lifestyle creep.
It's the basic boomer advice, and it's completely true. But young people, it doesn't matter what advice you give them, because our brains are fucking just not developed, and we don't appreciate money.
Yep.
I think younger people, though, are doing everything later in life, though, John.
That's true.
They're expecting to live to 90 or 100. They're expecting to have 4 or 5 different jobs.
We were literally told that.
Yeah, we were told.
We were told you'll have 4 or 5 different jobs through your lifetime. The days of having one job and working it till you die are over. You prepared us for this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
This guy isn't just a rando to Cool Frog. This guy used to be the treasurer of the country.
Yep.
So, and the deputy prime minister. So,
and the coward who didn't take the premiership.
So,
yeah,
another type of person.
It's his fault.
It still has to pay off any of her student loans, and makes thousands and thousands.
Oh no, yeah, he's got a shit ton of money. Yeah,
it's ridiculous. People are dumb.
He's Tim Costello's brother, isn't he?
They'd rather travel than put down a deposit on a house. I mean, that's part of it.
Yeah, right. But we have
That's
mandatory
lifestyle.
retirement savings in Australia.
I think also, if you're a young person and you've grown up in our country,
Speaking of deputy prime
you
ministers,
haven't
there's
really
John
seen
Anderson.
a recession for 30 years.
No, that's
and I think
that's not
as
the
inflation
deputy prime
rises
minister.
and interest rates rise, it's going to come as a bit of a shock. And
This is
some
John
of these
Anderson
people
podcast clip. Yes, it is.
might begin to think, well, the economy is more.
Oh
important
yeah, deputy.
than they
I was
used
thinking
to.
Tim, whatever his name.
Yeah,
is.
no. Tim Costello is not. No, Tim Costello is a priest.
No, not Tim Costello. Tim. He was the deputy prime minister.
I can't remember.
So he's coming for you. Man faces court for allegedly abusing ABC broadcaster Stan Grant.
Look at this man's face.
Oh yes, happy Westralia Day.
Westralia?
What the hell's
Yeah.
that?
Oh, it's their long weekend. They get a long. They get a public holiday tomorrow.
Oh, fair enough.
It's like what is the public holiday? It's not King's birthday. Like you guys don't do that. I'll have to look it up.
There's never been a cute
Ew.
redhead. There's no
God.
cute redhead
Creature.
PM.
Wait,
Richard, you think
cute
you're doing-
redhead? Gillard?
There's no cute redhead, but Gillard would be the redhead. Not cute.
I really hope you are not talking about this person.
The backstabber.
This cute redhead.
Oh, such a nice little button nose.
She looks like something from 1984.
She was. This woman backstabbed Kevin Rudd of all fucking people to become prime minister, and then got thrown out pretty fucking quick.
Mm-hmm.
She fucked the country harder than well, no, not as hard as Costello, but yeah.
Hmm.
No, it's not a national holiday.
Fuck,
It's just a statewide holiday.
Yeah, it's just a state.
Our long weekend's next weekend. Ours next weekend is King's birthday holiday. Yes, so a self-described right-wing Christian conservative, at least he's self-described, has faced Sydney court accused of threatening Indigenous ABC broadcaster Stan Grant and his family. Don't do this. Don't threaten people. That's fucking and the family as well. What did the family do, you fuckwit? After the high-profile broadcaster stepped down, citing a wave of abuse. A web of online profiles reveal Michael Stephen Davis as an active conspiracy blogger, now turning his attention against the voice to Parliament. Davis, who is on bail, faces a registrar at Fairfield Local Court on 3 counts of using a carriage service to menace and 1 count of using a carriage service to threaten. He waited in the hallway because he suffers from anxiety. Man suffers from anxiety, has no problem fucking threatening people online. Go fuck yourself, you piece of shit. I don't care if it's Stan Grant. Stan Grant's a dropkick, but you're a fucking wanker.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
And
Don't
you're
threaten
just you're just adding to his evidence. See, this guy's
Yeah, King's Day.
harassing me even now.
King's Day, man. Cool. Next weekend.
Yeah,
Look at
this
It's no
man.
longer Queen's birthday holiday because we don't have a Queen.
Look
It's
at this
King's
guy.
birthday
He's
holiday.
looking down at his fucking camera. He must be on like a laptop or something. Just if you're gonna rant, make it look professional.
Thanks for letting us see up your nose.
Yes,
while you
thank
rant.
you, Tim Fisher. Yes, thank you, Tombolo.
Oh yeah.
And Tombolo says, "I have doubts. Tell us what the abuse that was claimed and what the claim threats were." Yeah, look, I wish that they'd make that shit public. Like Stan Grant did his whole like, where I'm leaving, blah blah blah, the abuse, the horrible abuse I'd suffered. Look, I think if it actually happened, which I believe he was abused full on. There's cunts out there that'll say mean things online. I want to see that shit. That shit needs to be like dragged into the light. I want to fucking see the names of people who are fucking doing that shit. I want you to fucking blast that shit out. And that way nobody can say, oh, it never happened. Well, no, here it is right here. And if it didn't happen, then you can't fucking pull a what's it called? Jussie Smollett.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So right now, Vivid's going on, which is the Festival of Lights in Sydney. But yes, TikTokers are roasting it because at 11 p.m. every night, every night at 11 p.m. they turn the fucking lights out. So this is what it looks like.
We thought the music was building up to a dramatic finish.
What?
We are super
So,
excited
yes.
to be part of Vivid Sydney.
But yes,
Sorry,
so
I
we
heard
light up the harbour.
Festival of Lights and immediately thought of Hanukkah.
What?
Hanukkah has nothing to do with lights. It's a fucking candle. But yes, so 11 o'clock every night. So this is what Vivid looks like. They light up the Opera House with like lights. There's areas around the city that have like presentations that like are fancy light installations that look. Look, it's cool. It's fancy, but it finishes at 11 and they turn off the lights. Like, I understand turning off the music, but fucking ridiculous.
It's funny.
And the other Vivid related story is warning from cops about little known rule in force across Sydney during the city's popular Vivid Flights Festival, and it could cost you $1,375. Yes, recreational drones are banned at Vivid. So this is what Vivid looks like. It is pretty cool. I've been in the city at the time, like when Vivid was going on, and while there are a shit ton of people, you can get some nice photographs of the Opera House being lit up in various things. But yes, it's forbidden to fly drones. No getting out the DJI Mavic and flying around to get nice photos, because you need a license for that. And I'm not kidding, you do need a license for that. You need a flight license from CASA. You're not allowed to fly your drone more than 400 feet off the ground. So that's at regular times. Right now, it's just banned entirely. So if your drone weighs more than 250 grams, which is fucking everything except a micro drone, you need to fly it. You need to be at least 5.5 kilometers, I think 3 miles from an airport. So, which
I think the better question here is
where
how
can you
shake prostitutes if there's a curfew?
What? Sorry?
How can you shake prostitutes if there's a curfew?
Well, there's not a curfew. They just turn off the fucking lights. At 11.
So easier to shake the prostitutes.
Yeah.
Sweet.
So
Australia's cafe.
I can just imagine how many people get, because it's like bright as fuck, and then all of a sudden,
wow,
boom,
and the
all
lights are
go
off.
out.
So the Victorian police decided to post this fucking fantastic tweet. Can you spot the difference? Answers below. You've seen their cars rolling through the CBD and around town when attending events, but do you know what they do?
I see 0 things different.
Well, this is just their regular outfit. And
Yeah, you can see the shin pads, chest pads, arm pads, helmet.
Yeah, this is when they're all armored up.
And any kind of concussion or anything or whatever, they won't blow off a body part.
She's doing knee work, is what the one on the right, because she's got the pads out.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
You mean
Okay,
yeah, kneeling on people.
Yeah, kneeling on people. Yeah, it's the only knee she's taking. You know what knee she's taking? Yours.
Yeah.
Yours when she fucking clubs you. Responsible for public order events / incidents, both planned and unplanned. There's no such thing as a boring day in the office of our public order response team. Like, this shit is fucking positively Orwellian. Exposed to a range of jobs, they often work alongside other units, including Air Wing or the Mounted Branch, statewide. Often on the move, members are required to complete extra levels of fitness training and courses. So, of course, these idiots, when they posted it, they didn't set it to only Vic Pol can reply.
Mm-hmm.
So, of course, the dunking kicked off.
Old mate Polybar gets in there.
Yes, they bashed Victorians at the direction of Dan Andrews. We've all seen it. Thanks for the reminder. Check out #VicPolViolence in the video section if you need a refresher. Why advertise to women? Why not recruit martial artists who are trained to see a 90-year-old woman as people to help, not fear? Left-hand side, paramilitary cosplayer. Right-hand side, granny basher. This is how I've come to view the Victorian police. Not a single positive comment. Yes, and that ain't changing. Comment section not going as planned. Someone throwing the OK sign. Both do the bidding of their masters so they can collect their 2 pieces of silver. Why is it that VicPol has less weapons we have, the more weapons? Why is it, VicPol, that the less weapons we have, the more weapons you get? What's coming? I think they bought a whole bunch of what are they called? The cats, the
Bearcats.
Bearcats.
Yeah, we covered that last week.
That was Queensland.
That was Queensland.
Queensland bought a whole bunch more.
Gotcha.
A can't with a hat and a can't without a hat. That's the difference. A lot of shit about milk, but they hid a tweet. Who would like to see what tweet they hid? Turning off comments in 3. They hid that fucking tweet. That's the only tweet they hid. And then they proceeded to turn off comments. So I thought it was hilarious. Labor has been urged to have a contingency plan in case the voice to Parliament referendum fails.
They do have one. They're going to legislate it anyway.
Yeah, they'll just legislate it anyway. So.
Yep.
So referendums don't actually mean anything, people.
Yeah.
That's
Mark McGowan. So I guess Baz is happy because Mark McGowan stood down as WA Premier in shock announcement citing exhaustion. So for those who may not remember, Mark McGowan is the Premier of West Australia who, at his last election, which was only last year, I think, maybe the year before. No, it would have been last year. Won in an absolute fucking landslide. Basically, look, Mark McGowan was basically a dictator in West Australia. He could do whatever the fuck he liked.
Mm-hmm.
I think there are only 3 members of the opposition. So he's miles ahead of Dictator Dan, mostly because West Australia isn't a bunch of fucking wokies. So So Bazza says Mark did okay for a God King.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd rather be under his rule than Dan Andrews' rule.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, he.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Because it was just Western Australia just locking itself away from everyone else.
Well, yeah, they just shut the border and then continued on.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, everybody in? Okay, yep. Border's closed. Fuck off.
Well, yeah, I have no problem with doing that, but we're Australian. We have the right to travel freely within our own nation. So if you want to do that, you can secede, and then you can have the border closed all you want.
Hey, don't tempt them.
Oh, I'm asking him to.
And remember, Dan Andrews closed the border to New South Wales.
Yeah, we closed the border
during
to New South Wales too.
Christmas time.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, he shut that shit down.
Very quick.
Yeah, like right before fucking Christmas.
Our eldest used to live on the border.
Mm-hmm.
Like he used to live down in Moama.
Yeah.
So, and that was during COVID. So that was fun. For those who don't know, Moama is the New South Wales side of a town called Echuca.
Yep.
So we've got a whole bunch of
and
towns that
Echuca,
have sister towns.
Echuca is the
border.
big town, and it's on the Victorian side. So
it's one of the bigger ones.
Yeah.
Albury Wodonga.
I went there when I was a lot younger.
Yeah, and Albury's the Victorian side. Wodonga's the New South Wales side.
Wrong.
So yes,
Wrong way around.
other way around. Yeah, sorry. And Albury's the larger town.
Yeah, Albury's more larger.
So yes, David Koch has announced he'll be retiring from Sunrise after 21 years.
Good riddance.
So it's
it's Sunrise.
Kochi's based, man. Don't
Kochi's
shit on
fine.
Kochi's based, man. Like prime ministers would come on Sunrise. And
There used to be Joe Hockey and
shit.
I know. There used to be Joe Hockey and Kevin Rudd battling it out before Rudd became PM. I remember those days.
No, but he was still doing it. He was still being.
I know.
Like, why are you doing this? This is some bullshit, isn't it, Prime Minister?
So it's a sunset on his career on Sunrise.
But at Sunrise, yes. Yeah. This video is not going to play, so.
Now, before we move on, just a bit of news from me. I've decided to hang up the boots as co-host of Sunrise after nearly 21 years, over 5,300 shows, and Nat, stop it. And almost 16,000 hours of live TV. It's time to work some business hours, I reckon, and have a bit of flexibility to focus more on Lib, our very big family, as you know, our family business, and frankly, my footy club as well. So after 20 consecutive premierships in the breakfast TV ratings game, I'm frankly finding it harder to get off the ground to take those specky marks, and I reckon it's time to bring through the next generation. Let me tell you, I don't want to be a list clogger. I started here before Facebook, before Instagram, before Twitter and iPhones. Yes, that's how old I am. And I have loved every single minute of it. And I'm incredibly proud of what we've achieved here over the last 21 years. I've been privileged to experience so many great adventures, to meet so many incredible people.
I think the achievement is being number one in the time slot for 20 years in a row. So, which is true. I used to work.
That's
Channel,
fair. Yeah, I used to watch.
I used to work for Channel 7, so I can confirm. He's a good bloke. Koch, he's a good bloke. He was always a good bloke. So, sorry, personally, Koshi's a good bloke.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh,
Again, I'm just cynical.
Whatever.
I'm just cynical. Media, big rich media personality.
Bazza says in West Australia, virtually no lockdowns. Wages went way up. Vaccine mandated to buy alcohol for 2 months. All things considered, we did okay. Yeah. It says seriously, my wage went. I was as a brickie at the time. My wage nearly doubled. Holy shit! Piss off, Costy. I'm not a simp. I know the man personally. So I've met him 4 or 5 times. I've done work for him. Like, he's a good bloke.
Okay. Anybody that thinks that they should actually go along with COOF mandates should actually go look up The Intercept and the 3 articles that you just put out within the last few days.
Frog, it's The Intercept.
That actually go along and actually explain graphene nanobots as well as spike proteins. Just saying.
I'm double vaxxed, and there will be no more vaxxers for me. I'm done.
Yep.
I got vaxxed because I was told that if enough people get vaccinated, we'll all be let out. So I did. I took one for the team.
Yep.
Oh, that was a fucking lie.
Well, they kept their word. Glady's kept her word. We hit the number, and then she resigned.
Yeah.
And the next guy,
Anastasia, didn't keep her word.
Kept his word, and we all came out unlocked, and that was fine. So
it was all supposed to be unlocked a lot earlier. Sorry. For at least in Queensland, it wasn't.
So the arm growing out of my back makes it a bit hard to sleep, but
the constant cough I have
just means you sleep on your side.
To the jab, yeah,
makes it easier to scratch though. So yes, Australia and India have signed a new migration deal.
Please, why are we doing this?
So a new migration deal has been signed between Australia and India, is being hailed as a win for both nations. Visa rules will be changed to boost labour mobility, including the creation of a new pilot scheme called Mates.
Stop with this shit. We don't have the fucking...
No, Tim, it's okay. It's a bilateral deal.
I don't care.
What
Australian is
if you want to
India?
go and live and work in India,
Who the fuck is moving to India?
you can move to India and
Who's
work
doing
there.
that? Seriously. Who's moving to India?
It's like if the US that had a bilateral migration deal with fucking like Mexico.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We kind of do.
Yeah, not all of a sudden
Not
everybody
even
moves
Mexico.
to Mexico.
That's the issue. It's the other 150 other countries that are pushing
Well, yeah.
people into South America that are traveling themselves up through Central America, through Mexico, and across that southern border. It's not even them. They
Yeah.
aren't the ones that are coming. It's
That's all the
everybody else
Hondurans
around
and
the world.
Guatemalans that are coming up through Mexico.
It's not even just them. It's the 150 other countries that are also shipping their people through the same way.
Cool Frog, I've said if I ever want to move to the US, I'll just fly to Mexico and run across the border.
Yep. Just do that. Do what everybody else is doing. You want to
So
come here? Go
a
that
new
way.
pilot scheme will also be created, offering 3,000 places annually for early career professionals in India. So the Indian-born population is the second largest migrant community in Australia. So it's about to get
How
even
will
bigger.
this help your housing crisis?
Exactly.
It
It won't.
won't. We don't have the infrastructure to keep housing 500,000 more people every year. This is bullshit.
Yeah,
Well, this is a thread from.
There's plenty of space out in the desert region. I mean,
But
they're
there's
used
no
to that
infrastructure.
weather.
There's no housing out there. And no one wants to build. And obviously, we can't build shit out there that far. But no one wants to expand beyond the capital cities. They just want to bring all these people into the capital cities and expect everybody to get crammed in.
I think it might be Chinese, yes.
Possibly Chinese.
I'd have to look it up, and I don't care.
Hmm.
So Migrant Watch Australia has put together a thread. So 5-year student visas for both countries. So if you want to go study in India for 5 years,
Yeah, it's long enough to get a master's.
so you
Only
can go
a
do it there.
NORAN
Do
or a
undergrad and
history?
masters straight after. Yeah, that's enough to do that.
So Indians who study at Australian tertiary institutions can remain here for 8 years to work in their field of study. No caps on the number who can study here. The mobility arrangement. So the mobility arrangement for talented early professionals, which is the MATES scheme. Well, it should actually be MATE PS. Allows 3,000 of India's top graduates and early career professionals to work and stay in Australia for up to 2 years. They can apply for a permanent skilled visa, and spouses will have unlimited working rights.
How many Indians can you fit in a 1-bedroom apartment?
7.
As many as you want. I
Depends
reckon
how you
it's
stack
like
them.
20.
Depends how high the ceilings go. No, I've seen it. I've seen the trains. Well, I had a story about that, but I haven't gotten to it. I've seen them. I've seen the buildings. Like I've seen rooms that had double bunks. So 4 bunks. So not just double bunks. Like not just bunk beds, but bunk beds with another set of bunk beds above it.
Quad beds. Sounds so much fun.
Double bunks. Like it's like fucking Christ. Yes. So 3,000 top graduates. 3-month visitor visas available to Indians for family or business purposes. No cap on numbers.
This sounds about as healthy as a double cheeseburger.
I would fucking love a double cheeseburger right now. Australians must recognise Indian vocational university graduates as holding the comparable Australian qualification framework qualification for the purposes of admission to higher education and holding comparable Australian qualifications for the purposes of general employment. So
That's not gonna backfire.
Get ready for Indian. Look, I think that should be a global thing. I think if you get like universities across the world, if you get a medical degree in China, or a medical degree in Alaska, or a medical degree in Germany, or Zimbabwe, or wherever, it should all meet a global standard. Because humans are the same everywhere. Like,
What about if I get a doctorate degree in Chad?
If you're doctor of Chad,
No, from
a
country.
doctor from Chad,
from the country of Chad.
Honestly, the University of Chad is missing a huge fucking marketing. Like, if there is a University of Chad,
Gambia or Laos or
absolutely.
Cambodia?
If those universities meet these this central framework, you should be able to take
Central framework defined by whom?
Well, all countries should just agree. They should get together and say, this is what a doctor should be able to do.
Yeah, like countries do that all the time.
Yeah, we
They
tried
agree on everything.
We sort of tried that in COVID, didn't
There's
we?
an international. There's a thing called the International Baccalaureate. Like it's like an international baccalaureate,
Mm.
and it's a globally recognized HSC. Essentially, it's like a post high school certificate that you can go and do that will get you into a university anywhere in the world. So the world has agreed on that. I think we can agree on a few extra things. Like if you get a degree in another country, you should be able to, like if you're a doctor in India, or in China, you should be able to come to like a Western country, or if you're a doctor in a Western country, you should be able to go to China or India, take some fucking 6-month course to cross over the regulations, and boom, you can work in that country. It's stupid that you can't take, like, if you're a heart surgeon in India, why it is economically inefficient for you to be in Australia and working as an Uber driver. That's dumb.
Shouldn't be here at all, but you know.
Well, it's brain drain, but brain drain's going to happen. What are you going to do? Close the borders to outbound migration?
It's fine. It's fine as a last resort, but this idea of just opening the floodgates is bullshit.
Yeah.
I don't know. So didn't he decide to become an Uber driver instead of pursue what he was doing previously?
Yeah. Why did he move to Australia if he knew his license wasn't going to be recognized?
I don't know. Let me ask the hypothetical.
Well.
So yeah, look, I think there's a better way to do this. Look, as someone who understands, like who appreciates economics, I can look at that and go, wow, this is not economically efficient. So
yeah, we're talking about a government thing. It's not going to be efficient.
Yeah, of course. Why not a single large corporation is endorsing the Indigenous Voice No campaign?
Because it's get woke, go broke.
Yes, as businessman says, bosses are being bullied into backing yes, herd mentality. Corporate Australia is backing the Voice. No advocate says they're being bullied into it. Boycott risk for those who oppose the Voice. Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely.
Mm-hmm.
So Corporate Australia is lining up to back the yes vote. Well, they know which way the wind's blowing. So the giant companies supporting constitutional change to bring about the advisory body include NAB, the Commonwealth Bank, ANZ, BHP, Rio Tinto, Wesfarmers, Woolworths, Coles. Wesfarmers and Coles are the same thing.
Nope. They're separated now.
Oh, are they?
Yep.
Yeah, I believe
separate
so.
companies.
Yeah,
When did that happen?
Coles is just a Coles group or something.
3 or 4 years ago. I would have to go back and check.
I'm glad
when
I didn't
they
take that job at Wesfarmers.
demerged.
Yeah.
Well, Woolworths, Coles, and Qantas. They've all
Wesfarmers
endorsed
Wesfarmers has 5% of Coles. They gave up basically all of Coles, but they still have Kmart, Bunnings, all that.
Yeah,
that's
still have all
weird.
that stuff.
That's weird as fuck. Why would you spin off the biggest profit center?
Not sure.
I don't know.
Whatever. But yes, apparently companies are being bullied. Look, of course.
Good.
Wait, what? Mr. Blackmore's statement. Blackmore's group has distanced itself from the statement made by Marcus Blackmore, supporting the No campaign for the Voice referendum. We should hashtag boycott Blackmore's because they support Vote No. Look, Blackmore's is an Australian vitamin company. They don't give a shit about the Australian market. Every Australian could boycott Blackmore's and they would still make billions.
They're already in the Asian market.
Chinese. It's the Chinese that make that fucking company's money, not the Australian market.
They've already moved into the Asian market, which is the Chinese market. So they're all good.
Game over, man. Bazza says voting for a Voice with no actual authority or power still makes more sense than opposing it, I think. Look, no. I'm going to vote no.
This whole idea that it doesn't have any authority or power is
because what's
bullshit.
the fucking point? And it's a body that's being put into the Constitution, and the Constitution will basically say there shall be an X.
Yep.
Like there shall be this body, and the Parliament can decide how it's sorted out. No.
Yeah.
If you're going to go to the trouble of amending the Constitution to have this body defined in it, then you might as well fucking define its powers in the Constitution. Yep. But I'm not going to give the government a blank check to build it like this government or future governments. This government could be the greatest government of all time. Like, love everybody, think it's the best. Oh, this is great. We're going to do so much wonderful things, and it's all going to be, sunflowers and fucking rainbows. But 3 governments from now, suddenly we're under the boot of the strange, strange organization that's been constitutionally brought about. That's powers are now defined by the government. No, fuck that shit.
Yeah.
You want to help. You want to help. You want to help. I've gone on rants before about this, but the voice to Parliament will do nothing for the Aboriginal communities in Australia. Fucking nothing. If anything, they'll probably end up worse off. Yep. We used to have a pseudo voice to Parliament, which was ATSIC, which was which was an organisation that took in billions every year and spent millions. And Aboriginals were no better for it. And all it was jobs for the fucking boys. So
which is basically what this is.
If you had a couple of drops of Aboriginal blood, you got a job at ATSIC.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you had a couple of drops of Aboriginal blood and were politically connected, you got a job at ATSIC where you fucking could just take money and do whatever the fuck you liked. Fuck no.
Now we have the National Indigenous Council, or we had it.
It's all a fraud.
Yeah. Ultimately, I don't believe.
Also the voice.
Bazza says, just for clarity, you're white as fuck, right? Yes, I am white as fuck.
No, you're Sicilian. You're black. I'm white as fuck.
Well, actually, no. Yeah, I'm black.
Really?
I, however, am white as fuck.
I just assumed you were a koala bear.
Yeah, but ultimately,
I used to have sex with a black girl.
God,
there's only one drop inside him. Yeah. But ultimately, I don't believe in any sort of racial advocacy group. And if their voice is in the Constitution, then when it comes to decision making, if the government doesn't pay due consideration to the voice, then the government can be sued for it.
You know what? Amend the Constitution so that Aboriginals get to pick the Speaker of the House. That's it. You want to do that? Go for it.
Yeah. But here's the thing.
But until then, yeah, it's all bullshit.
Yeah,
it's
all
grandstanding. If you want to just change the Constitution to recognize Aboriginals that are the traditional custodians of the land, all right, add it to the fucking preamble. A can of petrol can be this bigger. Oh.
Just put the whole Bowser in the chair.
No, Rama.
Rama, sniff it up your nose.
Damn it. Fucking Bing is too slow.
But ultimately, I don't believe in any sort of racial advocacy group. Indigenous Australians are already overrepresented in Parliament. They're 3% of the population, roughly. They represent about 11% of Parliament. Oh, and sorry, no, they have it. Well, they have 11%. Yeah, whatever.
I'm going to go to the bathroom, so I'm just going to play this.
Yeah, I'll talk over it. Yeah, play the flipper version. But yeah, they have Indigenous Australians are supposed to be Australian first, and not Indigenous second. But that's not how this is going to work anymore. They're getting it. Really good. I'm getting entranced by the music. Yes, they're an advisory body, but they're an advisory body. But if they get if they get the voice enshrined in the Constitution, the government's going to have a responsibility to listen to the opinions of this advisory body. And if they don't follow the procedure and give due consideration to this body's opinions, then the government can be sued. What happens if the voice of Parliament actually gives bad advice and the government blatantly ignores it? Rightfully so. The government's going to get sued, and potentially good policy making can be held up because the voice of Parliament made really, really bad advice based on race. We took racial decision making out of the Australian Constitution in 1967 or so. But now we have a whole campaign to give a certain group of people a higher voice within the community based purely on their race. It's just ridiculous. We're all supposed to be Australian, but this egalitarian mindset is being eroded. We're moving back into the idea of giving certain racial groups, a louder voice within the community. Yeah, it's just...
Turn up that music, Thermo.
And Summer said, we've had government bodies before that didn't really help matters. It's my opinion that we should just cut ties. We should just stop trying to cut financial ties. I mean, cut all the welfare. Cut them off. We need to be a lot of the problems facing Indigenous communities nowadays are mostly of their own making, because they're squandering the welfare that they're being given. Now, I understand we did terrible things to them in the past, and if there's anybody who's still living and is a victim of that, okay, sure, you most certainly believe you are owed reparations or some sort of redress for that. But just throwing money at people, giving them free pharmaceuticals, free education, just because of what their race is, that's bullshit.
Well, fundamentally, it hasn't worked.
And it hasn't
helped.
Hasn't worked, exactly. Yeah, my stepmother is whiter than me. Looks
state,
whiter than
so
me,
we're
and
gonna
she claims...
make it work.
Yeah, my stepmother claims Indigenous heritage, and she hasn't even been asked to prove it. She gets free pharmaceuticals and everything. It's an absolute raw. If you are actually
I don't think it's fair for such a minority to basically have control in who they actually perform over the rest of the country. Coming from a similar demographic, I don't think it'd be fair to say, hey, well, it's one thing to think about them and quote unquote include them, but to be able to give them power over the rest of the countries, that's asinine.
Oh yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, Basil. I don't know a lot about this. I really don't. But again, I'm approaching all of this from an egalitarian mindset. Every race has been victimized at some point. Every part of the world has been colonized, genocided, raped, murders, etc. And in many cases, people's own ancestors on both sides were the ones fighting each other. Many people are the descendants of groups that warred against each other.
Look, I've said it before. Aboriginal communities need help.
They absolutely do. Yep.
They need healthcare. They need access to healthcare.
Oh, sure.
They need access
to even here in the States, like you're saying, native, Aboriginal, whatever.
Yeah.
Approximately 2% of the U.S. population is native.
Yeah.
We really seriously, and they're underseen. Nobody actually sees them as actually being anything because we just went ahead and eliminated them for the most. There's still 5.2 million of them, but it's at that point, it's still only being 2%.
Yeah,
it's not enough. So you're not going to see them actually being represented properly.
Yeah,
so
it's
never going to be shown.
Exactly.
To be fair, they did.
Exactly.
All of
Andrew Jackson,
you look at Australia,
regards.
The United States, a little bit better than what Australia is. Australia was all criminals that were all shipped to Australia to repopulate that. So as far as that goes, a bunch of.
So, I mean, I'm all for building more infrastructure. Yeah, those communities out there, they have fucking nothing, and in a lot of cases, they are very far away from medical facilities and stuff like that. I'm all for expanding some of those things. That's fine, but at the end of the day, throwing more money at these communities isn't going to stop them drinking. It's not going to stop them sniffing petrol. I'm not saying that to be mean.
Here in the States, we went ahead. We throw them in reservations or whatever. So
that's effectively what they are.
They have their own laws and regulations or whatever that they're allowed to drink, gamble, this, that, and the other, whatever, without going by state laws.
Yeah, I can't believe it's so racist, Tim. I never even realized this. I disavow. I disavow Tim. He's incredibly racist. I had no idea.
He's Queenslander. That should have been.
Yeah, that should have been the takeaway. No,
it's just at some point, how much more money can we keep throwing and not getting anything for our investment?
Oh, even more because you can send unlimited money and it won't actually fix the
money,
problem.
government can just print money. That's
Look, like I've said, I think Aboriginal communities do need help. Like real, honest to God, Aboriginal communities
Absolutely
do need help. Like we should be investing. We should be investing money there. We should be investing money in many fucking places.
But the question is, will they integrate into Western society?
Is that the aim?
Well, it's either that or keep them segregated.
I definitely don't think that should be the aim. I think,
yeah,
because they don't have any other bases because they were tribal nations.
Yeah, like they're not. It's not like the reservations in the sense that they have their own legal system. Really, it's just
RC's about to start. And Tim's about to start talking about the final solution to the Aboriginal problem.
Oh no! If you want to eliminate them, just keep throwing money at them.
I just want them. I want them to. I want them to improve their living standards. I want them to stop drinking and smoking themselves to death. But how do we stop that? Money and just. I want to relieve them of their ails, and I want them to thrive. But throwing money at them just hasn't worked. So what else do we do?
They need a purpose. That's why I asked if they were willing to integrate into Western society.
Yeah,
we can give them a purpose within that system.
We are rapidly approaching the 6 hour mark, so I think we might switch to Rumble just for the last part.
Yeah,
but let me just shill one more time. If you want to support the show, you can go to buy me a coffee and let me play my favorite graphic.
Yeah,
like playback failed.
The money. Give me the money.
I love that so much.
Just do it. Yeah.
So yes, you want to support the show, go to buymeacoffee.com /not that it's the links in the fucking.
They don't need our input. They don't need our input, Basil, because they want to have their own input. But again, we're supposed to be living in an egalitarian, multicultural society, but we're putting one culture's voice above others, and that's the concern.
I don't know that we're putting it above others. I think we're just
only one group's voice is getting put in the Constitution. So,
well, I think the rest of us all have a voice.
Well, they already have a voice,
such as it is.
They already have a voice. Everyone has a representative and a senator.
Yeah.
But because there's no dedicated representative for Indigenous people, that's what's got the left in an uproar, and that's why the voice is being proposed. It's ridiculous. There's no. And is there any other racial advisory group? And all these again, we should be fucking race blind, but we're not allowed to do that anymore.
Basta says this issue has clearly now been resolved.
I know.
Yeah.
Clearly.
So, all right. So thank you, chat. Thank you, everybody. We're going to cut over Rumble. So if you don't want to follow us, I understand. The link is in the description.
However, Rumble is the best platform.
However, Rumble is a decent platform. So
the best
over there. So I don't know about the best. If there was chat integration, then it'd be a better platform. But yes, thank you, everybody. I'm going to play the Rumble switch. So thank you. See you next week.